It says we're streaming. Look, if you hear us now, this is my first time doing this. So I'm going to go double check that it's actually
Ciao,
working.
ciao.
Let's see. Across the network. Are we streaming?
Yeah, we're there. We're live.
Are we? Ooh, all right.
You're live.
What's up, everybody? I'm here. This is Jonathan Fisher. I'm here with Lego Pizza. We're from across the network, and we're going to be streaming the Chicago PQ today, all day. We're going to have a bunch of people coming in the whole time. It's going to be a party. We're going to have a great time. So tell all your friends, get people to come show up. We're just going to hang out right now while we wait for the first round to start.
7 rounds of commercial-free swoo starts now.
And to kick things off, Chris, are you still there?
I am here.
Yeah, I lost your camera somehow. But we're going to have...
my camera's having problems, but I'm here.
Okay. For round one, we're going to have Chris Schutz to join us for commentary. I'm going to be doing like producer stuff all day long and jumping in and joining commentary in and out. And we're going to have a lot of people come in so that we have things to talk about, things to do between rounds. So yeah, what are you guys thinking?
Very exciting.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the what the local meta here looks like after the last couple of big tournaments to see how it affects the decks that have filtered down to the PQ level.
I think we're gonna have a lot of data vault.
Yeah, that was the that was the next thing I was gonna say is how many data vaults do we have here?
I think it'll be the most played base.
So
yeah, it was at the last regional, right?
Yep.
I've got access to Melee, so I've got the deck list imported. All the tools I've built depend on having standings imported, so that's something I'm gonna have to work on after this tournament. But as soon as it gets underway, I'll be able to plug all that in, and we'll figure out, how many of each base were brought to the tournament, how many leaders. We'll be able to talk about that between rounds. We currently have 113 players registered and 113 deck lists, so looks like they're pretty on point. And
I think we're getting table one set up right now.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's going to be Zach Taylor versus Kevin Sudoth. Sudith. I do not know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry.
Let me move.
And we already see the data vault. Let's go.
There we go. All right. I'm going to set things up and get practiced at producing while you guys chat it up. That's the part where you talk.
Yeah.
I
wasn't sure if
on the other side of the board is going to be what's really telling.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure if the stream had the people playing.
It does.
ECL and oh, is that Tarkentown or ECL?
Tarkentown, it looks like.
Okay. Glare is a little hard on that side.
Mm-hmm. It looks like maybe is that a CAD?
I think you're right. I think that is CAD Tarkentown. So Sharky in chat is going to be very excited. It looks like the CAD showcase to me.
Yeah.
We will find out pretty fast as they start playing cards, so that's good.
I think if I just set the default base to data vault, I'll be correct most of the time. It's CAD Tarkentown, yes.
Perfect. We're so smart and handsome. So Chris, how do you feel about this this matchup right here? Bosque Green Data Vault against CAD Tarkentown.
I think that the Bosque Green is probably favored.
I think that goes so big, right?
Yeah, the CAD the CAD decks that just top out with CAD unit, I don't think they're going to be able to do much against decks that can ramp and go bigger than them.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like ramp decks in general are pretty good against CAD, but I mean they got some tricks.
Yeah, I think that he just the Bosque is perfectly comfortable like not playing very many units down in the beginning of the game, and the units that they do play, it's not really that big of a deal if they die. Like, if you play Super Laser Tech turn 2 and CAD pings it and kills it, it's not really that big a deal.
Wait, Sharkbait is Colby? I thought Sharkbait was Sharky.
Our Colby?
I don't know. Now I'm just confused.
I don't think our Colby got up that far north.
He's Kodamarin.
That's what I would assume. We got another Cad Bane expert in chat. Hyperspace Cube, the Yoda killer. Carlos, how do you feel about this matchup? I would assume it was pretty bad set 3 at the end.
All right. I think we're all set up here.
Decks have been presented.
How did the audio levels sound between myself and everyone else? Because mine's coming through a mic, theirs coming through Discord. So if you're in chat, let us know how the audio sounds.
Carlos is saying Crate is too scary for CAD, which makes sense. But they gotta last till then.
I would think that even things like Reinforcement Walker would be tough for CAD to deal with.
Yeah. Man, look at this stream. It's all pretty. It's got everything set up.
I just don't have a name tag for Chris. Let me see if I have one. I might.
All right, I'm gonna put $5 on the Bosque player winning the die roll. If anybody wants to join in on that.
I'll take that action.
Ooh.
I mean, I just assume that Data Vault starting with 8 HP more, they have to be favored in the die roll.
What the question is, if they win the die roll, do they keep it?
Oh, true, true. I mean, I think if you're Bosque, you don't really care. You're just gonna, like, if they use Tarkin Town early, that's probably better for you.
Absolutely.
They probably don't even, like, play, like, if they open Super Laser, you probably just pass, and then hope to just play the Super Laser tech, and that way the CAD ping doesn't do anything.
I haven't seen the Bosque set 4 lists. How do we? What cards are they using? Are they even using any new cards? I know, like, the Bosque Green last set had almost no set 3 cards.
Yeah, I think it's just like bounties for card advantage and ramp, and then ramp cards and big guys. I don't think there's anything crazy new. Maybe they play some more early game ships. Like, I guess Eager Escort could be good for you know, the Falcon decks.
Definitely.
But I don't know if he's trying to, like, attack the meta on that angle, or if they're just trying to, you know, forgo those, like, mid-rangey type cards and just go right to the big ramp top end.
Yeah, I think that so much of their early game deck slots are taken up with ramp that they probably don't have a lot of room in the main deck for stuff like that.
Yeah.
Although they are running 60 cards, so maybe that gives them
that is true. That is true.
I wonder if they have the full 15 ramp cards.
They're playing Spark of Hope too. Screw it, why not?
Yeah. I mean...
Oh, new Devastator. That's a good one.
Yeah, absolutely.
The stream said someone has a very loud mechanical keyboard. I haven't touched my mechanical keyboard, so...
Oh, my mic's coming through? That's me. Okay. So, I'm learning. Okay, guys. I need to mute myself
I'm assuming
here.
what's going on now is the player meeting where they're explaining how many rounds, yada yada. So
Yeah, the keyboard
they're
is
like,
me. I need to mute myself when I am busy at work, so that doesn't go through.
oh, CAD 1, dude. Oh man, I just lost $5. All right, Chris, I owe you a $5 next time I see you.
All right, I'll mark it on your tally.
Someone said audio super low for me. It might be on your end because we got the okay on the audio. Just double check your YouTube. No, so someone in chat said that audio in general is super low. So I said they might need to just check their YouTube, that they have the YouTube settings higher, or wherever we're streaming from. All right, players are mulliganing. It's my favorite thing to do.
It looks like Bosque has a grip of expensive cards.
Yeah, you ship that back.
Yeah, you don't want to have to. You don't want to have to get rid of any of those.
It would be like a cool card that I would play in my boss green deck. That's probably just wrong, but I think is fun. Is Vader Pilot. I feel like if you can get like a lot of times they would play Punishing One and stuff because they have the bounties, so it's easy to like kill upgraded things.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that would be a pretty cool one. But looks like the boss has a pretty good hand here. It looks like Deathmark, Bounty Hunter Quarry, Super Laser Tech Maul. So I think CAD gave the boss player initiative and then passed. The boss player passed into a crafty smuggler. Gonna get a bounty. It looks like a death mark because he tapped 2. Little boss ping to take away the shield. Pretty standard openings. Oh, there is an eager escort, dude. I'm so smart.
You're respecting the Hans.
Dude, that card, that card's sneaky good. Like, yeah,
Yep.
I mean, it's just such a blowout for some of these Han decks.
Yeah, I've been seeing it in all the Vader decks as well.
All right, 2 damage to boss base. Probably should just run out that super laser tech to soak up a CAD ping. Well, I guess they just don't tap CAD, but turning off your opponent's leader is pretty powerful. Another crafty smuggle. Oh, he is doing the ping.
He doesn't want them to cash in the death mark so easily.
Yeah, that makes sense. But that lets him get a Bounty Hunter's Quarry. Ooh, and the Greedo. This is a lot of early pressure, actually.
This
might be
very fast start for the CAD. Yeah.
Yeah, this is probably like exactly what the CAD player wants to see. I mean, not all those bounties on their units, but in terms of 2 and then a 2+1.
How do they have cards in their hand? That's so much. Like, did they literally just draw 2 resource and have 1 card left at this point?
They should have 3 cards after resourcing the CAD player.
Yes, Jeff. Everybody, please resource before you ready your board, please.
Yeah, we're in year 2 of the game by now. Everybody should know
Ooh.
how the regroup phase works.
This is a bold strategy. Naked
Oh,
Eager
no.
Escort against a ping deck.
That feels like you should just like not play a card.
Oh wow, he ends up not playing a card and let Bosque flip, so now Bosque can soak up that 1 ping damage. Ooh, McClunky though. Okay, so the resolution
Oh,
has to
man.
be McClunky must resolve fully first before the bounty hunter's query is claimed. But I believe the ping can happen afterward.
It's not going to be claimed. He returned it to his
Yeah,
hand, so the quarry just goes away.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. Okay, so he did 3 damage to the Bosque, and then the Bosque chose to let the Eager Escort die in order to have the Bosque survive attacking into a Crafty Smuggler in order to double claim the Death Mark. Pretty good sequencing there. Feels bad giving up your 4-1, but it did its job, I guess.
Yeah, Boss has to survive to get the double claim.
And that's another Death Mark. So Bosque is gonna have plenty of cards this game, and only 3 damage on its base. So. Oh no, it's not just 3 damage. 99 damage. 9 damage. Okay, there we go. It is an interesting decision to fizzle the Bounty Hunter's Quarry over the Death Mark. So it was either give Bosque 4 extra cards in hand or 2 creatures onto the battlefield immediately.
Yeah, I don't think we have the creature trait yet.
Oh, sorry, units. my magic brain is still messed up. I'm sorry, everyone.
It's just you get the kind of like free resources by deploying those units off of the bounty, so it is an interesting choice.
Considering how much of an aggro game plan the cat is on, I don't think that they wanted to be able to have Boss fill the board for free.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. The problem is that Boss still has 24 health left and is about to be on 7 resources, so. And then there's another Bounty Hunter's Quarry. Or no, that's Price on your head. And again, he untaps his resources first. Shake my head. I'm kidding. Sorry, I don't want to make fun of players. You can do it how you want. We know what you're doing.
So I don't
I'll
want
push back
you to
on
get.
that. You cannot do it how you want.
Yeah, so I don't.
Right.
I don't want
Actually,
you to
you're
get
right.
like rule lawyered. Like you're in a tournament and you ready your resources, and then you're looking at your hand, and your opponent calls a judge and says, "Look, they've moved past it. They can't resource." Like I don't want players to be in that position. So just don't ready them. Resource first.
Yeah, the problem is that he can't hear us, so us just saying it multiple times isn't going to change.
Oh yeah, I'm
audience.
talking to the people watching. Yeah.
Yeah. I just feel bad. I don't want to bully anyone.
No,
I do that enough to Chris. All right, we got a big boy. I think it's the Maul. Yep. So we'll get 4 Overwhelm here. No, 5 Overwhelm, sorry. And Price on your head claim. Which will put him to 8 resources this turn and 9 next turn. So maybe we'll see Crate Dragon.
I know I don't have like the name tag, but that is Chris Schutz is along with us, myself and Lego Pizza, doing commentary for this match.
See a CAD deploy here. I think you're supposed to just take the Maul out if you don't have a way to otherwise remove it, but he might have a Forlom here, which would be the perfect answer. Looks like a Bosque. Okay. Bosque no ambush maybe. McClunky could be a good choice. Oh, he has the Tarkin Town still. There we go.
Yeah.
That makes sense. And then 4 damage to base to put the Bosque player to 18. Bosque has no board right now. And the damage is
crate out now.
is the crate Is the crate fast enough?
No.
No, I don't think so. This is like a
No.
non-crateable board.
That's
Yeah.
the problem with crate. You need damage on their base so that the crate is actually threatening. Otherwise, it's just not a play that you can make.
Yeah, I think his only solution here is Devastator, but he's 1 resource short. Green Devastator, not the red one. The red one probably isn't good enough here.
Yeah.
You could kill the Mist Hunter and have a 9/6 in space, but then your opponent has 8 damage coming at you plus 7 resources worth of stuff. They could probably just CAD unit and you'd be in trouble.
Yeah, Bosque unit staying alive is really a problem too.
Palpatine, okay.
Take
That's
it out
nice.
there. Yeah, Bosque is a kill on sight unit in that CAD deck.
For sure.
I was also thinking about Timely and Walker from hand. Like, you don't have enough to
Oh,
Timely
that
from
would
the
be
row,
really good, yeah.
but you could have done it from hand.
That's a Jabba hunting for tricks.
MVP of this deck.
Okay, I agree. I think it's very infuriating that every time we have like a search the top X cards of your deck, it's just a random number.
I also
None of them
like
are the
that.
same.
None of them are the same.
You might be searching 5, 7, 8, 10.
It's because they have to perfectly balance the game, you guys.
Yeah, you know how much testing they did to fine tune that it's searching.
Yeah. I'm convinced they chose random numbers to make it look more like it's like they have the excuse to be like, no, we tested it. If they saw one more card, it would be too good. A lot of damage going to Bosque space here.
Like Droid Manufactory having to be 24 HP instead of 25 HP because
Right.
25 was broken.
It would have been too good.
I do think that they said they originally made it 26 and it was too good, and then they like nerfed it to 24. I feel like that was a Tyler Parrott tweet at one point. So as bad as this looks for the boss player, if he has 10 cost Devastator here, he gets to kill Cad and put a giant Sentinel in space, and then there's just this Jabba. Which, I mean, there's 6 health remaining. The Jabba could get there eventually, but there's 2 swings from Palpatine to clear it.
Yeah, I think that 6 health remaining also like shows the difference in being in check from a 30-point base and a 33-point base. You're so much.
I think we're
easier to
getting
be
the
in check.
Timely Walker here. Timely second Palpatine. That's super interesting. So he can kill both the Cad and the Mist Hunter here, and get some overwhelm damage.
How many blasters do we have in the row?
Okay, so I think it was 4 damage to Mist Hunter, 1 damage to Cad, and then 1 damage to the Jabba, and then overwhelm. I don't know, no overwhelm from Palpatine. But Bosque is tapped out now. Cad has 8 resources in this Jabba in play. Looks like we're going to see another blaster for 4 damage to put the boss player to 31.
Yep. I think we kind of knew that was coming. That's like Jabba, part of why he's so good. He's such a great platform for these blasters.
Dude, all I'm saying is that I've been playing this Asajj Tarkin Town deck with Jabba, and I'm slapping lightsabers on that man, and it's very good.
He's a thick boy.
Waylay. I mean, if he's got another Timely, he can clear the board. You do 1 damage to Jabba, 5 to the Boba unit, and then ambush into the Jabba to clear it. Other than that, he would need some sort of healing in order to survive. But he hasn't scooped yet, so I have to assume he has got something. I think there's another Timely. Yeah, I think there's a second Timely. Yep. Timely. And we're going with the Palpatine again, I'm assuming. Oh no, Reinforcement Walker this time. That's probably the best option. But he can't kill the Jabba, so he has to just kill the Boba unit. And then he's going to discard 2 cards to heal 6.
This is how you do it, though. This is how you get back in it.
Yep. Back to 25, 8 health remaining now.
Is that Timely still in his resources face up?
It is still hanging
Yeah.
out in the resources.
It's face up. We're going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out.
He did replace it.
Yeah, the replacement's on top of it.
Is he supposed to replace it first before
He did.
resolving?
He did
did?
replace it first.
Before resolving the walker triggers?
Yeah, you do. Smuggle
Okay,
happens
yeah.
first, always. I know this as a Han player.
It looked like he did it after, but I might have
Yeah,
missed it.
I think he did it after, but I mean,
Oh.
how much does it matter?
Relevant if it's a smuggle card.
Yeah. I mean, technically the decks are random, so it
Right.
shouldn't actually matter, but
Ooh, CAD.
the sequencing does matter, but in terms of like, yeah. All right, so I think the only thing here that would save him is another timely walker, but he does not have the timely, just a walker.
Yeah, that
So he
kills
scoops
him.
it up. The timely walker wouldn't even do it because the CAD doesn't die.
So
Wow,
the-
that was
the
not
80
what I expected. I really
Yeah,
thought this Bosque was just going to run over the CAD, but
It was an explosive enough start.
yeah. Yeah, the 2 and then 2+1 the following turn is great.
Chris, there are 114 players registered, and all their deck lists are submitted. How many do you think are playing Ray more than a scavenger?
114 players. I'm gonna say 5.
You nailed it. This is exactly 5. Okay, I think you're gonna get this next part wrong. How many of
How many
them
are
are
playing
playing
Data
Tarkentown?
2.
0.
0.
They are
Wow.
every single Ray is on Data Vault. What do you think about that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I haven't played enough of the deck yet. I've played against it a few times. I think it's out of all of the Data Vault decks, I think it's one of the better ones. I don't know. I know that in the European regional, Joshua didn't play against very many control decks.
Mm-hmm.
He played against a lot of the decks that deck is designed to beat. A lot of like the Sabines and Quinnlands and things like that. That deck should just be able to have fairly free
He
wins.
played a
against.
lot of Hans too.
Yeah, those decks should be like it should be pretty favored against. It's the harder control
Yeah.
decks that seem like it'd be tough. But then the player that played at the PQ in the US like that same weekend did play against several Kiras. And they did win. So I don't know, maybe it's better against Kira than I would think on paper.
There's just so much recursion, you know? Like they just churn through their deck with Mon Mothma and Bright Hopes, C3PO. They just keep
has-
drawing cards
yeah,
and Yoda.
It has a
you know?
ton of card advantage for sure.
We have a
So that's
mulligan
why I
from the
think it
boss
is
player,
out of
just
the-
making sure you guys.
Out of the
notice
Data
that.
Vault decks, I think Kira and Ray are the 2 best ones. I think they're the best situated to take advantage of or to minimize the disadvantage of the 60 card deck.
No way, it's gotta
Not
be
Sabine?
Sabine. It's gotta be
Yeah,
Sabine.
come on.
How many Sabine Data Vaults do you guys think are in this tournament? I know the answer.
0. I think it's 0.
Chris?
Let's say 2.
Nailed it. Okay, you're not allowed to play anymore, Chris. The answer is 2.
I hope they don't win.
I'm a meta wizard.
You are a meta wizard, dude. All right, we got the same opening from CAD. Different opening here. We have, instead of a bounty, we have a Kylo's tie. This is what I'm saying, dude. Imagine he is Vader pilot. That'd be so good right now.
Yeah, that
Start
combined with
pinging
the
those
boss,
shields.
ping and the
Yeah,
Vader
dude, it's
ping,
cool.
yeah.
I'm impressed with Vader Pilot. It's just it's so scary to open yourself up to blowouts.
Well, you just
I
get
think that-
waylaid and then you cry, so it's I get it.
Exactly. It's terrifying.
I do think in a ramp deck, cards with modular costs are really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it
Sometimes
helps,
you
it
just need a
helps,
7/7, right? Like it's
yeah, it helps.
it's a. Sorry, you can go.
It helps make up for how awkward your hands can sometimes get if you get gummed up with like cheap cards late or expensive cards early.
I think we
Being
saw a
able to-
double pass here, which is weird from both players, I think.
Possible if all the CAD had was the ambusher.
Yeah, you would think that the Bosque would want to play like some ramp though. Maybe he doesn't have anything. He did mulligan, so he's just forced to keep this hand.
Moving to the next turn is sort of like ramping.
Yeah, there's a 4-lom ping from CAD. We're getting an open fire to deal with the 4-lom. See if the Tarkin Town is used. I would assume not, but that damage is going to start adding up.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. Target Towns usually
If he
kill
has
like Vaders
initiative.
and Mauls.
He has.
Oh,
if
he has
has
initiative, so you can just play anything to kill it. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, good point. Carlos would have seen that instantly.
What about Chris?
Sometimes you don't want to play a card right away,
instantly
though, right?
also.
Chris saw it so fast. Well, exhaust it first, right? Isn't that a better play?
All right, we got the resupply. So he's at 6 now. He'll be at 7 next turn. We could see a Vader.
Yeah, maybe this game we get to see the big chunky boys earlier than we did last game.
Yeah, problem is CAD flips next turn, and you don't really have much pressure going on right now. No bounties for Bosque to claim.
Yeah, why did we flip here? Like, if we have it, we must not have a bounty. Yeah, we must not.
I think he mulled into a pretty awkward hand. I think I would just hit base, honestly.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, there's no point to put 2 damage on your guy.
Waylay on the Kylo's tie. That's actually, I think, really good for the boss player. Usually you want to see the Waylays be on small guys so that your bigger guys are more likely to stick.
100%. I think that's a bit of a desperate move for the CAD player to just use his resources.
That feels like a very weak play.
So we're at 7. Let's get those big ambushes, baby. I mean, I like Kevin. Kevin's obviously a great person. I just want another game. That's all I want. Yeah, Carlos, I might not even use it there. Just like throw away your 3 resources and continue with the game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 2 damage going to the Bosque. I think I would just attack.
Yeah, on the 20 against the 25 putting him to 14 on his 25-point base is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want your big guys to only have to hit once to win the game, right?
Plus small, yep.
There we go. More damage.
Like keeping Maul bait out there.
He opened himself up to take that 5 too by attacking into the leader.
Yep.
But he has to either kill this Maul or claim to find a way to kill it.
Yeah, he's in check.
But I guess he has,
so
his leader to kill it.
Yeah, his leader can clean up Maul.
4-lom?
Okay, so he's gonna just clear the board here using his leader, it looks like.
Wait, what?
Wouldn't it make more sense to attack your leader into the boss? Yeah, 4-lom the Maul and then.
He must have.
Oh, I guess he
has a McClunky.
He has Tarkin Town.
Oh, Tarkin Town.
Yeah, he has Tarkin Town.
You got it. He's better than me.
But it still seems I would still rather have my leader and 4-lom on the board. Don't you think?
Yeah, I agree.
Wait, how do you have both on the board?
Instead
you
of
hack your leader.
instead of Forlom to clear the leader, you just use the CAD and keep Forlom out, and you just use the CAD or the Forlom as a
Oh,
CAD
clear the
banger.
leader first. Play the forearm without ambush, and then Tarkin Town.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work.
Maybe he's worried about
Another ambush.
well, or the Palpatine he saw in game 1.
Yeah, like getting low health on his leader. Is that what you're talking about? Like not wanting,
Yeah, because you'd be able to clean it up.
with overwhelm.
Vader would also be able to clean it up. All right, Phase 3 Dark Trooper, a little Sentinel action. 5 resources up for Bosque. Probably screaming in my head right now that my opponent has an overwhelming barrage.
I like that you threw like a little bit of a Chicago accent in on that one.
It was not on purpose.
For Basque.
Like a pass from the Bosque player. And then a Bosque unit from CAD. Clear up the Sentinel. I think we have a second Phase 3. Yep.
This is Phase 4. I've heard that, Carlos. Ian is a big Bears fan.
No, absolutely not.
What? So that whole theory about having damaged units that kill you with overwhelm, I don't know if that's what the player was thinking about, or if they just find themselves in this position, I guess, where they just have to set themselves up for it.
Yeah, it's easy to second guess. I think having the extra unit probably would have been nice there with the 2 3/3 Sentinels coming down, but
Got to choose what to kill here. Palpatine can kill the CAD or the Bosque, but not both. I guess you could kill Bosque plus the Cartel and then put 1 damage on CAD.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. It stinks either way, because like either the CAD player plays an event that Bosque does 2 damage, or he just plays an Underworld if CAD's alive and does 2 damage to that, and then gets to clean it up. I think from the Bosque's point of view, though, as long as the cleaning up involves the CAD attacking the Emperor, it feels good.
Ooh.
That's like a trade you're fine with, but with the CAD hitting base here, he's got to have something else in hand, since that Emperor Palpatine is putting him in check.
Could be a CAD unit.
he could have a McClunky play.
Bam! Give me that
Yeah,
Palpatine.
CAD
It's
unit.
mine. So they wrote in the rules that captured units are face down, but like none of us do it because we want to know what's captured.
I get for like clarity reasons having it face down makes some sense, but
They were like, you're like have to peek at it all the time. What was that? What's under there?
All right, we do see the Green Devastator this time, freeing the Palpatine. Now there's 2 giant threats that are lethal. Bosque has to do 12 damage this turn. Or sorry, CAD has to do 12 damage to Bosque in order to win this game. Because I do not think
over.
he can't kill both of those.
Yeah, Zach's about to
he
tighten
can
this
waylay it.
He needs to waylay plus blaster.
Yeah, they're both
I think that is
lethal.
actually the only way. Yeah. So he can waylay the Devastator and then blaster CAD to kill the Emperor Palpatine.
I mean, if I'm Bosque,
you
I'm
still
like,
just have to deal with
that's
the
cool,
Devastator
bro.
again.
Let's go. To the
Yeah,
next
then he has
turn.
no board, and you have a Devastator coming down again for whatever else he uses his resources on. I suspect we're just going to be going to game 3. This is more so what I think would have happened in game 1. But to be fair, I think the boss player just never drew a Devastator in game 1, and that's kind of the problem with Data Vault in my eyes. There's certain cards that you just need to have in certain matchups. Like CAD cannot deal with the Devastator, and here we are seeing them go to game 3 because of that. But if he was playing 30 HP, 50 cards, maybe you would have saw it game 1. It looks like there's actually a Devastator in his sideboard. There's 2 Devastators in his sideboard.
What?
You need to bring those in, buddy. What are you doing?
Yeah, I think if you're on Data Vault, you just have those in the main deck.
That is actually what I was going to say to Ian's
I think he
point
sided
about
them
not
out.
being able to find them.
Yeah. I wonder if he's running like prepare for takeoff or anything else to search for the walkers and devastators.
Oh no. The worst thing that can happen to a card player, crisscrossing your cards while you're shuffling.
Hate to see it.
It's a true tragedy.
We haven't seen the Ruthless Raiders in this match yet. Those seem like they'd be a really good card in this matchup too.
Yep. I mean, I'm gonna keep harping on this data vault.
Yeah.
Yeah. We talk about it in our next Across the Network episode. It's not posted yet. Yesterday we posted episode 9 with our some of our teammates that did well in Richmond. But I think
some notable absences, but there were some.
Yeah,
Chris, I was advocating for you to be on the pod, but if Jonathan had to edit one other audio source, I think he might have murdered me. So.
Oh, I almost already gave up having to edit 3 into it. That was a lot, but I actually think the math can work on some of these cards. Like, I think it's hard to fit 3 Devastators in your main deck when you're on 30, and when you're on 33, you can fit the second, you can fit the third if you need to. So it just gives you different
I would just challenge everyone that if you think you have to play 2 of a card in a 30 HP deck versus you get to play the third one in the 33 HP deck, just play the third one in the 30 HP deck and cut another card.
The ratios aren't the same.
I know, but only with specific cards that do not have a replacement. And I do think that 10 cost Green Devastator, there is no card that does what that does.
No, you're right about that.
There's no replacement. So, like, you can play more fatties in your Data Vault deck, as Mickey D says in chat. The problem is not all of them are created equally.
I think the main advantage of the big Data Vault decks is that
this is actually a great hand from Bosque. Sorry to interrupt. Continue.
You're able to play more threats than your opponent on a 50 card deck has answers. So in games that do go really long, where you're seeing all the cards in your deck, you can exhaust your opponent's.
Oh no, the Bane. So he kept the 2 best bombs plus a Death Mark and a resupply, which seems like a fire hand. Yeah, and the resupply is taken. Death Mark getting put on the Bane with a ping.
If CAD has a McClunky here, it'd be pretty sweet.
Oof. True, I feel like that is such a blowout most of the times. Oh, he drew another resupply anyways. Nice. Data Vault who?
Yeah, he's fine. It's a Data Vault deck. There's lots of resupplies in here.
Yeah. Hey, if Data Vault said you get bigger deck but get to play 5 resupplies, yeah. I would do it, okay?
4 copies of each card are allowed.
If they ever print that as a if they ever print a deck that says you can play 4 copies of a card in your deck, I am convinced that they're just trying to sell more cards.
Or they could make a base where you can only include 2 copies, and then some other effect like more health or something.
No. Okay, you have a base that is everything singleton, but as an epic action, you get to like double the ETB one time or something. Or the when played, sorry.
I would love a singleton base. It doesn't need to give me much. I just like playing singleton. It's fun.
You just play singleton, Chancellor Palpatine.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. You have the whole crazy amount of both hero and villain. Yeah.
So he used the ability to kill the Death Marked unit before flipping. So do we think he has another bounty for the Houndstooth and then some sort of removal?
I think that was just a I am scared of him doing anything to either kill my Bosque on site or um removing the bounty from the Bazine. So
Yeah.
he
You
just
just gotta
wanted
be
to
real.
get his lickings when he had it, you know.
You have to really be careful about the McClunky plays with Bazine.
Yeah, it would have been pretty gross if there was a McClunky there.
So we'll see 5 damage to Bosque.
So you're wanting to put a unit down so your leader doesn't just die to the next ping, right?
Ooh, punishing one with a bounty would be pretty hot here. And we do
Is.
see that. It's another
How-
death mark.
How hot is it, Ian? There it is.
Oh, it's so hot.
You got what you wanted.
I'm tingling with anticipation.
Here comes the McClunky. Is that what's happening?
Mickey D says, "Give me Reno." For anybody who has played Hearthstone, Reno was a card that, when you played it, it healed you back to full if you played a singleton deck.
Exactly.
That would be pretty wild.
I played a lot of Reno. It's fun.
Heal 29. Thank you.
We need to get some cards that like let you trigger an epic action, regardless of whether it's been used yet.
Ooh, that is not a great start on this turn. Surprise strike base for 7, or for 8, sorry, but he's gonna be able to double claim this bounty. Oh no, it is 7. I don't know why I said 8. Does he have a way? Oh. Boss player's getting greedy now. I think I would have just thrown the punishing one into that, but okay. We get a crafty smuggler, ping, put it on the punishing one, and now he's gonna claim the bounty. Oh, I guess if he claims the bounty right away, Boss just dies to any card being played. So maybe I'm the chump.
That's a lot of cards in his hand.
Dude, he's got like 10 cards in hand.
He's gonna have to discard end of turn. Maybe that's on purpose because he has reanimate. Nuh-uh. We're gonna get to do that too.
I don't think he has a way to get through that shield.
No,
this turn.
yeah. Okay. So, Smuggler will probably kill the leader.
Bosque is at 7. Cad is at 6, so we're getting a flip here. There is a 7 for Bosque that can go into the Cad with this super laser tech. Oh, I guess he can go to 8 now. True. And then 9 from the bounty.
That's a pretty strong ramp.
Yeah, he gets big Devastator next turn that we know was in his opening hand. There's a Jabba looking for some tricks.
It's our boy. There's just so many cards in his hand, and you know it's a bunch of fatties.
Got some McClunky. I don't think that's going to be good enough, unfortunately.
But it costs 0.
Sure does. I think we're going to see a Vader here. Oh, nope.
Yes,
Changing his
Fozzie,
mind.
they are readying first. I don't recommend doing that in your tournaments.
Okay, punishing 1. Instead of playing a big boy, he looks like he's going to do death by 1,000 punishing 1s. CAD flip here, 2 resources up, so he can't blast her. Maybe he was just scared of like a waylay with the 2 resources up because of the discount from Java. Looks like we're gonna get a force choke on the CAD.
Wow. I don't know, man. Is the door opening for the CAD player?
I think with as many cards that are in the Bosque player's hand, it's not possible, but I could be wrong. I mean, Bosque's going to 16. There's 17 health left on base. That's still a lot of health.
They both have the same. They're tied.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. I think we're seeing another price on your head. And then a Bane. Oh, no. He could have just played a crate this turn.
And we saw the McClunky, so he's going to be able to play her again.
I guess. Oh, no, yeah. You totally could have just played the crate because he wasn't on CAD unit yet. And that's what's getting discarded here. I think I would have discarded the
draw.
Yeah.
He didn't draw off the Bane.
He said I've drawn enough today.
I think like playing small stuff was opening the door for CAD to get back in this game.
Yeah, you just have to if you're in a board state like that, you just have to windmill slam the giant threats and make them deal with it.
Yeah. You needed to build a clock, and a 3/4 in space as your only unit is not a clock.
I mean, we're gonna see the big dev kill CAD and claim whichever bounty that is. I think it's price on your head, but I can't tell. I would also suggest to anybody playing an event, especially on stream, when you tap your resources, please tap them fully and don't put them like at a 45-degree angle like this person.
Or a 10-degree angle. In this
Yeah, sometimes it's a 10-degree angle. So it was price on your head. 2 damage to base, putting him to 18.
That just comes with practice too. Like
one.
building good mechanics for at the table is going to help you play well.
Having the boss player having seen that there's a McClunky in hand, drawn off the Java, seems like they're playing really passive. Okay, finally kills the Bane.
Yeah, that was good. The McClunky was going to be devastating, I think. I would have just put the damage on the punishing one.
Palpatine's not dead, Carlos. It's just a really high skill deck, so I don't blame you for playing CAD.
Yeah, if you know me, no boss didn't draw from the Bane. I don't think there's a way for us to let them know while this game is still going on, though.
Oh, they didn't? For sure?
Nope.
Yeah, no, for sure he did not.
Positive.
Is this unspeakable offer?
Unrefusable offer.
Unrefusable offer? This is a spicy one. I need to know Carlos's opinion and Sharky's opinion on this unrefusable offer in CAD. I mean, if he gets it here, it's pretty cool. Sneak attack? Oh no, what's happening? Sneak attack CAD unit. Wait, he did not have enough for that. There's no way he had resources tapped already, didn't he? I know that the sneak attack only cost 1 with Jabba.
Yeah. So then it's...
How much does the unrefusable offer cost? 2?
Yeah, that's the bounty. Yeah, that costs 2, right?
I can't see how many resources the CAD player has.
Yeah, it costs 2. I can't tell.
So there's no way that they would have enough to pay 3 plus the...
So CAD unit would cost 2 less, be 5. So you only need 7.
So
1,
it
2,
would
1,
be
2, 3,
7
4,
Yeah, but
5, 6, 7.
didn't
He
he
has 7. He has 7.
didn't he
be
spend
7
resources
total.
this turn? I thought there was 2 tapped already.
2 from the unrefusable offer.
Yeah, so he
And
would need
then
9. Right?
sneak attack would effectively reduce the cost by 2 because of the cost reduction from Java. So it would be
Oh, 7 total,
5,
including the unrefusable offer.
5 for Maul, 5 for Maul, and the sneak,
Okay.
and then 2 for the unrefusable offer. So that would be 7.
I think he had exactly enough.
All right. Well, that's my fault. Okay, so how does this work with the sneak attack play here, with the capture? So he's gonna capture. Is he claiming the bounty before anything else?
So
Because doesn't he so yeah, but doesn't the capture from CAD capture the unit? I guess he can just choose not to capture. No, but
Well, that's how it
he's
works.
choosing
Captures
to
in that.
capture.
That's how bounties
He's choosing
work.
to capture that unit. Yeah.
No, bounties
Yeah,
trigger
he
off
claims
capture.
the bounty when he captures them.
Yeah, you claim the bounty.
Yeah, but does the unrefusable offer make the mall come out instead of
Yes.
being under the CAD? That's the question.
Yes, it does. Because you
Yes.
claim the bounty. That's like it's like instead of the actual capture, you're claiming the bounty there. Or it's not there anymore. It goes into play.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right. I had no idea that's how this works.
Ian, unrefusable offer is already bad enough. You don't need to make it worse by making it so you also can't claim it by capturing.
that makes sense.
So there we go. I mean, that was so many cards in his hand, but low impact on the board in the following turns, and CAD just
I think
swarmed him.
Yeah, I think he just needed to play his big guys. Like,
yeah,
he was just dirtling too much.
I mean, he was also on Devastator mana that turn, or resources that turn, and he just chose not to play it. I don't understand.
Yeah, so if you're watching, we're streaming on across the network on YouTube, Late Night Gaming, and Take the Initiative. So we'll be hanging out in the across the network, but you can go to the others to watch it. I'm sure some of you are. We will be here all day doing this event. I'll be producing it. We'll be bringing different people on. Ian's going to be with us. Lego Pizza's going to be with us all day, and different people are going to be joining us during the rounds to like have conversations as we wait for the next round to start. So Chris, you have been doing a lot of content. You've been, playing live games. What are you up to? I want to hear like what you've been up to lately.
I've been doing a lot of streaming lately. It's been a lot of fun. We've been just streaming Star Wars gameplay on YouTube, and people have been enjoying it a lot. We get a decent audience. The good thing about working in television is I have a lot of weekdays off sometimes, so it gives me a lot of opportunities to do some lunchtime streams and give people something to watch while they're in the middle of their workday. I have a Patreon going also where people can support that stream, and that's been going really well. We have a private section of our Bothan Network Discord where everybody hangs out, and we talk about a lot of players are on Raid Tarkentown, and we talk about that deck in there, but we talk about pretty much anything any of the Patreon members are on, and it's been a lot of fun.
That's awesome, man. I love catching your streams when I can. It's always a fun time.
I like your titles where you like watch me get beat up by this.
Yeah, we try sometimes whenever I try to like shirk the title of being just so much of a race specialist. So I do play other decks on there with varying levels of success. I tried to play a Kira Data Vault deck on there a couple days ago with 0 experience, like never having played Kira a game in my life, and I don't think I would recommend that on stream. It definitely did not make me look very good. But we play other decks. I played I play a lot of Luke Tarkentown on there, which is one of my fun decks, and I think that deck is actually pretty good. Um, super fun to play. Very explosive. Has a lot of fun tricks. Some of my favorite cards get to be used in that deck, like Hot Shot Maneuver. Um, and I think it's kind of the door has been opened a little bit for that deck with Django being banned. It's actually not terrible in the meta.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, super cool, man. What's the
Yeah,
next event you're playing at?
I was hoping to play in a PQ this weekend. The Southeast has really kind of gotten hosed for PQs. They schedule them all on the same weekend, and then there's after this weekend there's none for like 4 or 5 weeks until the Duluth PQ. So I'll be playing in the Duluth PQ. I'll be playing in Minnesota for the regional. So I got the
Hell
okay
yeah,
from the wife to travel up there. Hopefully see a bunch of y'all. If
I'll be
anybody
there.
is in the if anybody is in the chat that's going to be at Minnesota Regional, make sure to come up and say hi if you recognize me. That was like one of the most fun parts of Richmond was getting to see all of the fans, either fans of the YouTube channel or Patreon members, coming up and introducing themselves to me. And it was really awesome to meet so many people from the community.
Yeah, it was sweet. We had that little get together at Beattle too, where we went to the one bar. That was fun.
Yeah, yeah. It's like I think it's like one of the coolest things about the Star Wars community is like how like getting everybody together. It's like I don't know, it's been like one of the most like welcoming gaming communities that I've been a part of. There's like almost everybody I've ever met has been awesome.
That's true, except for that one guy, Carlos.
Yeah, he's Carlos is a little sketchy, but we still let him hang around.
Hmm
He's
Chris
part
That's
of
why
our.
he's on sabbatical right now in Italy or France, wherever he is in Europe.
He's part of our European team. He
Yeah, I don't know if it's a
he's
sabbatical.
sick of practicing with us. We need to go to the other side.
We have to ask him why he had to leave the country. He's on the run.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he is called Yoda Killer.
Yeah. Has anybody seen Yoda lately?
Yeah, yeah. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your Yoda is at?
So I.
Do we have a know how long in time of the round there was left?
So what we do have is how many matches are still in play. There's 7 happening right now. As soon as I get past this round 1, I'll be able to start pulling in standings. We'll have some cool data to talk about between rounds. We could take a little break here. Do you have anything else you want to talk about, Chris, before
Yeah,
we
I
go
will
to a
say
short
if
break?
before I just want to plug the YouTube that you have up there. If everybody goes and subscribes to that YouTube channel at StubSub on YouTube, I'm running a giveaway, and I'm going to be giving
Ooh,
away
baby.
a Wrecker Judge promo. I have it right here.
Wrecker Judge promo. Where the Sabines at?
As soon as I hit 500 subscribers on YouTube, I will give away that Wrecker promo to one of those 500 subscribers. So if you're not subscribed to that channel already, go hit that up. And as soon as we hit that 500 mark, we're at 431 last I checked, so we're getting pretty close. And then you might win that. I might also be giving away soon the Judge Ahsoka playmat, which is exclusive to judges, and I'll be giving that out on stream as well. So if you're interested in the Wrecker promo or the Ahsoka playmat, subscribe to that channel.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
All right, well, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back as soon as the next round starts, which shouldn't take too long. Keep hanging out with us. Let your friends know. Go do something else and come back. We're going to be here all day. We're going to be hanging out, like a party stream kind of vibe. That's what I'm going for. I want to be having fun the whole time. Come join us in chat. Come hang out. We'll be back in a little bit. Bye, everyone.
I think the subscriber thing that you put up is upside down and backwards.
I know. I got to fix it.
How is it upside down and backwards?
I don't even know. Fix it. All right. I don't have like Streamlabs, so I'm going to keep working on this while we take our break.
So are we just
Yes.
muted on stream now?
Cool like that. I'll do that.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right? This is the way.
Oh, my mic was muted. All right, we are back, and we have. I'll be updating it in the screen there. Table 1. Let me look it up. They actually didn't post.
Looks like it's a Sabine. I don't know the base yet. Is it Data Vault? Nope, it's ECL.
Yep, and then Kira Data Vault. Love
Round
it.
timer ended.
This is a matchup we will see a lot at any tournament you go to, as these are
Excited for
both very
that.
popular decks.
All right, I'm gonna mute, work on the screen, and get a water. I'll be back.
So I don't know exactly what the who's favored in this matchup.
I think
would
Sabine
think-
is.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the. I think the Kira ECL I think was pretty good in a Sabine. I could be wrong about that, but I think not having ECL really limits like your ability to control the board early in the games.
Yeah, I also think Data Vault comes into play again here. Like, there's certain cards that you want to see in this matchup, especially if they're playing, like, a lot of the Sabine decks are playing Chewy now, which means, like, if they go Chewy piloted thing or something, or just Chewy in general, it turns off a lot of cards in your deck, and you really only have no glory to answer it. And, you know, that's a card that you just need to see in that matchup, so not drawing it because you're playing more cards in your deck could come up.
Yeah, they're also not on like Pershing or anything like that to slow down early ground.
Yeah.
I think you have to hope that you pull the Power of the Dark Side in your opening hand, because if they have initiative and they go space, like you need to just be able to like claim and kill it before they're able to pilot it up. Some of the Sabines have been getting scared off of Chewy though.
Interesting. I don't
Because
know,
of
man.
how
That
much-
card's so good.
It is, but with upgrade hate, it's also just like you just lose the game.
Yeah, that's true. But I think in this matchup, you can just play it as a 5-cost unit. I do that with
Right.
Han.
I think that's the move. Is just to play it out as a good. Like I think in general, like not playing your pilots on ships is pretty strong.
Mhm.
She has Luke. Are those 2 timelies?
Timely is really good in this matchup. Having extra wreckers to ECL is game winning.
He doesn't have a turn 2 though. I think.
Looks like Kira has a super laser tech. Might be a snap keep just because of that.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah. As far as the ramp cards go, you're wanting to see a super laser tech over the resupply in this matchup, right? Like you don't want to just have a turn where you take off.
So I think everything's all set up in the overlay. For everyone listening, this is the Bothan Network running and producing this in coordination with Loopy from Late Night Gaming. You've got myself, Jonathan Fisher, Lego Pizza as the commentators all day long, and guests throughout the day. For this match, you've got Chris Schutz. All right, guys. Good luck.
Yep. Good luck to the players. Looks like the Sabine has a Sabine unit for turn 1. Sabine's masterpiece, a timely, a wrecker. Some good options here. And that's also a K2.
Yeah,
I
he
think you
doesn't
just
have the
put the
turn 1
timely down.
green unit though.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that helps with snowballing, but that's only going to work out if the Kira plays a space unit to ECL into. And I just don't know if you want to ECL in that way in this matchup. I think the best use of ECL is making sure to kill Kira on the flip, which is why K2 I think is like one of the best cards in this matchup.
Playing Sabine into the space arena is an interesting power move.
Yeah, she's flying out there. See the Hylabon, which is probably the best start Kira wants against Sabine, as it can usually trade into 2 units.
Yeah, or forces Sabine to just trade into the Hylabon.
That's true. Yeah, because they'll have the
You don't
Sabine
want
will
to
have
just give him the
initiative.
free kill.
Yeah, either way, you're saving at least 3 damage to base and getting rid of at least 1 unit. We need every player to draw their cards like the Sabine player is, where we get to see everything in their hand.
I try and do that when I'm on stream to tip my hand a little bit to the camera.
Definitely makes our job easier.
Yeah, for those of you in the audience, if you're ever on stream, it doesn't hurt to be able to show the streamers what you got.
So it looks like the Sabine player kept the other Sabine in hand because he probably is going to trade here. Just wonder if that Sabine is going to see the field before the Sabine's masterpiece. Oh, he has to draw a card here. Now he drew a
He still has
Peacekeeper.
a timely in his hand, right? Okay.
Yeah, he does.
Just
I
in
think the
case he had
Peacekeeper is really good. Yeah. Great draw off the bounty claim.
I feel like that's
Doing
one of the
either
better
of
cards
that.
in the deck in this matchup for Sabine. Just being able to clear all the three toughness sentinels.
Yeah. I do. So in that opening hand from Sabine, it looks like they kept the K2 but resourced the Wrecker. I wonder if that's going to bite them in the butt.
I know if I'm playing against Sabine, I want them to resource their wreckers as much as possible.
Yeah, right. It's always the card I fear the most. We getting the Kira flip now? Looks like we are.
Here has so many units that can be punished by wrecker too. It's kind of
Yep,
questioning.
and here's that ECL K2 play that I was talking about. Really helps stabilize against the Kira flip. That way there's no overwhelming barrage target, no way to clean up resources or units.
You also just want your K2 to die immediately,
Yeah.
so it doesn't get no glory.
I actually wonder if you're supposed to always do the damage here, or because they're playing more health, you go for the discard route. I know you don't play any other. Yeah, I know you don't really play any other discard, but you do have like a timely in hand if you draw a Poe, which is what is actually happening here.
Yeah, I'm here, Jonathan.
And yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if that's the 3 damage is gonna come up here.
Especially with Kira only having been on 5 damage on their base at that point, like you wonder how much the 3 damage moves the needle there. But
yeah, so would you have killed the Death Trooper with Sabine and done 1 to base instead of 3 to base? Like how much is the damage on Sabine worth when the Kira player is going to 6 resources?
Ooh,
Yeah.
Barrage. We also have Craw,
Yep.
one of the members of Bothan Network that plays a lot of Kira, joining us in chat to, cover some of the questions about these Kira lines.
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
So Craw, I think the Sabine player was totally supposed to kill that Death Trooper, right?
Probably not.
Probably not.
I wasn't. I literally just sat down on my computer, but yeah, it sounds
Okay.
wrong. I don't think you're supposed. The Kira player is gonna kill Sabine's units. You don't need to like.
Well,
the analogy that's like
got
paying
to-
the trash guy to take out your trash. He already gets paid to do that. You don't have to do it for him.
Well, it's a 2 damage difference, but then there's no units on the side for the Kira player, so there's no OB threatened.
So I'm more of an expert on how to live as Kira rather than what Sabine should be doing.
That's fair.
Sabine usually just needs to not get bogged down.
Well, did Kira flip already?
Yeah, I don't know if Kira's flipped. I'm missing information.
Kira flipped and got ECLK2.
Oh wow. Okay, I was away for a minute. So in that
And I
case,
think
since
that if
Kira
that's
had
the
already
game plan-
flipped, you might be correct to keep the unit off the board. But then you're playing around a card that they have 3 copies of. They don't.
Yeah,
always
but
have
Kira
it.
player, the
I
Kira
thought
player
Kira didn't
only
flip.
the Kira player only goes to 6 that turn with the Death Trooper out. So like they would have to have. There's no ambush threat. They would have to have played a gunship as the only way to remove. But you had 2 units out, and they couldn't kill both. But now with the with the overwhelming barrage play, they got to kill both units. So that was my fear.
It's an interesting board state. This looks like a turn 2 board state, but it's turn 6, turn 5, whatever. Turn 6.
Yeah, I mean these space units are gonna go crazy here.
Yeah, hopefully there's no Chewbacca.
I mean
So
there's
following
a.
up-
Sorry, you can go, Chris.
I was just going to say, following along from our talk about waiting to untap until after you a resource, players should get in the habit of putting markers on their leaders when they're killed.
Yeah. That Hylabon attack was an interesting tell. So he must have Vader Ermal. Yeah, I just saw the Vader. I don't think you're supposed
Oh,
to.
you're behind because you're
Am I?
watching the YouTube stream.
Okay. What should I be watching?
Can we get Craw into the video? You don't have to put your camera on if you don't want, but just so you can see the.
Yep, Craw, go in Discord in the channel we're in and check the comment section, and you'll see a link to video, and you can join that.
All right, we have I think we have 2 timelies, a Poe, and a Wrecker. He's debating which one he wants to do here. He's on 6 resources, so he could timely the Poe, or he could just play a naked Wrecker. I feel like you're supposed to just timely Poe and then next turn timely Wrecker, but
Oh, I see. So not only did I get here late, but I was still late even watching it live.
that's correct. He's choosing to just play the Wrecker here.
You kill the SLT? Vader. Okay. If you
Yes,
kill
he-
SLT, he doesn't have a way to cleanly kill Wrecker.
I think I would have liked the timely Poe, but
Oh, he had Timely Poe? Definitely Timely Poe.
I mean, it doesn't really do much here. Like, you could kill the Vader, but then it just gets cleaned up, and you would have to discard a card from hand, and the only cards in his hand were 2 timelies.
It's a lot
Poe
of
and a
actions
Wrecker.
to clean it up. You need to clean it up in like 1 hit.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna hit you in the face for another 8, and you go to what, 31? That's you can't go to 31.
I think I almost would have just naked played out Poe and then timely record.
Yeah, and then timely Wrecker the following turn. I think that's actually the correct move as well.
You can do that too. I think I have a 0% win rate against Sabines that do that. It's so bad. You see it coming too.
Wait,
You're like,
oh, this feels so bad. Second Vader hoping to get a
Death Trooper or TIE Dagger.
yeah. Well, no, he's doing it before ambush, so it's only Death Trooper.
What he thinks.
He did find it, I think. Oh no, he didn't see
I
it.
don't see it.
You gotta pay those
It
guys
looks like a
really
win to
well
me,
in the
bro.
60 card deck. You gotta like give them bonuses and vacation days and everything.
Yeah, it's a Sentinel. That kind of works,
Not what
but
you
not
wanna
really
see.
because of
Not
No.
really. He
overwhelm.
has overwhelm.
Lethal on board.
Yeah. So he can overwhelm for what 4, and then he's lethal with space.
Yeah, that would put him at 34.
Aura cause, Sabine pings.
Yeah.
Are there vigilances in hand? Not that it probably matters. It could
Well,
matter.
he just spent his resources on the Vader. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
dead.
scooping it up.
Right.
Yeah, that's about what I assume is going to happen. Sabine player didn't get punished for resourcing that early record, but I still feel like it's risky to do that. It's always fine with these like these villain decks that Wrecker's like the best card because it just closes the game out from such high life totals.
Poe's also really good into Kira. Poe messes up a lot of board states.
Looks like they're siding in 2 Chams, 2 heroic sacks.
Like, there's a really common line where you like flip Kira into Sabine and you kill the Sabine. And you've got like just some random unit out, like a Sentinel, and then Poe can ECL kill the Sentinel and kill Kira. It's just the worst.
Mm-hmm. So someone in chat is asking how many attendees are at this PQ. I believe it's 114
Attendees or attendees?
attendees, not how many chicken tendies
How
are
many
at.
chicken fingers are there?
There might,
Possibly more.
Yeah, we don't have confirmation. There could be the same number of attendees as
Yeah,
attendees.
that's true.
That
we get-
is
There could be
possible.
more.
I want
There
on
could
the
be-
ground
it could be more,
recording
there could be
on
less.
chicken finger count.
I mean, I would hope that every attendee gets at least 2 attendees.
It is 114. So, which leader do you guys think is the most represented in the undefeated decks so far after round 1?
Sabine.
Oh, after round 1, I don't know.
It's a tie.
It's gonna be something random.
No, it's a tie. So there's 2 leaders that have 8 undefeated decks each.
Okay, so it's
Sabine
not the
and
Ray.
Kira.
'Cause there's only
It's not the
5 of them.
rare. That's that.
That's right.
I think it's Sabine and Kira.
It's Sabine and Quinnland.
Chris?
I would go with Sabine and Quinnland as just the only 2 decks that might have that many.
It was
represented.
Sabine and Kira. Yep.
No Kira. There's that many Kiras, huh?
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, Kira was winning like every PQ last week, so I think people are like, "Oh, I can play blue green villain again."
And there's
DJ's
3
not around.
3
I'd
leaders
be careful with that, but
with
yeah.
5 undefeated pilots. There's 3 leaders with 5 undefeated pilots. You want to take a crack at that?
One of them is Han, the other's Quinnland, and then the third one, Cad Bane.
No, they're not a. Did
Yep.
Cad? Oh yeah, Cad won.
That's right. No, you nailed it. Yep. So those are the top 5 right now. Kira, Sabine, Cad, Han, and Quinnland.
Was Ian
I mean,
the new meta
that's what I
wizard?
would. Well, I just assume that that's what the top most represented decks would be, and that half of them has to have won one, at least. You know, like a good portion of them won. But to be honest, even if that is half, like, what would the do we know the most percent played at the event, regardless of undefeated or not?
Yeah,
Just
not
like-
yet. Working on that kind of stuff.
Okay. I would assume that it is very similar to the percent of undefeateds currently, since we're only 1 rounded.
Yeah, I doubt any deck was more than 8.
Yeah, it's such a crazy meta right now, guys. I really think that it is the most open the meta has ever been, despite like decks performing every week or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, when at Richmond, I played on day 1. I played, I think 7 different decks, something like that. I played 7 different decks, and they were all different archetypes represented. It was really cool.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Data ball. Ian, do you
so-
like that card?
No, I hate Data Vault. So Sabine ECL won game 1, Barry. We are going into game 2.
So top targets come in plus maybe
I think
takedown or something.
we see A-Wing Chewie start possibly from the Sabine player. See, I think a handful of events from Kira.
Okay, is
think
one of
it's
them Power of the
literally
Dark Side?
I think it's literally 6 events.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there power in there?
6 events. This can be one of your best hands if you've got running removal. He either needs power, a TIE fighter on the play, or like ramp plus traitorous or confiscate, or Chewie will kill him. Is that an OB? OB's like okay, also I guess. Not really though, because you'll flip Kira and she'll die. Is it ECL? Okay, good luck, Kira. Hope you have one of those lines I said.
Kira claims, and we see A-Wing ping.
Yeah. We need
Okay,
power.
show me power.
Barry says, "Boo, let's go, Kira." I mean, the only thing I hate more than control decks is Sabine, so he does have the power.
Soft control, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't even know if you would say that about this Kira deck. They play 3 Super
Yeah.
Laser Blasts.
I don't think the DV deck is soft control anymore.
I don't know. I think you have to interact with leaders with Kira, or not leaders, units.
Yeah, you could play units, but like I think if you're playing 3 Super Laser Blast, you are in the hard control mode. I feel like with the Data Vault deck, there's less games where you're just like overwhelming with your own units. You still play a lot of units. You're playing Vaders, which means you need to have a decent amount of early game drops. As we saw, extra cards that were added, like the 10 extra cards, were all events though.
You did get an extra blast. That is true. Although early iterations ran 2, so Super
Some
Laser Blast
Kiras
isn't
never
new.
played Blast.
Well, they never won anything, did they? Just
That's not
kidding. I
true.
don't know. I don't know. Did he resource the Chewie, or did he give up on that plan?
Oh, we got someone in chat saying that he won a local showdown today with Kira 30 HP, never needed 33, and any trouble was due to not getting late ramp and OB. Kira for me is ramp and OB. 33 would have made it way less consistent. I agree with you, Whiskey Jack ZA. And congrats on your showdown win. Try to find a use for those Devastators.
I like the cost on that Devastator is just invisible.
Yeah. All right, so Kira is in some trouble right now. Already 13 damage on base.
Is this 5 resources?
Yep.
No, yeah.
Yeah, 13's too much for 5.
Well, I think he's going to 6.
Going to 6. It's not great,
Chose
but
not
it's better.
chose not to flip Kira, or did Kira die? No, Kira died to the record or to the ECL K2 again. We're getting
I was gonna say
a takedown onto the Sabine.
Which is it's good because I think if a Dark Saber came down or something, that it would just be game over.
It would be without Kira leader to flip into it. Yeah, it would be. Just is he gonna slam the Chew? I guess he doesn't have Chewbacca. No, he could.
Entrenched would be really good right now.
Entrench?
Surprised he didn't just go for the wing leader there.
Does this Kira have an entrench?
No, I'm saying it would be good.
Oh.
We're about to see a wing leader.
It could be good. It's off meta though.
I think you played the Sabine unit first, to like see if he claims, because if he does have the entrenched after you play the wing leader, it feels bad. But now he has options.
I don't think you're supposed to play around Kira having entrenched. I've never seen a Kira list that has entrenched in it. And I comb through Kira lists. I've never seen it in one. There's like 15 Kira lists on SWODB or whatever the competitive hub.
He also
None of
has
them have
a bow in his
entrenched.
hand, so I wouldn't even be that worried about entrenched.
Yeah, I mean, this is
Resource
just like
2-8 then.
this is just an overwhelming presence here. I don't know how the Kira player comes back. 3 units, 19 damage on base. You're going to 7 resources.
You can Vader into a Sentinel and like running Vigilances into a Walker.
And hope the Sabine doesn't have a timely to wreck you.
It doesn't play any units while you're doing all that.
Yeah. Okay, step 1 of Crawl's plan.
Vader.
Yeah, the downside of having all events is it's hard to deal with more than 1 unit a turn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Until you get to a million resources, right? Because then you can play 2 things. But
Did you know that the Lil stats show that Kira had a 60% win rate over Sabine?
that's crazy to me. But
Those were European Sabines, though. Don't we
yeah.
already know that?
And European control players, who that's all they do.
How many of those were Sabine data vaults?
Bunch
Okay,
of
if there's
haters
not
in
a-
here.
If there's not a single Pike Sentinel, it's an F.
There
Good
isn't.
try, but it's an F.
I think he's gonna get
He's gonna get run over then.
he's gonna get the spaceship. Oh no, he has a death trooper. Doesn't really do anything.
You
That
gotta
Trooper
get
doesn't
the-
move the needle here, though.
Yeah, he has Hylabon and Inferno 4. I think is the only thing he's gonna be able to really do.
Oh, I don't know. I'd just be thinking about what's I'm getting for lunch.
He's going with the death trooper. I mean, you ambush into the Sabine.
Yes, do that so Sabine doesn't pre-kill the Death Trooper.
Also, in case it becomes invulnerable at some point, you also take less damage from Vader. But what is this? So if he plays any unit before the Sabine Masterpiece, any red unit, he gets the ping off the Death Trooper. At a minimum, Kira's going to 25, and if there's a colored unit, it could be more.
Just play the Poe.
I was gonna say if we
Oh,
have
you
a
got a
wrecker,
wrecker? Lol. Is that his third wrecker?
Oh, this is a different game. He hasn't played a wrecker yet.
Yeah, you're allowed to
Yes.
play more than 3 across the match.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Are you guys in normal size decks? You can like draw cards consistently, or what's going on there?
It's not a cumulative limit on how.
Oh,
many.
interesting that he chose to do the damage from the Masterpiece to base instead of pinging off the Death Trooper. I guess he's just in such a position where he just wants to put the Kira into some
No,
sort of
I
check.
like
Well,
that.
he's wrecker.
I like that because
Yeah,
Kira's
but the
going
wrecker-
to 8.
The wreckers
Yeah.
check anyways, though.
Kira's
Yeah.
going to 8 though. Super Laser Blast can clean out the entire board, and he got himself 1 more damage. And I don't think that Death Trooper is doing anything.
Yeah, he did not draw it though. We see
then-
2 overwhelming barrages.
Then he has died.
We see a Vader, the ATRT, 2 OBs, I think a No Glory, and something else. Oh, Traitorous.
He can get some attendees. It's okay. Sabine just runs over people, including Kira.
Someone's asking what's a bad matchup for Kira Data Vault, wondering how to counter it with the deck. The answer is Sabine.
It is
In my
Sabine
opinion.
asterisk mark. There is debate on inner circles.
In a healthy meta, Sabine should be able to beat Kira, right?
Ooh, looks like we got Kyle Kraft in chat. Love seeing the Colorado Cantina crew hanging out. Unfortunately, his baby Kira is not doing too hot right now, and we see Vader staring down a board that seems impossible to deal with. Does somewhat deal with it, but they're still just lethal on board.
Guys, what's the match at? Somebody won a game, right?
Yeah, Sabine won
Sabine
game
won
one.
game 1.
All right, I'll adjust that.
So I mean, I think it's about to just be over, unfortunately.
For getting me in, though. They're like, hey, Kira, come watch your deck. Or Kronk, come watch your deck get absolutely crushed. So I didn't see a single top target, which would have been lovely. I didn't see any vigilances, which would have been lovely. We did have the power turn 2, which was important.
Vigilance for 6 seems difficult to play against Sabine.
I mean, but
I
you have to. You have to. Or they'll burn you out. Like maybe you don't do it on 6, but He never had it in his hand. You do need the card, unless you have like top targets or something.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, we didn't see any top targets drawn.
the way it normally
Again, I
works
think
is
one of the things that I think people don't realize with Data Vault is it actually makes sideboarding way worse. Because you have 10 extra cards in your main deck. When you're sideboarding cards in, those cards are less likely to be impactful. I almost feel like you can't play 2-ofs or 1-ofs in your sideboard as the Data Vault deck. You have to play 3-ofs.
You're also usually riding the line of ratios in your deck pretty close. And every time you're sideboarding, if you're not like consciously thinking about how your ratios are changing, you're possibly screwing up your draws even worse than they already are.
one of the ways I like sideboarding for Sabine is I like having a takedown at 3 top targets. Takedowning Sabine on her flip turn is good.
All I'm
Because-
saying is we've had 2 rounds so far, and the Data Vault deck has lost both.
Lucky. One day, Data Vault will get a tournament win.
And I would like them to have one more week of success before I can sell my my hyperspace foil data vaults.
How much are they worth now, Chris?
You mean the one that's stapled onto Craw's wall?
It is. I'm looking at it right now.
He
It
got in
literally
on-
came out of Chris's trade binder because I left mine at the hotel at Richmond.
I don't know. I think
See.
in Denver and Richmond and I don't know. The statistics were still showing that Data Vault decks were doing well. And I'm curious if like the bandwagon effect is having players that just aren't as ready for it, haven't put the time in yet. They're just playing a Data Vault deck, are like bringing down how well those decks are doing. I don't know yet.
Okay. So the thing
last
about
few data
Kira,
vaults sold for $35.
Data Vault doesn't really hurt Kira that much, right? Because you're like, oh, you draw OBs less. Okay, yeah, sure. But if you draw a devastating gunship, very similar. Kira can go kill one unit, devastating ship will get the other. Sure,
I think
OB's
the
better.
big thing though is that if you're a Super Laser Blast deck, you don't have really good extra copies of that card. The best
What do
thing
you
that you
mean?
have is Nebula Ignition. Like redundancy. You don't have redundancy for Super Laser Blast. That card is unique.
I
in
think
terms
that's kind of
Nebulas.
no. I don't think that's true because the Kira when it ran 30 had 2 blasts, and Kira with 10 more cards is now running 3 blasts. So I think you're actually more likely to see Super Laser Blast now than you were before.
mean-
Yeah, Kira's never really ran 3 of those. Not that I can recall.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
I think you
I'm
still
not
wanna see
I'm not swayed.
I think you want to see resupply and super laser tech on turn 2 a lot of the time, and you're going to do that less often with 60 cards in your deck.
Jonathan, we're getting some reports from chat.
Yeah,
that,
I see that.
Some audio issues. Some of them have us very quiet. The other one says cutting out repeatedly. Not sure how we're fixing that, but hopefully we get that figured out.
Yeah, I mean, in my streaming, I turned it up a little bit. I mean, I see our levels. It looks like it's working. Jason, what do you mean cutting out repeatedly? Has anyone else seen it cut out repeatedly? Yeah, I don't
Trevor
know.
says it's fine, so let's just believe Trevor.
Where's Late
Okay.
Night Gaming base?
Thanks, Trevor.
By the way,
Well, Loopy's definitely up north somewhere. What state is Loopy in?
up north somewhere.
Well, he's in Chicago right now, isn't he?
Yeah,
in
I
Chicago.
think it's 2 hours away from this event.
He
he's
lives in
that
Wisconsin.
region. Okay, yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
Is he a local to Ryan?
How could you not know that? Loopy is like the most Wisconsinite guy I've ever met.
Does he own cows?
All right, a
He's
bunch
got
of other
some
people are
fun
saying that there
ideas.
is no audio issues, so I think it might be localized to the people who.
Okay. Well,
Someone
turn-
said I refreshed and it cleaned it up.
Yeah, I turned it up a little bit, so if it's too loud, let me know. No, maybe it's worse for everyone else now. So
Yeah,
we
you don't wanna
are.
chase it.
Ian and I are from across the network. If you're not aware of our podcast, this is a Bothan Network podcast. We come out weekly to bi-weekly, somewhere around there. Our last episode, we talked about George hunting down the Vader showcase in Richmond. Craw, who's with us now, was on the episode. He got 15th with Kira, and Mephisto made top cut. So we had 5 of us on this last episode. We're 9 episodes in. We got another one in the can, ready to go. So come check us out. We're at 206 subscribers. This is my first time producing a stream like this. Loopy has said that he's the only one that can produce. He doesn't have a lot of people that can do this. So come subscribe to our channel if you like what you're seeing today. Hang out with us all day. I really do need to get the subs up somewhere where my wife is a little happy that at least something's coming in and it's worth me spending the time doing this. So if you like this and you're enjoying this stream, go to Across the Network, subscribe to us. I'll be checking it out throughout the day and updating this number. Let's see if we can get to 500. I don't think we can today, but I'm still going to put it up there and, see what we can do.
Tell you what, Jonathan, I will subscribe.
Oh, thank you so much. And I'm disappointed
The
to
fact
hear
that you haven't yet.
Right. Yeah.
I only subscribe to people who talk about me, and I was on there, so.
He was waiting for the podcast to be posted that he was
Yeah,
on before he subscribed.
Oh, now I'll subscribe. You brought me on the podcast. Yeah. And, each of these rounds, we're going to have different guests that are members of the Bothan Network. Maybe some folks that aren't. Round 1, round 2, Chris joined us. Chris, you talked about it a little bit after round 1. People can find you at Stubbs Hub and on Patreon at Stubbs Hub. Why should people care? What are they going to get if they come hang out with you?
Well, number one, you're going to support me, which I think is very important because I'm a nice guy. But they're going to get access to a lot of exclusive content. You're going to get access to deck lists that are updated daily, exclusive articles and deck techs, very personalized content where I have people request video of certain matchups, things like that. But I think the biggest draw is that we have a private Patreon channel that everybody is in, and I think that there's like some really good discussion, and we really dig deep into some of these decks that I'm playing, and a lot of my card choices come out of the discussions that we're having on those channels. So especially if you play
Right.
any of the same decks that I play, you might be interested in some of that discussion.
I've heard
Yeah, it's
if someone has a Ray playmat that you're offering 12 1-hour sessions of free coaching in exchange for a Ray playmat. Someone posted that in Discord. Is that true?
That's not accurate. I don't know where that rumor got started exactly, but I do offer
have several
coaching as
Ray
well.
playmats.
Yeah, do
I
you
do
do
offer
coaching?
through Patreon. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that some of the people that I've coached have gone on to have a lot of success. I do coaching for all sorts of skill levels, whether you're a relative beginner, whether you're a type of player who goes to tournaments and you're having a lot of O3 drops at events. We can get those numbers up, all the way to people who were already successful but couldn't quite go from being making top cuts to actually winning events. And I think everybody I've coached has at least like gone up one level, so I think it's been really satisfying to see how successful people have been after those sessions.
Yeah, it's great, man.
Yeah, whether you're trying to go from 0-3 to 3-3, or whether you're trying to go from 3-3 to 5-2 or something like that, or going from 5-2 to first place, we can cater the coaching to you.
I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that I hadn't won a PQ until I joined your Patreon. I'm just saying.
That is true. That is very true. I do claim all of Ian's success as being a Patreon member.
Yeah, I mean, I think I joined maybe like a couple weeks before, and then, I won 2 PQs back to back. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's undeniable.
Yeah, I mean, that is evidence. That's empirical evidence. You can't argue with that.
There's so many resources in there. It was just super helpful. So,
I
mean, me and Chris worked on that Han deck, so there actually is some truth here.
if for no other reason, just the encouragement. We all just like gas each other up in there. Sometimes that's all you need.
Coaching's an interesting topic to me. Like, I love playing StarCraft 2. I know it's very different from this, but when I want to get better at it, I'll pick like one thing. Like, I want to make sure my worker count is high, or I want to make sure I'm like hitting this perfectly 10 games in a row or something. And sometimes it's hard to know what to even think about or which parts of your game to work on. I think coaches like can come in and take a look at your game in sports and in all kinds of areas and help you like figure out where to direct your energy.
Yeah, because I think that sometimes as a player, whether it's card game or video game or like you said sports or anything, like you gotta be able to watch the tape. Like you see baseball players and they have an at bat. As soon as that at bat's over, whether they hit a home run or they strike out, they're going back into the dugout and they're pulling out an iPad and looking at the at bat to watch and see exactly what happened, to see if they, what they could have done differently, how to like, you just have to be able to have that sort of feedback, and being able to be in a coaching session where um, someone can sort of critically look at like what you're doing from the outside, and having like a third party be able to give you feedback on stuff you could do different is very valuable. Even for people like Ian or me or Jonathan, who are really have had success at the game, I think still like having other people like poke at what you're doing and sort of question what you're doing and sort of make you re-examine your choices, I think is really valuable. That's one of the things I like about streaming, is that I have like instant feedback from entire chat room of people that are telling me all the things that I did wrong.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think honestly, the coach also learns a lot. Like,
Absolutely.
I know that when I was like tutoring in college and stuff, like it reinforced the learning techniques. Like I knew what I was talking about, but having to teach someone the strategy or whatever in a game reinforces it in your own mind, and you're less likely to make silly mistakes.
Yeah, it forces you to actually like think about stuff that you might do instinctively,
Yeah.
and like actually have to like reason out like why you do the things the way that you do, because you might
Yeah.
like just inherently realize like, oh, okay, I'm supposed to do like such and such on this turn, or I want to approach a matchup a certain way, but until you have to actually explain it to another person, it forces you to like really examine like why you do things that way, and not just like, oh, that's just how I do.
That's the college thing. The personal story here. I flunked out of college twice, like partying, gaming, etc. And I went back to school. I didn't graduate till I was 32. That's when I actually graduated from university. And my secret was teaching people. I ran study groups. I ran study sessions. I got involved in tutoring. I was like a lab assistant. I was a calculus assistant, chemistry assistant, physics. And I ran my own study groups. Like I had 50 people show up to one of my final study group. People brought pizza, they brought drinks, they brought, like, we had been doing it throughout the semester, and they knew, oh, I need to go to Jonathan's study group because this is going to help me ace the test. And it just puts you in a different mindset to be able to communicate the ideas and the things that you're trying to learn. You have to think about it differently. You have to construct it differently. You have to think about how other people are going to take it in and how you can deliver it in a meaningful way for them to understand it. And it forces you to take that new perspective that you might not have done otherwise. I mean, we're like lazy humans to like put us in those situations. Really. And for me, that was my secret for success, and it's changed my life.
And I think just to bring it to like, some people aren't part of testing teams like the Bothan Network, where they are able to like have their teammates watch their games and critique their choices, or they might not have access to like coaching. But I think that a way that you can sort of mimic that feedback is by recording your games. There, if you're screen recording, even if you're just playing on like Petronaki or something like that, record your matches and just like have one of your friends watch the video and try and like get feedback on why you lost or things you could have done differently, and you can sort of replicate some of what we do with coaching.
Yeah, for sure.
Or even if you're
real
just doing
quick.
it yourself. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, finish your thought.
No, I'm just saying, like, even if you're not having somebody else watch your video and give you feedback, if you just watch your own video and sort of watch it, you might start noticing mistakes that you're making, because you're not like in the heat of the moment, and you can go back and sort of rationally look at everything you're doing.
Yeah, for sure. Jonathan, real quick, can we get some more graphics here while we're like on break? waiting in between rounds that just kind of says like
Yes, we
waiting
can.
on rounds to go to round 3, and that we're covering the Chicago PQ.
I just added that to the corner of my messy thing here.
Awesome. The other thing too is that I messaged Loopy, but it looked like someone bumped the camera, so we might at the beginning of round 3 might need someone to fix that.
You got a sandbag on that thing.
Yeah, we'll have to fix that. Let me also show you some statistics.
Ooh, I love
statistics. I would love statistics.
I'm gonna bring this to the top, so it's just gonna cover our beautiful faces. All right, for this tournament, this is our overall leader count right now. I need to go see what this empty one is. So my thing's having trouble parsing something. I don't know what. But Sabine Wren is the most represented leader, and then Kira, Cad Bane, so on. So what do you guys think about this representation here?
I can't see it on my end yet.
I think it looks to be. I think that's pretty much representative of like the worldwide meta right now, as far as the representation numbers. I don't see anything that seems like an outlier that's more common here than it is. Like if you look at like I follow like SWOOStats like deck statistics a lot, and look at like the most like the top 10 like most popular decks, and this looks pretty much to track with that.
Yeah. Is it on the stream now? Because maybe I'm behind on the.
Yeah,
the
I would say
actual-
the
there we
only
go.
one. The only one that looks like it's lower representation than what I see
I see it now.
online is Gar Saxon. I think Gar is a lot more popular online than it appears to be at this tournament. It looks like there's only maybe 3 Gars here.
Yeah.
I think that it's actually the number of Sabines is actually quite astounding to me here. Because it's what 18 or 19 Sabines, and that's more than double everything besides Kira. I'm actually
here's
surprised
the raw
it's
numbers.
so lopsided.
It's going to switch to the raw numbers, and this only covers Chris's face, which seems optimal.
Yeah, this is super interesting to me. So there's like 6 Han worth the risk, 6 Han. So 6 Han 1, 6 Han 2, 6 Anakin. Quinnland's at 7, Cad's at 8.
Piet, and these ones are interesting. Where is Piet? Oh, Piet. I don't like Piet. It keeps losing. Why are we playing Piet?
Yeah, out of the blue-green villain options, it has the lowest win rate, I think.
Yeah.
It's interesting. The main difference between this event and the regionals and sectors is we do not have the incentive of a Luke showcase, which is driving down the Luke Skywalker faithful friend number.
Right.
Yeah, there's also no Vader 1s. It's just Vader 4. With I love seeing Vader 4 at 5 though. I think that deck is sneaky good, and I think it actually has like one of the more lopsided matchups in terms of like 80-20s, where like most of the decks right now don't really have like an 80-20 matchup anymore. And I think that if you can find a meta where you can leverage like those 80-20 matchups, because it's like the top 5 decks or whatever are your 80-20s, like that deck could see a huge rise. Like I think it's really good into Sabine. So
yeah, I think that it does a lot of things. It's the kind of deck that if it's a deck check deck. Like if you're not built to be able to beat it, you will just flat lose immediately.
And while it's still underplayed right now, I think that people aren't sideboarding for it yet, which is helping, right? So that is one of the decks that you can sideboard heavily to make your matchup better, but people aren't main decking for it. People really aren't sideboarding for it. Like maybe they have some stuff, but that's a deck that's just sneaky good in my opinion. And I think we're going to see more of it over the course of this season.
I think it has the advantage of sort of attacking on a different axis than most other popular decks. So it makes it difficult, like in deck building, to like bring in answers for just that one deck. Like you were saying, like it's I don't know what meta share Vader 4 would have to have before you actually are able to like have more than like a couple token deck slots to fighting it.
Yeah,
It is
no,
interesting.
agreed.
In Richmond, the leader per shift they doubled. Like the percentage of players playing Vader, Victor Squadron Leader, on day 1, and then day 2 doubled in percentage, which is it was a very small sample size, but it's it still indicates success.
It was 2 people. It was 2 people.
Yeah,
So
it's like such a small number. So I was like, can you really read into that? But it's so hard to get day 2. Like they still did it.
Yeah,
that's still impressive.
But I think it's like what I was saying is like it attacks on a different axis. It's
right.
If you don't have the answers to the Vader flip, you're just gonna lose. Like a lot of decks aren't built to be able to handle, 7 ships on like turn 3 in space. Like just
Well, that's the thing. It's like I don't even know if the Vader flip is even like the part that makes it so good into certain decks. Like I think just swarming in space is like really good against certain decks, and also it is probably the best shuttle deck, the 3-drop capture card. Like that's such an easy, clean answer to piloted ships, and you get to just easily get it out because you can play double 1-drop turn 1 against the Han decks. The Han player is going to activate to play a 3-cost, so then you get to, if you get initiative, because you started with initiative, you get to just immediately play the shuttle and capture it. Or if you don't have initiative and they pilot it up, you get to just respond by capturing it with the shuttle. So it's super interesting. I think that's also one of the reasons why it's pretty good against Sabine, is that you just kind of overwhelm in space and then use the capture to grab it.
It also has it's a great overwhelming barrage platform.
Yeah, that is true.
Like, that deck is just like probably the best OB deck. I think almost better than Kira.
We have some
blowouts because you
comments. Oh, sorry. Go
the clone transport, being able to OB off of that, like it's just you're just.
Oh yeah, it's the perfect 4-cost. Yeah, it's the perfect 4-cost thing, because it's gonna be like a 6/6 usually. I also think that Victor Leader is best in that deck. Like I don't know if you can play Victor Leader outside of that deck, but just with all the tokens, making them 2/2s is really nice. Though I did see a very funny play. So Craw was playing at a showdown against that deck, and I think he OB'd, dealt 1 damage to all of the tokens because a Victor Leader was out, and then the following turn he traitors the Victor Leader.
No, what happened was he played a Victor Leader, and I flipped Kira.
Oh, that's what it was.
everything had
Kira
2 health,
flipped into traitors.
and then I traitors the Victor Leader, and his whole board died, and I got the Victor Leader.
Whoa, that's awesome.
Yeah, don't do that to Kira. Don't do that to Kira. Also, Kira can just beat Vader. Also, like Obi actually just kind of beats that deck.
Yeah, it's a good tool.
Yeah, that is true. That deck itself is weak to OB, which is funny. But
which is kind of hard to run in other decks right now, so that's pretty good for Kira. There are some questions about Raid Data Vault. Wasn't that you, Craw, asking? There's 5 Rays and they're all on Data Vault.
Yeah, bro. Why aren't people on Raid Data Vault? It's so good into the meta. It's so good into the meta. You guys are crazy. Go play Raid Data Vault.
One of my Patreon subscribers just won a PQ in Australia yesterday with Raid Data Vault.
Oh, that's awesome.
We got 6 matches left in the round. We've gone from 200 subscribers today to 212 on Across the Network. We are Across the Network, myself and Lego Pizza. We put out a weekly to bi-weekly podcast. We bring Bothans, we bring people from the best teams in the game to talk about SWU. Come check us out. If you like what you're seeing, if you like what we're doing here, doing some production, bringing people on to cover big events like this, come subscribe to the channel to let us know and encourage us to keep doing it. That is gonna keep this stuff coming. So come like and subscribe, tell your friends, get involved. That is a signal to us that you like what we're doing and you want to see more of it.
Yeah, it's been fun, man. This is cool. I've done some commentary in the past, but I haven't commentated across a whole tournament, so I'm excited to see how how well I can stay awake and
Yeah,
focused
we'll
on
come back and check in with you in 6
Yeah.
hours.
that.
That's-
2 rounds done. 5 more in Swiss plus a top cut. Let's go.
It just keeps going. I mean, you know, it's fun. It's great.
Yeah. I don't know how Chris Hansen does it. This is going back to my original red zone joke at the beginning of 7 hours of commercial-free SWU.
All right, so that's Ian's one bad joke of the day. He's actually got 2 more, to be honest. They'll,
All right.
they'll come.
I thought you were
And-
talking about a different Chris Hansen. I'm an Andrew Siciliano.
No,
head,
no,
so
no,
I
no.
didn't
He
know you
said
were
Data
talking
Vault
about-
was a bad card. He's
That
on
was
the
another
second
bad
desk now.
joke. We're going to take a little break. I'm going to get myself set up for next round. Chris, anything before you check out? I know this was your 2 rounds you're going to cover with us today.
No, I just I had a blast. I loved mixing it up with you guys. If anybody wants to go and subscribe to my channel, I would love it. It helps out a lot, as Jonathan was just talking about. But other than that, I'll see you next week when you guys come and hang out in my stream chat.
Let's
All
go.
right. It's going to be
Thanks,
a
buddy.
short break. We'll be right back.
Later.
Um, let's. Should we let them know? I guess I could just change the text on screen.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
All right, we're back. We are in round 3. I'll update the overlay. We did have a laptop issue where the power was failing on the laptop we were using. Looks like we found a backup on site. I'll need to readjust the camera for the overlay, etc. But we have with us Jeff Creasy hanging out and doing some commentary with Lego Pizza. Take it away, guys.
What up? What up? So we have Sabine ECL versus a Vader, I believe yellow. Vader 4 yellow.
Yeah, it looks yellow. I'm excited. This Vader pilot deck's pretty fun. It's way more resilient than I thought it would be at first glance, so it's pretty exciting to see on stream.
Yeah, agreed. Though I am curious what his ground unit is.
Something with at least 3 health.
That is true. Yeah, I think Sabine's actually like the control in this matchup, which is super interesting. If they can be, at least.
Well, it's tough to say because if you can't control space, then you don't have much of a choice, right? Like you just have to try to race them if you don't have if you don't have the ECL masterpiece play, if you don't have something that can kill this victor leader, then how can you even be the control?
Oh, this is Vader Red. That was actually Captain Tarkin
Oh,
from
yeah,
set
Vader
4.
Red. Interesting.
So his units were actually getting +2 power from both Victor Leader and then the Captain Tarkin. Super interesting here. Though Sabine is doing a decent amount of damage right now.
Wait, did you guys see it's Sabine Tarkin Town?
Oh, it's Sabine Tarkin Town too?
Yeah, in Melee, it's covered up by the dial.
It's hard to see the bases with the life tiles.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So, okay, so it's Sabine Tarkin Town versus Vader 4 Red.
Is that a red 5 that got played in space? I can't.
I believe so.
OP art.
I believe that is a red 5. It could also be the promo red 3 from the VIP packages. And I think that's also a Cantina Braggart.
Yeah, definitely a Cantina Braggart. So that's the one where on attack you can give a red unit, or sorry, if you have a red unit, it gets raid 2. And he has a Fighters for Freedom, an R2.
Oh no, I think that's Benthic 2 tubes. Which is on attack, give another red unit raid 2 for the turn.
2/2 on attack. Sorry guys, we're trying to figure out the board state while you guys are. We just got the camera turned on too. Yeah, definitely Benny 2 tubes. So when it attacks, you can give a red unit raid 2 for the phase. Fighters for Freedom. Looks like a BB-8, and Sabine leader deployed with 2 damage on it.
I think that's a set 1 R2.
Is it?
It looks like set 1 R2. It's definitely a 1/4 droid. I think we're getting a Vader pilot out of the Vader pilot deck. Oh no, we're getting an open fire. Yeah, just keep the space arena clear so that your Victor leader can survive as long as possible. Makes sense.
And then Vader flips next turn, and if you can get to flip Vader, then I think you're feeling pretty good about this.
Benny 2 tubes getting in, giving the Fighters for Freedom +2.
And it's 30 HP for the Vader, by the way.
Makes sense.
Sabine has 9 more damage on the ground this turn to get him up to 21, with not counting any other cards from hand.
Yeah, but this Tarkin Town deck is also getting up there in damage. Only 9 health remaining. Going to be 2 more damage to base 2 as well, so there'll be 7 health remaining. Which is enough for Vader flip into attack for lethal. Yeah, that is definitely set 1 R2. He just scryed. And what is this? Is that Hunting Aggressor? No, it's a 2-drop. I think it's the red ship that untaps if your opponent has more space units.
Yes, the 2/3, the first order, I believe.
Yeah, it's a first order card for sure. Okay, 4 resources for aggression. Oh, untap the raid. Oh, and kill the Victor leader. This is probably lethal because it's 1 damage from. Yeah, 1 damage from the Fighters for Freedom, and then another 5. It'll put Vader to 28.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, Vader has lethal in 2 actions, but that aggression lets Sabine have lethal in 1 next turn.
yeah, and I don't think there's any pump spells or pump events for the Vader deck as he's playing green-red. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so game 1 is going to Sabine.
Aggression showing that's still a good card. I think that a lot of people are pretty high on it coming into this set because of all the pilots. You can destroy up to 2 upgrades. Double red hasn't really seen that much prominence this set, but I do think aggression's still in a good spot, still a good card.
Yeah, I mean, with Sabine leader being on the back of it, you're still super fast. You have a lot of good one drops like Benny Two Tubes, Mr. Bones, things like that
I
that you
love
can
Mr.
kind of
Bones,
swarm, swarm the board. So super interesting.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, myself included, tried to gravitate towards something like a Luke Red when the set was first being released, but it's so hard to have a mono red aggressive deck that has a 6 deploy leader. So I think going back to something like a Sabine makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, I think I got everything up to date. We got Sabine, which is piloted by Xavier, being up 1-0.
You might want to move that graphic for Xavier's up 1-0 a little bit to the left. Oh, there you go. You already did it. Yeah, this will be interesting to see if there's some sideboard cards for each player. I mean, these are pretty roguish lists in terms of meta share, so not really sure what the Sabine player has for their sideboard or the Vader deck, as I'm mostly familiar with the yellow version.
Yeah. And I would think with the yellow version, you should be able to race Sabine, but with red, if you're trying to rely on things like Tarkin, where you're spending your turn 3 play to try to buff other things, I feel like that could slow it down a little bit, where maybe you can't race anymore. I'm not 100% sure though.
Yeah, it also puts it in an arena that you don't necessarily want a unit in, because one of the best things that the Vader deck gets to do is dodge a lot of the ECL targets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've had the same problem throughout the game's history with I always want to try to make Wedge Antilles work, the 5-drop one from set 1, and it's always hard because you want to play all these space units and then you have this unit on the ground, and it's always easy for the opponent to kill Wedge if he's your only unit on the ground, and Tarkin kind of suffers from a similar thing where you need to sprinkle in some ground vehicles to kind of protect, whether it's Tarkin, whether it's New Yularen, or any of those ground units that buff vehicles. They can be tough to work if you're not ground heavy and try to play them.
Yeah, agreed. All right, looks like the players are presenting their decks.
You guys expect the same thing again here? Or do you think there's some tools that this Vader could draw into in this next game?
It's hard to say. That tools exist, but without knowing the list and the sideboard options, it's kind of tough to say. There are definitely fewer options in red than there are in yellow villain to slow down an aggro deck. You don't get things like No Good to Me Dead. You don't get things like Waylay as potential deck building options. So I'm curious if the Vader deck, we saw one open fire in game 1, so I'm curious if they're gonna side into more disruption on the ground, or if they're gonna try to go faster. I would imagine they want a little bit more disruption.
Yeah, I mean, I think the normal Sabine lists, I mean, even in this one, I'm assuming he's playing Poe, and a lot of times they'll just play a naked Poe on 5 resources against the Vader decks to threaten attack with Poe to destroy the Vader pilot when it flips. And Waylay is really good at stopping that play line, but without having that, you don't have many tools that will be able to neutralize the Poe before it gets to attack, since red is not really good at dealing with 6 HP, and you kind of just have to have a 4-power unit with overwhelming barrage to deal with it at that point.
Yeah, I would expect we might see some force strokes, which are good to deal with Sabine Leader, but I would guess this Sabine is not on Darksaber, so Sabine Leader isn't as big of an issue as it is in other decks.
We see a barrage in their hand, so I think if you're the Vader player, you're trying to play completely into that line, like set yourself up for it.
Yeah, he's got a Victor Leader and I think a Kajimi Patrollers, though he resourced the Victor Leader. I think he had 2. It's not the Kajimi Patrollers, it's the 2/1 that gets raid 1 if you have a token. Yeah. And he's got the
first action.
It is nice with the red deck. You get the 1 cost 2/2 space unit that gets damaged if you don't control another fighter, but it's just more turn 1 good 1 drops for the Vader deck.
I believe that's a Mr. Bones.
Yeah, I believe you were correct. And then a Spec 4 Soldier.
Yeah, ground arena's a little glary. We tried shifting it over. The lighting in the venue is what it is.
Yeah, so if people aren't familiar, Mr. Bones, because he's a less played card, he's double red, and it's a 3/1. And on attack, if you have no cards in your hand, you get to deal 3 damage to a ground unit. So it's really interesting in these mono red aggressive decks where it can really hold leaders hostage. It's pretty interesting. You can threaten to attack leaders for 6 with your 1 drop if you play out your cards first.
Yeah, it's really hard to get Hellbent or no cards in hand, which is when you draw 2 cards a turn, because even if you start your turn or end your turn with no cards in hand, you draw up to 2 and can only resource 1.
Yeah.
So you usually have to play something first, which makes it hard to be able to like 1 action do the 3+3, but looks like we're getting the Victor Leader.
Both players are okay with just ignore each other and race again, which Sabine won in the first round or the first game.
Yeah, I do think though that it's kind of just going to be relying on if there's a opportunity for the Sabine player to Tarkin down this Victor Leader, because the Victor Leader presents a lot of damage.
Yeah, well, I saw an 8-cost Devastator in hand, so this Vader red deck is trying to go a little bit bigger, it would seem, than a lot of the Vader yellows that we've been seeing. And we're still a turn away from an overwhelming barrage being able to do anything. Mr. Bones does just have 1 health, so
looks like we're getting a daring raid. 1 damage to base from the fighters from Freedom. Yeah, I think you just get in with your Victor Leader at this point. Unless he has a pilot that gives
damage
a lot. If he had a red Vader pilot, this would actually be a really sick play.
Yeah, I mean, any pilot that gives 2 health would be acceptable, but it doesn't look like he has 1.
You see the Tarkin Town.
It's also interesting. I'm not sure exactly what he had in hand, but I think another thing you could potentially do in this matchup is keep your second Victor Leader in hand, knowing that it's going to be the prime Tarkin Town target.
Yeah,
and
agreed.
It's also very critical to the matchup.
Even just aggression, right? Because aggression kills it cleanly. But the Vader deck is winning the race here.
Yeah.
And still has not used any resources.
Now, but I mean, Sabine flips this turn as well and still has 3 resources up, so we'll have to see by the end of the turn if Vader's still winning the race. This is a pretty pivotal turn that I think could flip the race into Sabine's favor, but we'll have to see.
What is... Oh, he passed. Interesting. Maybe he has a removal spell for Sabine.
Force choke? I don't see a force choke in hand.
I think he has a Captain Tarkin again. Can't tell. Oh, wait. No, that's not. What is that card? Maybe... Oh, I think that's the 2/3. That comes in. Oh, it's Von Reg's tie, maybe?
Von Reg's tie, yeah.
Okay.
So we have a good thing to put Vader pilot on. Oh, wing leader here for Sabine. So yeah, I think Sabine is winning this race now. Vader's going to be able to hit hard next turn, but right now you can only overwhelming barrage for 5, so you can kill the Mr. Bones and the wing leader and
And the Spec Force.
and the Spec Force soldier, but you can't kill the Sabine. You can't kill the Sabine at all, and you can't kill the Fighters for Freedom easily.
Yeah. I mean, 10 HP remaining for both players. Just a matter of who can deal that 10 points first.
Yeah.
Guys, I made it. So when you say a card, I can make it slide out on the right and then
Nice.
slide back out.
Let's
Ooh,
go.
It's fun.
So if you overwhelming barrage, you can get the Sabine player down to only having 8 power on board. But any 2 red cards with Fighters for Freedom turns that into 10 for lethal. Any second wing leader, fleet lieutenant, any of that, so you're kind of dead to a stiff breeze.
Yeah, it just matters of who can deal the 10 first. That would be 4 actions from the Sabine.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's quite fast enough here because we will have 5 damage coming from just the Von Reg's tie.
It's going to be 3 actions from Vader, with 5 from the Von Reg's tie, and then their next highest attack is from a ship is 3. So it can go 5, 3, 2. Also, you could crash this wing leader into a unit to stop the 3 damage, which just increases Vader's action by a turn. I don't think that's worth it, though. I think you just go face. You know that they're out of resources. Okay,
Yeah.
so the OB does
It
kill
does
the
do the
3 units.
cleanup that we thought of, and then 1
Yeah.
damage to the Sabine. I believe the Von Reg having 5 power is just giving it overwhelm, right? Not
Correct.
anything
It
else.
needs 6 power to have raid 1. Oh, there's an aggression.
Yeah, but that's not
Interesting.
enough to, unless he has a 1-drop that's red, there's not enough damage here from Sabine.
Yes. So I
And there's
think
still 5, 7, 8, 9. Oh, there's not enough from either player now.
yeah. So another Spec Force soldier or something like that. Also, after you attack with Sabine, you can just claim, get
Yeah.
another Sabine attack in. So I think the Vader player can do their attack for 5 first with a Von Rex tie, because you know Sabine has to get in with their leader. And then
You claim and hope to draw something.
Exactly. And then they attack with Sabine, and you have to have something else.
Yeah, he attacks instead, and now Sabine can just claim and win.
I don't think there's anything for 0.
Oh,
Sabine attacks. Interesting.
wait, so then, oh, he's got the 1-drop.
He's
Okay.
got the 1-drop. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Sabine Red putting in some work. I'd be interested to see
Wow.
this Vader Red list. It seems to be trying to go a little bit taller than the Vader Yellow, which probably makes this Sabine matchup a lot worse versus being able to race the Sabine. I think with Vader Yellow, you can fairly comfortably race Sabines a lot of the
I think
time.
the Tarkin Town also really helps the Sabine.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't have to put like a whole unit into killing the Victor leader. You just have to use like a 1-cost event, or just put some amount of damage with a unit, and you're not trading like fully with like an ECL play.
Yeah.
I also think the yellow deck gets to leverage that shuttle capture ship really well
Yeah, Sanctioner
in the
Shuttle.
Sabine matchup. Sanctioner Shuttle, yeah.
Yeah, definitely agree. The Sanctioner Shuttle can just capture like the Fighters for Freedom there and prevent a lot of that damage.
Oh, for sure. But this the Tarkin Town Sabine deck also gets to play like this 1-drop strategy that gets to swarm as well, right? So like they both had 2 1-drops in their respective arenas, but the Sabine put out 5 power to the Vader's 4 power until a unit was generated.
Yeah, and we saw Aggression putting in a lot of work too. Like usually the problem with units like the Benny 2 Tubes and the Mr. Bones is that they're really easy to kill. But when your whole strategy is I'm ignoring ground and only going space, if Benny 2 Tube sticks around for a few turns, then you're going to be in for a lot of trouble. And we saw the Aggression play there ready, the unit that already had Raid 2. So,
Yeah, I think that was another instance where I just want these red decks to be playing this Vader pilot, dude. That card's so good. It would have been able to save the Tarkin Town, or prevent the Tarkin Town from killing the Victor Leader and push a crap ton of damage, kill the
Mhm.
Mr. Bones, get another ping off. It would have been really good in this matchup, but I know he's playing it because we saw it in his hand game one. He just didn't end up drawing it that game after
Yeah.
the mulligan. But I found that Vader pilot is just super good into Sabine in general, regardless if it's Tarkin Town or ECL Sabine. I know that was like a sideboard card that I would play with Django sometimes as like a way to help
Yeah.
that matchup.
Yeah, it was really good for that matchup. The fact that you could ping kill a unit and then send the second ping anywhere, including a base, is so nice.
Yeah. So well, that was a really fast round 3.
Yeah.
It was fun though. I mean, these are two unique decks starting the tournament off at 2-0, and we have a Sabine Tarkentown going undefeated into round 3 or into round 4, rather, and that's exciting because it's not the normal Sabine we see.
Right. Let me pull up some charts for you. This is going to be currently who's undefeated. Da, 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 da. Slideshow. We're doing it. Let me show it. All right. So, are you guys able to see it? On YouTube? It's that slight delay.
Now I see a chart on YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, we need like a better way to share that so you guys can see it instantly. I'll have to figure that out. But yeah, this is who's currently undefeated. Raw numbers wise, that's 7 Sabines, 3 Cad Banes, 3 Kiras, 2 Darth Vader Victor Squadron Leader, 2 Han Solo Audacious Smuggler, and 2 Rey Data Vault.
Yeah, I will say that there is a Luke Hero of Yavin that was undefeated. That Luke Hero of Yavin is playing Colossus. Unfortunately, just lost to a Cad Bane Tarkentown, but I hope we get to see that player in Top Cut because that sounds like a fun deck to watch.
Yeah, good point. This is the end of round 2, who was undefeated coming into round 3.
Yeah, I think I like Luke Pilot the most with blue because you get there's a lot of interesting blue pilots between Rose and Cassian. There's a lot of cool blue pilots out there, and then also a lot of interesting blue low cost ships with like the Restored Arc and a lot of things like that that can kind of help Luke be a little more balanced as opposed to trying to make a super aggressive version of it.
Yeah, so at this event, like, we don't have a way to get a second match. I think we're going to go to another little break. If you hadn't had lunch or anything, go grab it. You probably already... They're not talking. They can eat lunch while they watch our show. But we'll be back. We'll be back for round 4. And stick around.
Yep.
would serve their kind here. I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
Okay, we are back while we wait on the next round to start. The timer has ended. There is one match in progress. I'm going to bring up the standings. Let's see. Go here. Transition that. Okay. So, these are the standings at the moment into round 2. Let me see. I can also look at matches.
We got Quinnland. Oh, well, we won't see standings updated yet, right?
Yeah, so maybe this is more interesting. Can you guys see the matches? I'm gonna add the results to what we see on screen. Then I think that's what we're talking about. Oh my gosh, look, I can't show the results. Okay, just a second. It's so wide. Okay. There we go. It's tiny though. Can you see it at all?
I can't read it, unfortunately, but I can just look at it from my end.
Okay. Well, Sabine beat Vader Victor Squadron, which we had on stream. And then at table 2, we have Cad Bane on Sundari. So that's yellow. Is that yellow? Is that right?
No,
oh, it's blue.
Sundari's blue.
Yeah, Cad Blue.
Cad Blue versus Han 2 Data Vault, with Cad Blue coming on top.
Round timer ended.
And then Cad Tarkentown versus Pilot Luke Colossus. Very interesting.
That is interesting.
ECL Sabine versus Ray Data Vault, with Ray Data Vault winning. And then Ray Data Vault versus Yellow Vader 4, with Ray Data Vault winning again. Which I honestly have no idea how that is possible. They play like no space units. It's just Concord Dawn, maybe. I don't even know if he's playing it. I guess
Table
they have Bright Hope,
6,
sorry.
a wedge.
Yeah, they probably have
Wedge
Bright Hopes,
Tarkentown
and
one.
also just if you get your Yodas and a bunch of Restore on the ground, I could see like Bright Hope plus Restore kind of helping you win the race there.
Yeah. I mean, a Wedge Tarkentown is spicy. I am excited to see that.
Yeah.
I have no idea what it's doing, but assumingly doing pilot stuff.
Yeah, I've seen Wedge Blue before. I have not seen Red.
Yep. And then table 7, we had Sabine ECL beat a Palp Yellow 2-1. And then table 8, Sabine ECL against Luke 1 Data Vault, with Luke 1 Data Vault coming out on top. Table 9, Kira Data Vault versus Piet Yellow, with Kira Data Vault winning. Table 10, Kira Data Vault versus Cad Tarkin Town, with Kira Data Vault winning. Table 11, Han 1 Green versus Sabine ECL, with Han 1 Green winning. Table 12, Sabine ECL versus Quinnland Tarkin Town, with Quinnland Tarkin Town coming out on top.
All right. Much easier to read now. Okay, so the wedge is interesting. Palpatine lost. Hate that. 2 rays. I wonder what we'll get next round then. So Sabine.
I hope we get the wedge deck.
I would imagine
Yeah.
we'll get Sabine against one of the.
I want
It's probably whatever the winners of table 1 and 2 are.
I want the Luke
maybe
deck.
Sabine versus Cad.
Like what? Oh, the Luke lost. Yeah, we're not gonna get that. Okay.
Luke Colossus lost,
Be-
but Luke won Data Vault 1, so maybe we'll
We
see
might be
that.
getting Cad Sundari against Sabine Tarkin Town.
That'd be interesting. I wouldn't mind a Ray Data Vault as well. I kind of want to see that playing out on stream a bit. See how what these players are up to.
Yeah,
Round
and the Ray Data
4.
won at table 4, so they could easily jump up to table 1 as well.
So
It's like
players.
players are getting ready.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep. I'm gonna switch to that view now.
So round 4, I think we're getting Ray Data Vault versus Sabine ECL.
Nice.
Oh, I need to mute myself when I'm working, or you hear all my tippy taps.
All right, this is gonna be fun. Seeing this Ray Data Vault in action. I know Pasquale was in here earlier, who won the Connecticut PQ last week, playing Ray Data Vaults. And Sabine ECL, I think, is one of its better matchups. So
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the kind of thing that this Ray deck just wants to feast on all day.
it looks like the Sabine ECL has. I think I saw Ewing reinforcement in its sideboard.
That is a legal card to put in your sideboard. That is interesting. Curious what that comes in for and what the thought process is behind it.
I've actually seen that several times in like longer games. Sabine will use that to fill the board up with a wide set of threats to try and close out, especially if they've like used a laser blast or something like that. So I've seen people bring it in slower matchups for Sabine a bunch of times.
Yeah, I would imagine it's actually pretty good in this matchup. Like the Ray deck is going to heal a lot. Sometimes you just need to flood the board. I know I've played my Han 1 Green into the Ray Data Vault a couple times, and Ewing always felt like the best card against them.
Well, it's interesting for me because I think a lot of times it depends on how close you are to winning, but a lot of times Sabine doesn't want to have to keep resourcing. We know your top end is Wrecker. You can stay at 5 if you want to, but if you board in up to 7, then you just like kind of have to keep resourcing or draw dead cards late.
Yeah. See the roll off with Sabine getting a 6, Ray getting a 10. So Ray will have initiative, which seems to be a good spot for the Ray deck.
Yeah.
A little gentleman's handshake at the beginning. Love to see it. And we're off to the races.
We see red unit or green unit and Sabine's masterpiece on turn 2, but I think the
And a
only
Poe for
phased
later,
option
Luke
for this
Pilot.
Ray would probably be something like a Restored Arc.
I actually don't hate going Phoenix Squadron into Luke Pilot. I think that these Ray decks are actually pretty weak to space, and you're going to have a hard time competing with them on the ground. So I don't really like the resource decision by the Sabine player here, putting 2 spaceships into row.
Yeah. I think their thought might be that they have Sabine unit and they want to go Masterpiece on turn 2, but I kind of agree. I especially would like keeping a space and a ground option just so you have options when you don't have initiative.
We really need
Go
to
with the
get
Sabine
people to
unit.
stop playing cards 45-degree angles. What is this?
You're watching the Chicago Planetary Qualifier for Star Wars Unlimited, presented by Across the Network in coordination with Loopy from Late Night Gaming. You've got Lego Pizza and Jeff Creasy doing commentary. I'm Jonathan Fisher doing production. Lego Pizza and I are Across the Network. Come check us out on YouTube. Subscribe to us. Let us know that you like what you see. If you want more of this, that is how you tell us. All right, guys. Good luck with the match.
Yeah,
Thank
Fleet
you.
Lieutenant was huge and really just goes back to what you were saying last turn about how Sabine just needs to go to space.
Yeah, and it was actually really interesting here. The Sabine player pinged thinking that the Rey player was going to put an XP onto the R2D2, but the Rey player claimed instead because they had a Fleet Lieutenant in hand and knew they could trade, or they could get a favorable attack into the Sabine unit, which I think caught the Sabine player off guard. And again, I will say these 45-degree angles is infuriating, but here we are.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I haven't seen a lot of the Rey Data Vault lists, but I probably wouldn't expect the Fleet Lieutenant either. But if you're... So I think it's just a little greedy, right? Because if you're going to Fleet Lieutenant your Sabine in to kill this R2, then you just do it, right? Like, if you're going to do that, whether they use Rey or not, I get the feeling that you want to make them, drop down to a 2-drop and play inefficiently. But I think the risk is pretty high, and the reward is not that high.
Yeah, I agree. It's also really tough. I don't know how good the ping is in this matchup, with all of the healing from the Rey deck, and you having a 8 life point difference between them. It might end up hurting you more than helping.
Yeah, I would think this is a matchup where you honestly don't want to ping. You just need to try to get an overwhelming board presence and win by that, because the more you ping, they might even eventually go down to very, very low damage on base, and you're just getting yourself closer to dying. So I don't know, but Sabine's Masterpiece not looking very masterful here.
No. Very curious that he did the Fleet Lieutenant play before flipping Sabine. That would have been actually a really good way to deal with the shield on the Village Protector. And now he is not going to be able to deal with the Village Protector very cleanly.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And it also goes back to, if his turn 1 play had been like a Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, this Sabine's Masterpiece would just be gaining XP every turn.
Yeah.
And I think it would be putting Rey in a pretty tough spot.
JPC is asking why the 45-degree taps. I agree with you, man. It's infuriating. But some players they have some tendencies that they just like to do things a certain way, and I guess there's no stopping them. So I think the original 45-degree tap came from Magic, because the original tap symbol that Magic used it wasn't like a full rotation, and it stopped at 45 degrees. So I think people thought it meant to do that, which is not actually what it meant. And I think people are just stuck in their ways.
I don't even remember which games it was for now, but I've definitely seen some online clients that for various card games that do 45-degree taps instead of 90. So if that's what players come from, they might be more used to that as well.
Yeah, interesting.
So yeah, Rey in a very good spot here. Still has XP'd up Village Protectors. Sabine's Masterpiece doesn't get any XP.
Yeah, if there's another Fleet Lieutenant, the Sabine just gets yeeted out of the sky.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, that wouldn't
Well,
work.
the Village
The
Protector
Village
isn't
Protector
a
isn't a
rebel.
rebel, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Andy. And same thing with the resources. A lot of times when I'm playing against someone that taps 45 degrees, I just have to constantly ask them how many resources they have remaining because it's hard to tell. Brent Crow in chat asking, I believe it's 7 rounds and then top 8. Is that correct, Ian? Don't we know that?
Yeah, 7 rounds,
rounds
top
total.
8. There's 114 players, so definitely 7 rounds. Most
easy. I'll
likely
jump in,
a
yeah, we'll
clean
get-
cut of X1 plus draws. If you're X2, you're most likely just dead here.
This Poe is a good way to get back into this game. You can discard to kill the R2 before it gets any XP, and then you kill the Village Protectors manually. So you're still not getting XP with this Sabine's Masterpiece, but I think this is definitely a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
Of just
Interesting,
being able to start pumping in damage.
So he discarded a Fleet Lieutenant instead of the 4 Cause in hand. I wonder if that was a mistake, just because 4 Cause, when your opponent's at 8 HP, doesn't feel like it's doing much. It does let you like fix your draws for a couple turns afterward, but most of the time, you want to just be closing the game out with that. Ooh, we get a Traitorous. That's pretty good.
Now now I think the Ray player is wishing that Sabine had a green unit out for a couple turns. So what, a blue unit lets you heal 2 damage from your base, correct? Or is it 1 damage?
That is correct. It's 2 from base.
2? Yeah, so you basically get restore 2 if you have a blue unit out. So that's really nice for Ray. Going into their flip turn with already a restore 3 leader.
Yeah, we'll have to deal with this Poe first, or else the Ray will die first action, and then also the Traitorous will get blown up. So I'm assuming with the early...
One attack to blow up the Traitorous is a good point. You need like a takedown or something if you're this Ray player.
Yeah, I'm assuming he has something. Yeah, there's a fell.
Fell the dragon.
Because he also didn't attack with the Sabine's Masterpiece, which kind of just tells you that there was some way to get rid of the Poe. I mean, we're about to get 5 healing on base right now, which is absolutely disgusting.
We'll have to see if there's a 1 or 2 cost green unit for Ray to play as well. How green?
Oh yeah, that'd be crazy.
You could stack it so that Ray gives herself an XP, and then Sabine's Masterpiece attacks and gives Ray a second XP.
I think we're gonna get a wrecker here to deal 5 to the Ray.
Yeah, so you know Ray is gonna die next turn. You could just kill it yourself this turn. I don't think there's a big reason to do that.
So we see the Masterpiece get in, heal 2. Sabine claims, and now the Ray player is trying to figure out how they're going to deal with this wrecker and how to attack with Ray. It's probably just go base.
Yeah, I think let's just go base. Oh, interesting. Because my thought is you get the XP. You can only put the XP on Ray, so you don't have an option to buff anything else anyway. And I kind of like forcing their first attack to be into your Ray.
Yeah. It's also unfortunate for the Ray player that they didn't have another removal spell to use on the Poe when the Poe was damaged, because that fell is like the perfect card to deal with Wrecker. Yeah. So he's going to need another fell to deal with it, and it looks like the Sabine player also drew another Poe, which is just that's how this Sabine wins this matchup. It's just all your 5s and 6s over and over again.
See so that's the 3rd Fleet Lieutenant we're seeing here.
Yeah, someone in chat is saying there's a lot of glare. Yeah, unfortunately we can't do anything about that. We will do our best to let you know what the cards are on the screen. Right now it's a Wrecker on the Sabine side. who is going in for 7 damage here to put the Ray player to 16 damage on base.
Yeah, still got some time to figure it out if you're Ray, but with a Poe coming down from Sabine as well, we assume that's going to be the play. That's going to be a very quick clock, even if you're at 33 health starting.
Oh, there is another fell. Now, if that Poe comes down, we might see another early claim from Ray in order to avoid the Traitorous getting blown up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting to throw the fell out first once the Wrecker's already attacked.
Phil Ritchie, our teammate in chat, made a really good point. So on the Ray attack, he said that Ray should have went to base. That way, the following turn, if the Sabine player kills Ray, that Luke is able to respond and kill the Wrecker. Very good point. Yeah. I do think that Luke is the best answer to those cards, but like you said, you have to have a unit defeated to be able to do the 6 damage. So
yeah, because here also, if your play is Village Protectors, you're not worried about Wrecker next turn, and if you hold the fell, you get to fell this Poe, keep the Sabine's Masterpiece around. So I'm really curious about the fell play before playing the Village Protectors, because you can kind of just play the Village Protectors, attack with the Masterpiece, see what Sabine's doing, and then decide where you need to point the fell. Because this Poe attack is going to be much more brutal than a Wrecker attack into a Shielded Sentinel would have been.
Yeah, agreed. You could also, discard 2, get rid of the Sentinel after the shield gets popped, and then defeat the Traitorous.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Sabine's got to you've got to discard at least one, because you need to get your Masterpiece back. And I think the question is, do you have a second one to discard to kill the Sentinel, or do you only discard 1?
Yeah, I think it'll depend on how many cards in hand. I think he has 3.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously Luke is going to be the best answer here, and then Home 1 is also a good option. That Sabine's Masterpiece is not tapped. You get a judge on that.
Might be tapped it the other way. All right. Well, no. Should be right in the middle. We do not, or at least I don't. I don't think any of us have access to judges for this event to report things like that. Oh, we do? Okay. Excellent. So the judges have been notified. Looks like they're...
I think he's pointing it out now, maybe?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, while they're doing the judge call, I just want to let you guys know that a hawk just flew by my window and it was really cool.
Well, thank you. So it looks like we got a blue leader trading into the Masterpiece. Still no answer to this Poe, though.
Yeah.
That is some prestige card that I cannot tell.
I think it's...
Maybe red 5?
Red 5? I don't think it's another blue... I don't think it's a blue leader.
No, I would assume that he would have paid 5 for that, if possible.
There's a takedown for the Poe, so that helps.
Yeah, I mean, I think now the Ray player is in a really good spot. Not a lot of pressure. You're at a healthy life total still. Cause could be dangerous if there's a setup here. Yeah.
Yeah, he needs more Poes. Well, there's a Poe and a Wrecker.
Oh, and a Wrecker.
And a Cassian and a Red. So you might keep 3 of those. I probably keep Poe, Wrecker, and Cassian there.
Yeah, agreed.
And next turn, probably draw Wrecker, Cassian. He ditches the Cassian. He leaves the red 3 Poe and Wrecker on top. So that's interesting.
No, I think the red 3 went away as well.
Did it? I thought he put 3 on top.
Maybe.
I definitely saw the Cassian hit the discard pile. I thought
that
he
is
kept
definitely
the other 3, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, that definitely.
He draws Poe and Wrecker now. This is where we see if Ray finds something like a regional governor, knowing what cards are getting drawn.
Yeah, or just a Luke, to be honest. Like, if they play the Wrecker, they probably don't blow up the village protector.
Yeah, that's an interesting line to play against specifically, Luke. It's another question I think people are still figuring out is how much do you play around cards when you're against a data vault deck where you know they're less likely to have exactly one single card.
Yeah, especially when Luke would have been a great answer like the last 3 turns, and we still haven't seen it.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think as Sabine, I don't play around Luke there because they've missed the main turn where they would have Luked and it would have been good. But obviously Luke would be a big blowout there if you wreck or kill the village people.
Yeah, that is red 5.
Mhm.
Interesting. I haven't seen red 5 in a lot of Sabine lists.
Same. I could see
play
it helping when you
the
assume that
village.
your opponent is going to want to do a lot of advantageous trades for them, and then you use red 5 to clean it up.
I think I like the Wrecker play over the Poe, because you can pop the shield and go to base next turn, with the Overwhelm. He decides to do that, and then Ray takes the initiative. The third
Another
Wrecker and a
Jeez,
Delphi.
3 Wreckers, and this is also the third Poe, isn't it? Or is this the second Poe?
I think it's the second Poe, but third Wrecker.
Yes, that second Poe, third Wrecker. Oh, that isn't a Delphi, not a wing leader. So this Sabine green seems to be going a lot bigger than your classic Sabine ECL.
But still with ECL, which is interesting. I know that the Data Vault version that won Leal had. Oh wow, entrenched. That one had a Delphis in it, I believe, and was definitely pretty big in terms of cost curve. I think Red 5 was also a card that they played.
This entrenched is really interesting because it doesn't kill the Wrecker.
Right.
Still. It would have been interesting to see what happens if you just use Ray to put an XP on the village protectors first.
I was just gonna say that. Yeah, that would have been really interesting to see if the attack happens.
Yeah.
Then the entrenched gets up in value so much by making it a 6/6.
I think I like the XP first for a couple of reasons, because then if the Wrecker attacks first action, you could still entrench the Bright Hope so that it doesn't die to the red 5 hit. And if they
maybe he's just thinking he wants to. I think he's thinking he wanted to play the Sundari Peacekeeper and probably activate Ray on that instead. So 2 Overwhelm will happen here, putting Ray to 21.
I mean, either way, you have to attack this Sundari into the Wrecker, right? Unless you have something else for it. So like,
it could be another
Ray...
village.
Yeah, if you have another village protectors. Oh, okay.
Akbar. Interesting.
That's fine then.
Yep. Didn't have enough resources to be able to activate Ray this turn. Makes sense.
And the Akbar takes it out of the Sabine player's hands. There were no semblance of actions they could do there outside of timelying and the Poe that keep their Wrecker alive.
Yeah, I think I'm playing another Wrecker here. I'm just gonna play the third Wrecker and kill that Sundari.
Yeah, you want to
can't let that healing happen.
Sure. Yeah, that is the Wrecker.
I think the Ray player is now screaming in their head, "I can't believe you have 3 Wreckers." Well, that's what happens when you don't play a 60-card deck. You get to see 3 of a lot.
I was gonna say, I would imagine Ray is screaming, "Why aren't you on Data Vault?" So Ray on 9 resources. Sabine debating if they should go up to 6 because they've recorded 3 times now. There is a U-wing from Ray.
I was working on some data, and I thought it sounded like Sabine had just won, so I started like updating the match status. And I was like, oh no, they're still playing.
Yeah, no, this Ray deck likes to grind,
protectors as well. Because obviously village protectors against an overwhelm, any shielded sentinel against an overwhelm unit is really big because the overwhelm all just pops the shield, so you don't have to worry about taking overwhelm damage. But pretty unlikely to see the third village protectors. You see a Mon Mothma and a Sundari Keepers.
Yeah, Sundari and Mon Mothma.
Is there another 2-drop there? is
Alliance Dispatcher.
Alliance Dispatcher. Interesting.
I don't know if that's going to be good enough. I think this Rey player is saying, my kingdom for a Luke.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a Luke.
Hey, there's Luke. I was trying to remember which Luke was a rebel, because only one of them out of 7-drop set 1 Luke and set 1 Luke leader is a rebel, and it's 7-drop Luke is a rebel. So yeah, that's what they got off Mon Mothma. So now Sabine knows that it's coming, but I think you can still just attack their base. So this Wrecker's undamaged. They haven't had a unit die, and then you attack Wrecker to base next turn as well, and they can't Luke -6/-6 it. Yeah, 29. Now I think Rey has to claim here, right? Because the Akbar Restore 1 still leaves you dead to a Wrecker hit. Yeah, it looks like Rey claimed. Now Sabine is playing out a Poe to go with the Wrecker, and then pinging to get up to 30. So either of these attackers is lethal right now. This Rey really needs to find a Village Protectors quick. And Village Protectors would get them out of what's on board. It would mean Sabine needs to find some other answer or another for a cause.
Looks like they're scooping up.
But yeah, it looks like they're scooping up, because either way you can Poe attack, deal 2 to base, and then Sabine ping.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
that was a really interesting game. I think we all thought the Rey deck is favored, but when you don't draw Luke until it's too late and your opponent has 3 Wreckers.
Yeah, we saw 3 Wreckers, 2 Poes versus 0 Lukes. One Luke came at the end, but it was a little too late by then. And I think Rey would have stabilized with probably 1 fewer Wrecker. So
I think it's the U-Wings are coming in for this Sabine player. And I think they're also bringing in Cham. Cham's interesting because the Rey player isn't super consistent on ramping, so it doesn't happen every. Yeah, so Cham is not super consistent. I don't know if it's worth bringing in, but maybe it is.
I don't think so, because the best thing about Cham is that it can one-shot the Sundari Peacekeepers, and it's just a 5-attack guy. But I don't know if it's worth diluting your for a cause when you're not getting the ramp out of it, and you want to just be going face a lot anyway. And
the only thing that it does really in this matchup is it lets you play the Poe on the turn before Rey comes out still to kind of check Rey's activation and flip. So
yeah,
maybe that's worth bringing in for in the times when they do ramp, but you're more likely to draw the Cham than they are the ramp, so.
Yeah, exactly. It goes back to with the hero deck with the Data Vault, they're much less likely to find their 1 ramp spell, and it's only helpful if they find it before 4 resources.
I think they play Spark
anyway.
of Hope too, so I guess there's some.
Yeah, Ian, you're just trying to stay on theme.
Spark of Hope more conditional.
Yeah. Also, the ramp is more awkward when you're a Sabine leader, because usually those decks, they want to ramp to their leader flip, but when you have a 4-cost unit that ramps you as Sabine, it's just not as impactful in terms of your leader.
Yeah, agreed.
Ian, you're just trying to stay on theme with hating on Data Vault.
Dude, I'm just saying, I don't know if it's because I'm the one casting all day, but we have not had a Data Vault deck win yet, so.
It's your energy. Yeah. Chat
I'm
indicating
letting the
Wrecker
egg
is a
roll
good
me.
card.
That is true.
But whether it's good or not, I think I 100% see why a lot of players gravitate towards Data Vault, even if it is less good. The statistics have shown it seems solid at least. But for me, at least, whenever I start out building a deck, I always have 90 cards. So having to
Much
cut 10
easier to
fewer
cut
of them
30.
sounds great.
Yeah, it's the deck builder's paradox.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so the Sabine player is starting in space here, which I think is what you want to do.
Yeah.
And they have a Chewie pilot, which is going to be very good as long as there's no traitorous from the Ray. But
Yeah,
a
it's interesting to
resupply
see
into
if they go
traitors could
for
be
it.
devastating.
Yeah. I think it helps to go for it if you knowing that you have things like ECL Poe to get your
I
unit
also
back.
think that their hand is awkward and doesn't really have another option besides
Yeah.
playing the Chewie.
Well,
So.
they resourced another spaceship that they could have played.
Yeah.
So I think with their resourcing decision, they decided to go for Chewie.
I mean, I think Chewie's the way that Sabine can have a higher matchup percentage against the Ray deck, because it's hard to race that even with your restore.
Yeah, and it goes back to the Data Vault question too. You assume, because most decks aren't, you assume they're not playing 3 Traitorous and they're on a Data Vault deck, so I think it's fine to, and you have answers to it as well. So I think
Yeah.
it's totally fine to go for the Chewie route here.
I mean, Entrenched, I think, is actually the best play from the
Yeah.
Ray's side to deal with it, which I know we saw in Game 1, so it'll be interesting to see if that comes up. I feel like that's their best way to answer these big space threats, besides Bright Hope just kind of
We see 2 Wreckers.
hoping to...
So
to stave
JTC
off
asking
damage.
over under 1.5 Wreckers. We are already at the over.
Well, he's
Well,
resourcing
gets
one,
resourced,
so...
that's interesting. Considering how good it was last game, it's interesting.
I
To
know.
resource a Wrecker.
I don't think I would ever be able to do that, man. There would be something in my body that would just fight against me.
They must see a curve that they really want access to.
And they kept multi.
Yeah, I think he's playing
they want to
2/2s
go
this
double
turn.
2-drop this turn, and because we saw Green Squadron A-Wing and Sabine unit, you could ECL the Sabine unit to kill the Village Protectors if you wanted to. It depends on how aggressive you want to be with it, because ECL is a really big tool in this matchup with both Poe and Wrecker. So I think that's the big decision point for the Sabine right now, is do you ECL to kill this Village Protectors before it gets an XP, before anything else happens? Or do you save your ECL so that you can Wrecker down this Ray? And it looks like they're just going to ECL the Sabine now. I don't hate this. So now you've cleared the way for your Sabine leader, at least at the moment. We'll see if they have another Sentinel to throw down there.
Yeah, I think some of them play the ATRT. You just see a second
Protectors
village.
and the 1 XP left to give it an experience. The 1 resource left.
But here's the other spaceship, and now there's 9 damage in space that this Ray deck has to deal with.
I'll be interested to keep track of how this game progresses, to where if the stacking up 3 damage of this Green Squadron A-Wing is worth missing out on the Wrecker. I believe the other card in hand was For a Cause, so the resource choices for Sabine were either Wrecker, For a Cause, or this Green Squadron A-Wing, and we know Wrecker is really good.
Something I think is interesting, if they found Entrenched, like, it does handle that unit super well, but then Sabine is free to just play in space as much as they want. Like, they own that lane. Now that they've got an additional ship in that lane and they could continue to invest there, Entrenched isn't as appealing of an answer there.
Yeah. It's also an interesting thought here between this Chewie and Luke pilot, because if you keep the Chewie pilot, you're basically safe from both Entrenched and Traitorous, because you Chewie pilot the other unit and defeat the first Chewie.
Yeah, because you still own the upgrade, even though they control, or you control the upgrade even though they control the unit.
Yeah, exactly.
I also really like
the Sabine player knew that interaction, because they definitely thought about resourcing the Luke and keeping the Chewie.
Yeah, I also really like the claim here and not flipping Sabine. Just use your Sabine unit before it gets eaten by the R2 to take the shield off and put some damage on the Village Protector.
Oh, takedown of the other A-wing.
Yeah, but this Chewie A-wing is doing 18 damage already. Like, it's
Yeah.
just gonna win. It's just gonna win the game. You're gonna see a Luke on the ground and a 4-cause besides the Sabine flip, I think.
I would imagine.
Which,
I mean, I would think you just want to ping first and then deploy your Sabine and see what they're like. They can't put another XP on this village protectors, and the R2 isn't going to be able to kill your Sabine in one shot.
no, but it does make the Sabine trade into the village protector, which is nice.
I do have
I
most
think
played
it's
cards
gonna-
for us to go through between matches. These board state, like Traitors and Confiscate, are in the list. It's interesting that how important they are in this meta right now.
Yeah, that is part of the meta, is all these upgrades, so makes sense. So this Ray deck is at 20 already. The R2 should have damage on it.
Shark bait, yes,
Yes.
that's correct. You control the upgrade still. So your new Chewbacca, you'd be able to defeat your previous one.
Another interaction that comes up with things like that is like if I'm playing a ship and I put a Luke pilot on it and my opponent plays no glory only results, I still get the Luke even though they played the no glory because they take control of the ship, but I still control the Luke.
Yep.
So in interactions like that, whether they take a unit, you still control the upgrade.
I think we're getting a Wing Leader, Poe, and Timely on top of the deck with the
Interesting.
4-cause.
The wing leader on top is kind of
Oh
interesting.
no, it wasn't Timely because it dealt 4 damage, so it must be Rebel Assault.
Oh, did he bring in the reinforcements? Could it have been that? Or is
Oh, it's a rebel assault. For
Rebel
sure.
Assault?
No,
Okay.
it's Rebel Assault. I mean, he's just resourcing it here. Sabine's gonna
That's the
end
other
up
thing about
dying.
the for a cause sometimes where you're like, wait a second.
I mean, it makes sense because the Sabine's gonna die, and then you'll only have one Rebel anyways. So
Yeah.
you'd rather have the Wing Leader, I guess. I probably would have just thrown both of those cards out though.
I might have kept one that I knew I wanted to
The
resource.
Entrenched finally comes down.
Yeah, but if he's got it now, the timely Poe play can be big, but not until next turn.
Yeah, that R2 should have 2 damage on it, or 3 damage on it.
3, yeah.
I'll ping the judge in case. Oh no,
Oh,
they
they
figured
just
it out.
marked it. They just marked it.
Nope, the pointing finger agreed with you, Ian.
It's still an interesting thought because we know I know what you were saying about he played the Luke pilot before flipping, so that R2 couldn't trade into Sabine, but I think R2 trades into Sabine anyway here, and then you get your ping back online. Like I probably would have. Oh, this
Regional Governor. What a fire hit here. He knows that there's a Poe. I don't think he knows about the record, but he's got to assume.
Yeah. Yeah, you know they went up to 6. The ECL is
Oh
already
no,
gone.
he
So he
named
named
the
the Poe.
Poe. Oh no. Tragic.
Oh, interesting. These are some really interesting choices because you could also kill the R2 so that your Sabine lives. And then Ray flip is next turn, but you have this wrecker sitting here waiting for it. And then you have your Sabine leader attack for another turn. But I think this makes a lot of sense when we know that there's a timely in the row. But now he's still only going to be on 6 next turn, so we won't be able to timely Poe next turn. Oh, Ray's on
Unless
6.
he
For
draws
some
it.
reason, I thought Ray was on 5 now. I'm dumb. Okay, so yeah, so it's Ray's flip turn anyway. So yeah, killing the regional governor makes a lot more sense there.
I think you have to just put everything into the wrecker though. He's going to base.
That is not where I expected that attack to go. Interesting. He might be valuing the card filtering.
Man, you gotta love that restore on Ray. That's so nice.
Yeah.
So can Ray recover here? Like space? Like I said earlier,
Definitely, I mean, I
if they
think a
can
lot of it
draw
comes down to
space,
village
they can deploy
protectors.
there all they want.
Village Protectors is really good against Wrecker. We've only seen one so far this game, so there's 2 more. That's a really key card against both Wrecker and Poe.
The Wrecker could go into Ray, overwhelm for 5. I think that's what we're gonna see.
Yeah, I definitely think
Yeah.
you want to do that.
Turn off that restore for sure.
Should be more damage, right? Wasn't he at? Was
No,
he
it
at
was only at
22?
2 damage, so it had 5 health left, so it should overwhelm for 2, right?
I meant the base damage.
There's the
I
loot.
didn't see.
I thought he only overwhelmed for 2. Am I crazy? Ray was at
He
7 health,
overwhelmed-
2 damage on it.
Oh, you're right. I'm
That's
sorry.
correct.
I'm the one in the wrong.
No, we saw a timely earlier, or did I imagine that?
I think this plan with the Ewing onto the entrenched unit is that he has a Poe in hand, and he's gonna try to defeat the entrenched at some point.
Yes. So if he has
With
a timely,
yeah.
which we think he does, he can timely kill the Luke. Well, no, because they'll only have 1 card in hand extra, so he can timely kill the R2, defeat the entrenched. But then you won't have enough cards to kill this Luke and defeat the entrenched.
Is the timely
you
in
have
the
to
row
resource up
or in
to
his
7.
hand?
In row.
There's 1 in the
It's in
row.
There's
row.
another
Okay.
Wrecker, man.
So you need 7.
I've
Another
never
Wrecker,
seen a
but you
Sabine
can't
draw
timely
this
the
many
Wrecker, and if you
Wreckers.
timely the Poe, you have to both resource and discard a card. So, and this is the 3rd Wrecker. We saw him resource 1 earlier.
Yep.
So is he gonna
6
have to discard
Wreckers
the 3rd Wrecker
in
to
2
turn his
games.
ship online? I think he kind of just loses the Luke if he does that.
Is it?
Yeah, Luke is 2 action lethal.
I think it's worth it. You timely the Poe, discard the Wrecker, right?
I think you
Yeah.
lose the Luke though. Like,
he
how
has
do
to
you-
he
how
has
do
to
you
kill the
win?
Luke and not free his ship. He's gonna
I
he,
kind
he
of
would just
like
lose the 2
playing the Wrecker
Luke hits.
here and putting 5 into the Luke. Maybe that's also a losing line.
Oh, we're saying because he's in check.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's gonna be
Check.
in check
He
here,
kills- what?
and
So yeah, so I like this too. This is the other option where you basically you can't afford to attack with the ship, so you assume they attack with the Luke here. You have to claim, and then Poe kill Luke next action.
oh, actually, hold on, no. So the Sabine player has 8 damage from the ship, which would be lethal. The Luke attack makes it not lethal, but he still has the wing leader. So there needs to be some sort of block here or other healing, or else the 2 units on the Sabine side is lethal.
Oh yeah,
Just puts him to 31.
damage.
Which is
Yeah.
it's a really interesting moment to for players to think about this, where you've got each other in check. They're both in check, right?
Should be
So-
31, not
32.
32.
So now it's just Sabine ping is lethal.
It should be 31.
31 is what I thought it
Be
was.
31,
Oh,
not
32.
32.
So now it's just Sabine ping.
31.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay.
Is that 2 experience on the ship? Yeah, from the wing leader, and then 3.
Oh, he's got the vigilance. But that's not enough because now he can't claim. Now Sabine can just claim and win.
And they have to.
Unless he has another entrenched, that would be the only way.
Yeah, and this is also where the 1 damage that may have been missed doesn't matter because
Sabine claimed, so
Yeah.
it's over.
because of this attacker would be lethal regardless. There's 1 more health on base or not.
Wow.
Yeah. Well played by Sabine, taking down what is supposed to be a really bad matchup for them.
That Chewbacca, man. The
Yeah,
only
Oh,
answer
and
was
I totally
entrenched.
agree with the Sabine players' thought process. That's the main way they win this match is they have to have entrenched or traitorous early, and even if they have it late, you have answers.
Yeah, super interesting.
All right. Well, let's hang out a bit on the other screen with our cameras. So you are watching a coordinated effort between Late Night Gaming and the Bothan Network. Lego Pizza and myself, Jonathan Fisher, we are across the network. We have a podcast that comes out weekly, every 2 weeks, somewhere around there. We bring on some of the best players in the game, to be honest. I don't even know how we get these guys. But some of them are on their team. But some of them are not. And they're still excited and happy to come hang out with us. So go check it out. We're at 214 subscribers. Really trying to get to the point where my wife isn't as angry at me for all the time I put into this. So help me, get some subscribers there. Let's get those numbers up. And, help us keep it coming. Go check it out. If you like what we're doing here during this show today, that is your signal to us. Give us your likes, give us your subs. Doesn't cost you anything. Come to our channel and hit those buttons and just signal to us that you like what you see and you want to see more of it. So what'd you guys think of that match that we just covered?
Yeah, I thought it was solid. I think we saw we said the same thing when we saw Kira Datavault playing against Sabine, but Vigilance is just not a good card against Sabine. The units that you care about, you have to do something to them to get them to 3 health, and then you're only healing 5, which is just not that impactful when they already have their wreckers and Poes or Chewies or whatever. I just think it's not that as weird as it is to say, that's just not the matchup where you want Vigilance.
It's worse than it was. Like, contextually, it's not bad. Not bad all the time, but it's not as ubiquitously useful from one board state to the next in this current meta with like Chewbacca's and things with a lot more toughness. I've had a lot more trouble setting up a unit with 3 remaining health in this meta than I have in past metas.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense as the game gets more units that, I mean, power creep is a thing in every game. And I'm not saying that they're power creeping anything, but just generally you're going to see units have more health over the course of more sets coming out. Just filling in gaps in the curve of certain stat blocks. So it's not surprising that as the game gets more cards in the repertoire of things that people can play, that 3 health remaining gets harder and harder to happen. You would think that things like removal spells, removal events like open fires or daring raids could start also matching the health on that. The increase in health as more cards come out, but I feel like we haven't actually seen that yet, which is an interesting thing from a design perspective. Like, there's no lightning bolt type of card, right? Like 1 cost, deal 3. There isn't a there's just certain breakpoints that they haven't printed yet on events, which I think is definitely a good thing in general. From like a balance perspective, you want certain cards that have certain health thresholds to be able to live a turn. But at the end of the day, it's just always like a push and pull, right? So
yeah, I think it's really interesting because we saw in the first few sets, we saw all these insane breakpoints for removal spells between Rival's Fall, Takedown, Fell the Dragon, Vigilance. We have all these different breakpoints set up, and they haven't printed newer and better removal spells like you were saying, but they're printing newer and better units. So how are they going to line up next set with? Are we going to see a bunch of 4/7s where both Takedown and Fell is awkward? Are more units going to start breaking the 5 power threshold where Fell becomes a must play because every unit has 5 power now, or something like that? So I'm really curious how the how the unit to removal ratios are going to evolve in the upcoming sets.
That No Glory, that's an interesting card right now for villain control. When we talk about like new removal, they kind of gave us a tool for dealing with Chewbacca, but that's villainy. We just watched Rey Datavault struggle with Chewbacca. They don't have that tool available to them. It's a little different.
Yeah,
so,
agreed.
I do have some information. You guys see my screen in Discord, right? Just so you can talk about the data.
Yes, I see it.
Okay, so this is a 114 player tournament. The tools that I have right now were built for the sectors and regionals, so they all are targeting the top 64 decks at the end of each round. So this is most played cards in this tournament at the end of round 3 for the decks that were
This
top
is main deck
64.
plus sideboard.
Yes, it's the entire deck. So that's why you see confiscate right there at the top. Yeah. So go ahead and talk through this. What are your thoughts as you look at what's being played the most right now at this tournament?
I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, from one aspect is that confiscate can go in any deck. A lot of colors have real trouble with upgrade removal, like you were saying, to deal with Chewbacca. Ray Data Vault, you have Traitorous and Entrenched, but you probably still want some confiscates too, to be able to deal with these Chewie pilots. And if you are the Chewie deck itself, you usually need confiscate to deal with the Entrenched and Traitorous that are trying to deal with your Chewbacca. Like I think we saw confiscates in the Sabine sideboard as well. So it's interesting that most of the ways to deal with upgrades are also upgrades, which just means every deck needs upgrade hate regardless of what deck you're playing.
Yeah, it's funny. Chewie being the second most played, I think also makes a lot of sense. We know that Kira is on the rise, and I think Chewie is one of the best cards against that deck. They have no glory, but it's still really good both on as a pilot or as a unit. I know when I play Han 1 green, I actually play it as a unit a lot against the Kira deck.
Yep.
Holds a blaster really well. Just a really good card. So that's seen play in a lot of decks. Like, it's not just Sabine. Han's playing it. Pretty much any green hero deck is playing it, and green hero is on the rise right now, just in general. Partially from the Data Vault resurgence, and also just from Sabine ECL being a good deck, as always.
Mm-hmm.
So super interesting to see Chewie as the second most played.
I'm interested that we see a lot of these top cards are kind of surprising to me. I'm not too surprised that Traitorous and Resupply are top cards, because we have Data Vault decks, and like we said, Traitorous is one of the best answers to Chewie. I think some of these cards just show that Sabine is the most popular deck here, with the Green Squadron A-Wing, Sabine unit, things like that. Overwhelming Barrage being up there is kind of interesting, because I feel like that's fallen off in decks not named Kira.
Well, Kira's one of the most played decks in this tournament.
True, I believe it is number 2 represented.
And it's doing well.
Oh, hold on. There's so Tyler York, our teammate, posted in chat, there's more overwhelming barrages than super laser techs. So what does that mean? Does that mean that there are more people splashing overwhelming barrage, or do you think that that's just because...
I think that's exactly what it means. I think if you're playing a green hero Data Vault deck, it is not unrealistic to have overwhelming barrage in your sideboard, or potentially one in your main deck.
I think it's actually the Vader 4 deck. Like, the Vader 4 deck is going to play Overwhelming Barrage, but they're not going to play Super Laser Tech. I think that's really what it is, but there wasn't like a crazy amount of those decks, so it is interesting to see.
Yeah,
there's some notable cards missing
from 3
here.
Super Laser Technicians that are not on 3 Overwhelming Barrage.
Yeah.
Because like in my Palpatine lists, I don't like running Overwhelming Barrage much, if at all. But that's not a widely held opinion. I know.
I think that opinion's taking over. I feel that I like Overwhelming Barrage, and I get told by other Palpatine players, no, you need to get rid of it. I still like it. Like, it can kill a lot of things. But Surprise Strike is not on this list.
Your only unit is Salacious Crumb, and you're Overwhelming Barraging for 3.
Yeah, Surprise Strike not being on the list is super interesting. I have a feeling it's because right now there's only 2 decks that really play it, and that would be Han 1 green, the pilot version, plays it, and then Quinnland. And outside of those 2, there's not really a lot. Like, Cad Bane can play it. I don't know if they always play 3. That's a Carlos question. I guess the Vader 4 deck should probably be playing it if they're on yellow. I don't know. So wait, hold on. Is this number the number of decks playing those cards, or the number
of copies of the card?
Number of copies of the card. Yes.
Yeah. Total in the entire tournament?
We
top
see Waylay
64.
On the list, but
top
not
64.
Surprise.
Oh, top 64. Okay.
So it's a little over half, because these
total in the entire tournament.
We
top
see Waylay
over half because these tools were built for sectors and regionals. Is what I'm using right now. I'm not rebuilding them at the moment for this.
Jonathan
for this
just cut
tournament.
out.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
Your
maybe.
voice just cut out for me.
So basically what I read from this list is Sabine is doing well so far in the first few rounds of the event. That's
And
the
so
main
is
takeaway
Kira.
that I have from this list. Yeah, Sabine and Kira are both doing well.
Ian, look at 8 from the bottom, like going up from the bottom.
Yeah, I
You
saw
see
that.
You see that?
Is it tech?
It's just
Or data
No.
vault?
Data
Oh, God.
vault.
There's the same amount of data vaults that there are techs. That's a tragedy.
Yeah. That's so funny. But yeah, so
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
wait. So that means that there's what 16 data vaults in the top 64.
I do
Yeah.
have raw numbers.
It definitely means it's the most represented base because we don't see any other base on this list.
16. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
16.
Yeah, Tarkin Town isn't up here, but that's also because like the 30 HP bases are all split between whatever one they choose to
True.
play, right?
Yeah.
I seeing Cham being represented a lot, which makes sense when you see resupply up so high, right?
Yeah, and Richmond Cham was really high as well in day 2.
It's
Yeah,
also
Waylay-
a neutral part. It can go in a lot. Like we saw it in this Sabine sideboard. You see it.
Guys, I have to
in
take a
lot
call
of
real quick. I'm sorry.
some CAD deck sideboards. So I think Cham is also a little more universal, and any red deck can run it in the sideboard to try to combat these resupply decks.
Well, we're going to take a
Well,
break between rounds anyway. It's a good time to take a break. Yeah, throughout the day, I'm going to keep reiterating across the network, that's us. We're putting this work in. Come let us know you appreciate it by subbing to our YouTube channel. Come check out our podcast that we happen to think is actually really good.
Yeah.
I'm at the point where I'm proud enough of the work we do on that podcast to talk about it. It took me a while. We've gone through a lot of learning. So go check it out.
Yep,
Our
third
latest
episode was
episode came out
amazing.
yesterday. The third episode, one of our best guests ever. Easily.
Yeah.
So we'll be back for round 5, right? Coming up.
Mhm.
And we'll see you soon. Thanks, everyone.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way.
Can you
Welcome back.
can you turn?
We're live. Yeah, I'm gonna fix it. Thanks, Ian.
Hello.
We're gonna fix that. Welcome back. We're going into round 5. Of course, I'll update the overlay. We're bringing you this round Quinnland Tarkentown and Sabine Tarkentown. Seat 1 again. We have with us for this round Mickey D, another Bothan, and he actually came on as a co-host when Ian had to take a week off from across the network. So that's the episode with Sunny D. Go check it out. We talk about Quinnland and Han Green, still very important decks to know about. And these guys are going to cover the match for you this round. Take it away, guys.
Yeah. So, like Ian was saying, I think we got Sabine Tarkentown versus Quinnland Tarkentown. Kind of a different shade of a very familiar matchup. Normally it's Sabine ECL versus Quinnland Tarkentown. I do think it's weird because ECL is better against Quinnland than Tarkentown is, I think, as a base. But I think the deck
one drops.
Yeah.
The one drops are so good against Quinnland.
Yeah, so you can construct the Quinnland deck to be alright into this kind of matchup. Most obviously if you have one drops, but on a slightly less extreme scale, if you're running X34 Land Speeder, that can help against the one drops. If you're running Daring Raid, that can help against the one drops. So it's going to depend on the complexion of this Quinnland deck and how it's constructed, but I do think Sabine Tarkentown should be favored in this matchup.
Cool. Yeah, and these are both local Wisconsin players that have been on a lot of Loopy from Late Night's streams that he does with the Wisconsin local events there. I think he's done a couple PQs there. I think these two were actually both in the finals of one of those events. So
yeah,
they get to play each other at the start of round 5 with both of them being 4-0. Winner of this is pretty much going to lock up top 8. As they can probably just double draw in. But yeah, it'll be fun one to stream and cast with you, Mickey.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Now, you did mention these are two Wisconsin crew, and I know especially because Loopy's from Wisconsin, the Wisconsin crew Quinnlands are more likely to be the rebel build, playing fleet lieutenants and wing leaders and just a little bit lower to the ground. And if that's the case, there's a better shot for Quinnland to be able to outrace the Sabine here. Still think it's not the best matchup, and peeking at the opening hand from Quinnland, it looks like 2 Hans, which is usually not in the Rebel build, so I don't think that's what we're looking at here.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see double one drop from the Sabine player, which is exactly what you want in this matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, Quinnland just plays out their unit knowing that they're probably just going to one as it's really good into the Mr. Bones.
Yep, I agree.
Which we see right here, Mr. Bones, and then a Benny 2 tubes.
Yep, and this is honestly doesn't beam because your Mr. Bones is just going to kind of eat it. But the other alternative was just playing your own Sabine unit, which also doesn't feel great. So
yeah. Oh, it looks like we have Heroic Resolve in hand from the Sabine player. That's a fun one.
Now, I think I'd resource it here just because it's a little bit rough into Quinnland. Looks like he's going to resource the Fighters for Freedom, though. Mostly because of Waylay and some Ambush and some Ahsoka tap effects. But if you get it to stick and get the ability to resolve, dealing 7 damage to a 25 health base feels really good.
Yeah. I think what's going to be played here is the Soldier of the 5. Oh, he does just... Oh, I guess this helps him just deal with the Sabine unit, right?
Yeah, that's true. But that means you can never pop it because the Benny would just die right away. Yeah. Also opens yourself up to getting waylaid and just losing all of your damage this turn.
That would be really sad. Instead, we see a Cassian, which is a great unit with a lot of health. So
yeah,
that makes sense.
Now
we're going to see a Sabine unit, I think, from the Sabine as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just going face.
It's a little scary because now that Cassian cleanly trades, although it does set up a good Tarkentown for you, it's tough because you want to get the full effect of that Heroic Resolve, so attacking into that Sabine is a little awkward, but also if you attack into the Sabine, your Quinnland can just Tarkentown.
Yeah.
A lot of little
I think putting the pressure and just forcing the Quinnland to be the one on the defensive is where the Sabine player wants to be.
Yeah, I agree. Now, we saw this on stream before. Did we see if the Sabine Tarkentown ran Darksaber at all?
I do not know. I think our rule of thumb is to not look at their deck lists because we don't want to give out too much information unless they play it before top 8.
Yep. Yeah, so you can look at it, but we don't want to mention the exact contents.
No, I'm not going to look at the list. having played a little bit of Sabine Tarkentown last step for like showdowns, I ran a 2 of Darksaber because you actually run a lot of other Mandalorians. So you run Sabine unit, but you also run Bo-Katan. Sometimes you're running Ketsu, as well as the Sabine leader. So you don't always
Yeah.
have to play 6 for it.
This spark is really nice. From the Quinnland side, I mean, the Sabine's player hand was pretty anemic. It's 2 1-drops, but I'm assuming what's gonna happen here is Quinnland has a 2-drop to play as well to finish off that Sabine using Quinnland ping, and then force the Sabine player to use Tarkentown on Cassian, and then it's just gonna be a Sabine on board with a 1-drop, and the Quinnland player will have a 2-drop that can probably play into that 1-drop pretty well. Going into the flip turn.
Yeah, we're really seeing the value of the turn 1 Sabine from Quinnland, and like just playing out your 2-drop in this matchup, because that Mr. Bones got no damage in, it died for free, and did not let the Sabine player Tarkentown here. So weirdly, this is a Sabine matchup where I think Sparky Rebellion is actually pretty good, because oftentimes they're playing a lot of little weenies into one big payoff, whether that be a Darksaber or even something like a K2. And so you can oftentimes leave them empty-handed, and like a turn like that, a 2+2, when your opponent's playing a lot of 2-drops, sets up Tarkentowns, can clear it off of units like we saw. Really effective.
Yeah, makes sense. You want to see
So
another spark, maybe?
Nah.
Oh, just Plo Koon dealing with Sabine. Yeah, that makes sense.
Plo Koon is so good.
Especially with the Quinnland deployed.
I know, it's so good. You just need
I would
one
not-
unit.
Yeah.
Tyler York in chat saying Mr. Bones tried his best. Little does everybody in chat know, but Mr. Bones is one of his favorite cards. I think the Sabine player conceded.
Yeah, I think so. The Plo Koon just... Oof.
That's crazy.
Wow.
I think he drew 2 A-Wings for the turn, so that A-Wing was just going to eat up one of them, and just... That Plo Koon's going to finish the game quick.
I think he's used to having at least 35 minutes between every round. So he's like, no.
Yeah,
let's
true.
move it on. I'm running out of time here.
Yeah. Sheesh.
Interesting point there. I do want to talk about a little bit. I'm not sure if the Quinnland player wants to Tarkentown the soldier of the 501st there. I think I would. You know, they have big scary stuff, but you also, against Sabine as Quinnland, you want to control the board a little bit early, but you also need to get the game over with fast. You're a 25 health base with no way to heal it up. And so if the game goes long, the Sabine pings are going to wear you down. They're going to find their forward causes. And so you want to go a little big, but also finish fast.
Yeah, makes sense.
There's
One
a
nice
lot
thing,
of
actually.
1-drops here. It seems
Yeah.
like Sabine does have a pretty decent shot at taking the whole match. What are your thoughts there, Mickey?
I agree. The 1-drops are scary. Having seen it play out a little bit, though, initiative seems to matter a lot, and you're going to surrender it if you're playing a double 1-drop. And also, one little interesting inflection point on this matchup is oftentimes the Sabine Tarkentowns aren't running Forakas because they're playing Aggression, they're playing Bo-Katan.
Yeah. It's like
They're playing-
they play Chaos of War instead, I think.
And Chaos of War is not good in this kind of matchup. Like, the only times Quinnland's going to add a bunch of cards to their hand is when they're smuggling. And this is a matchup where you don't have the time to. So your burn potential is a lot lower. You got to rely on, like, daring raids and Fighters for Freedom pings.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So at first glance, it definitely looks favored for Sabine Tarkentown, and, like, almost a worse matchup than the Sabine ECL list is, but not having to worry about ECL Wrecker is a really big gain.
I mean, I don't know if you caught the tail end of the last Sabine game, but Sabine against Ray Datavault, 3 wreckers both games.
Yeah.
One of them was resourced in game 2, but it was brutal, dude.
Yeah, it is. Wrecker's a hell of a card, and, like, even Timely Intervention, and also one of the best cards for Sabine against Quinnland is Rebel Assault. Being able to do that action compression, and oftentimes instead of dealing the 2 damage of pump that it adds, it's dealing like 5, because it's dealing the 2 damage of pump while also letting you attack with a unit that you wouldn't otherwise get to attack with. because it would
Yeah,
have died if you
agreed.
didn't get that attack in right away. So,
Yeah.
in the, I believe it was the finals of Richmond, the Quinnland versus Sabine match. Those timely interventions did a lot of work, but I really think the turning point of those games was Rebel Assault. That's what
Yeah.
really was the backbreaker for Quinnland. So, a lot of good
Makes a
stuff
lot of
Sabine
sense.
Tarkentown brings to the table in the one drops, but a lot of stuff you lose.
How good is aggression in this matchup? Like, is that going to be a card that we're gonna see like kind of turn the tide for the Sabine player?
I don't think so. Like the best mode is probably readying a unit with 3 or less power, because the 4 damage, you have a lot of 5 health units or 3 health units, so you can often pick something off after attacking, or if they trade it into something.
Yeah, use
drawing
like
a
the Benny
card-
2 tubes trick to give raid 2.
Yes, like if you can do a combo turn on the flip, and your Bane 2 tube survives and it does like 8 damage, then it's really good. But that seems kind of hard to set up. So I don't think it's a great card in this matchup. It's obviously just an insane card no matter what, but
Yeah, I guess you could also like deal 4 damage to something and defeat a Hotshot Blaster. But again, defeating Hotshot Blaster, not really where you want to be, just because it already did its damage at least once, and that's usually enough. But
yeah,
or at least for the player who played it to feel like they got value out of it.
like if my opponent is spending 4, especially in this super fast-paced matchup, spending 4 resources to say defeat my hero with a damage on it and get rid of my hotshot off of my Quinnland, I'm feeling pretty good about that, to be honest, because it means they're not developing to the board.
Yeah, or dealing more damage to you when they should be the aggressor most of the time.
So I think that ready unit's definitely going to be the most used mode in this type of matchup.
Looks like we have out of aspect Rebel Assault.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That card is very, very good in this matchup. Goes into the resource row. Don't want to necessarily see it in the opening hand.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think we got another double 1-drop start, but one of those is
I think it's the 2/1 in space, or it's a 2/2 but takes a damage if you don't have another fighter, right?
Yeah, and depending on your hand as Quinnland, you might just Tarkentown that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Some opening hands for Quinnland, it's not a super common playline, but something you do, especially if they deploy like an R2. 4 health is really annoying. You can go like a Crafty Smuggler into a Hot Shot Smuggle, just deal with it and have a 4/2 left behind. Or especially a Sabine, because then you can also trade into a 3/5 the following turn and hold Sabine leader hostage if they don't have the 3/5.
Yeah, makes sense.
Gotta keep this hand if we're Quinnland. Looks like a Bamboozle getting resourced here, maybe. I like holding on to that. Stops wing leaders, maybe some Darksaber stuff. Starting off with an R2D2, picking up a Fighters for Freedom. Already got one in hand, so shipping it to the bottom. Followed up with Sabine.
Yeah, Sabine noticeably not as good in this start.
Yeah. No Mr. Bones to eat for free. And R2 might be the best 1-drop in this matchup because 4 health is so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it'd be nice if there was a Fleet Lieutenant from the Sabine side, but it looks like they do not have that.
You saw one in the opening hands.
Oh yeah, no, there is. I'm
There
just
it is.
blind.
No, it's hyperspace, so it looks a little different.
A lot of orange.
A lot of orange. So it does use the
Start off with the
Tarkentown.
Tarkentown.
I don't hate
I think
this.
if the Sabine player is actually kind of fine with this because they're about to Fleet Lieutenant and kill the Sabine, and still have 2 units on the board.
Yeah. Plus now that Tarkentown's gone, so the R2 stays alive. But I did think I think I spotted an X-34 Landspeeder in Quinnland's hands, so at least he'll get to finish off that R2 and then have a 2/2 left behind. Notably, X-34 Landspeeder does not hold a Hotshot Blaster, but is not a bad surprise strike target, can take out the Sabine leader in 1 hit. Sabine just goes for the ping, even with the Fleet Lieutenant still in hand.
He might just want to race, and if that's the case, he doesn't want to play the Fleet Lieutenant and go base with R2 until the Sabine is attacked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is interesting because now the Sabine player can just Tarkin Town the Sabine unit on the Quinnland side and still get the 3 damage from Fleet Lieutenant.
But this X-34 land speeder is going to hurt if it's there. Yeah.
Wow, punished for not attacking first. I guess he just fighters for freedoms now, though.
Yeah, not a bad backup plan at all. And that Fleet Lieutenant's still going to find value. So this isn't terrible for Sabine. Had a couple different avenues to go down. I think Quinnland's pretty happy with how this turn played out, but...
Yeah, I think you just didn't need to Tarkin Town there as the Sabine player right away, right? Like, even if you don't play the Fleet Lieutenant, you could have still just went base with the R2.
Yeah.
But maybe he's just not familiar with the X-34 play as an option.
It's definitely not in every Quinnland list. There's a lot of Quinnland lists that are starting to cut it.
And it was also on the 3 resource turn, so you're not really always playing around a 2/2. Or sorry, a 2 cost.
Yeah. Yes. Quinnland is up. One interesting point I wanted to bring up. I think Quinnland had a 4-star last turn, and 4-star is a card in this matchup that can oftentimes be too slow, especially if your list is constructed where your cheapest force unit is 4 cost, which oftentimes it is. Some Quinnlands are cutting Ezra's and Anakin's now. With 4-star being too slow and my Sabine opponent only having 2 cards in hand, I might have just used that 1 resource just to make him discard a card.
Oh, interesting play here. So Quinnland had the our favorite Sentinel, the Shadowed Hover Tank, but forgoed playing it because of the Fighters for Freedom and decided to waylay that instead. But now that lets the Sabine player deploy Sabine and a K2 if he would like. Which is pretty backbreaking in terms of the damage race.
Yeah. Your best answer for that K2 is the waylay that you just used.
Yeah. I almost wonder if you were supposed to just pass and see what he does. If he attacks, you can play the hover tank and still feel good.
Yeah. I would pass there until my opponent spent resources or deployed Sabine.
Yeah.
Because if the hover tank trades for the Fighters for Freedom, if you think about it, it's almost the same as using the waylay. Because now that's all the Quinnland did that turn. And the Fighters for Freedom is off the board, but now it's back in head instead of in the discard. You do lose the hover tank, which is a valuable resource in this matchup, but I think he drew a second one. Not that you know what's on the top of your deck, but kind of, I think, got a little tunnel visioned on the hover tank blanking the Sabine flip, and didn't use it to some of its potential there.
Did you guys see that these players have played against each other in a 1K recently from chat?
Yep,
Yeah.
we talked about that.
Nice. It's happening again.
Well, not quite the finals yet, but yeah.
Oh yeah, they still could.
Definitely still could. Loser of this match is not out of it at 4-1 by any means. Interesting. Attacking with the K2. I might have gone with the Sabine attack first because of Plo Koon potential here. Hover tank also not bad, but I believe a heroic resolve in the Sabine's hand really helps change the math on that hover tank quite nicely. Although the ping on the other end makes it so that the health doesn't get high enough to stay alive after attacking into the hover tank. Honestly, I don't think it's absurd for Sabine to just claim here. Oh. There's an onboard answer to K2. Because ideally you kind of want that K2 to trade into that hover tank. Nets you 4 damage.
Ooh. Heroic Resolve on the K2 is pretty nasty.
Yeah. You are double stacking Overwhelm, but like you don't care about that.
You just
want this
trade both
K2.
your things into the K2 now. I guess you're not trading. You would be putting 5 damage on Quinnland and trading in the X34, but looks like he went to base instead.
It's got 1 resource. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a forced throw. Now, if this is a forced throw, the chances they have a 1-drop are pretty high, even though they didn't use that resource to play one. So maybe you're thinking otherwise. But you'd want it to be at least a 2-drop to put 2 damage into the K2 and then have your Quinnland finish it off.
Yeah, it looks like there's a Sabine and Fighters for Freedom in hand.
Yeah, so this force throw would work, but if he does force throw and target himself just to guarantee the damage, I would not blame him.
Yeah, I mean, if he has a Han Solo and can just kill the K2 outright, it's probably better.
Mm-hmm.
Chooses to target the opponent.
Yeah, I think in these situations, sometimes you ask yourself, look, do I just need to get lucky here? I'm in a bit of a rough spot.
Oh, puts it on the... Ooh,
On the
that's...
fighters. Okay, so if you
Oh,
think
he put it
that
on
your
the
opponent-
Fleet Lieutenant.
The Fleet Lieutenant. If you think your opponent's first action is going to be Heroic Resolve this K2 into your Shadowed Hover Tank, then you get a Quinnland ping to finish the Fleet Lieutenant. Otherwise, you're kind of incentivizing your opponent to attack Fleet Lieutenant into the Hover Tank, in which case maybe a Plo Koon could answer the K2. Creates this interesting like action tension game.
Yeah. Feel like
I
just
agree,
killing
though.
off the K2 would be better, though.
I agree. I think you just want to get all that damage off the board.
Yeah. So this will be an attack for 6. No, sorry, for 8. So 5 Overwhelm plus the K2 trigger for 8 total damage.
Yeah. But a Plo Koon here is a board wipe.
Yeah. Plo Koon would be gross.
Do you know if there's 4 cause or anything like that for Sabine?
I don't believe so.
I don't think 4 cause can be played in a aggression Sabine deck because there's a lot of non-heroism. I was saying they might be playing Chaos of War, but that's not really great against Quinnland. Or even just here right now, it would be like 2 damage.
A second hover tank does similar work that Plo Koon.
It's almost better.
Yeah. Like leaving the Sabine alive so they don't get their ping back, that's huge.
Fighters for Freedom is annoying for the Quinnland though, because that can just attack through.
Yeah.
I feel like you almost have to kill it and just.
Yeah.
Because the problem is if Sabine just claims here, if they have any sort of pump for the Fighters for Freedom, you just lose the game on the spot, right? Like a heroic sack.
Or a Fleet Lieutenant, or yeah.
Yeah, Fleet Lieutenant. So.
Saboteur really annoying here, so I agree. I think you have to finish off that fight. I mean, now that he played the soldier, you could just claim and try and get the ping to kill the Fighters for Freedom.
Yeah, that is what it looks like he's doing.
Yeah, I like this.
Sabine is going to just try to get back to pinging, as that is a viable win con at this point.
Yeah, I also really like that. Ooh, aggression.
Seeing aggression.
Aggression and Benny
can defeat the Sentinel. Doesn't really do anything else though. It would just draw a card.
You could save it for a little bit later in the turn and ready something.
Yeah, but you have the Sentinel in the way, right?
Yeah. Drawing a card ain't the worst thing. If you're Quinnland, you gotta get the game over like this turn or first action and next turn, I think. You could play the Benny first, hope he goes to base, and then aggression kill the tank, ready the Benny. Ooh, nicely timed Spark. Quinnland's starting to feel comfortable. Got a fade, probably a turn. There could be some reckless gunslingers down there as well. And Cassian. Oh, I think that Cassian is just lethal.
Yeah, unless there's a hot shot, or does he not have enough resources here? Nope,
Yeah, I
he's
think.
scooping it up.
Yep. Really close game.
Yeah, Quinnland was on the verge of stabilizing, but just a little bit too much incidental damage.
Mm-hmm.
Fighters for Freedom, really good card in this matchup.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Especially if it with how this matchup usually goes, you're forced to Tarkin Town early, and Fighters for Freedom is a great target for a ping plus Tarkin Town. But if you're forced to use it early, like Quinnland did there in that matchup on the 2-1 spaceship, then that's no longer an option for you.
Mm-hmm.
You're watching the Chicago Planetary Qualifier. This is the Bothan Network in conjunction with Late Night Gaming and Loopy. You've got myself, Jonathan Fisher, and Lego Pizza. We are across the network, create our own podcast, and we've got Mickey D with us, casting this match and the next. Mickey is a Quinnland expert, so very exciting to have him for this. And we're between rounds, we're going to talk a bit about what Mickey's been up to, so stick with us.
Looking forward to it. This has been a good match so far. Played out a little bit differently than I anticipated, but been very, very fun.
I think game 2 went a lot more in terms of what I thought was going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, the R2 start is just so good.
Yeah. I think R2 is probably the best turn 1 play, like regardless of cost. If it was a 2 cost, it would obviously be worse because you can ping it, but like if your turn 1 is you're looking at a Sabine versus an R2, there's an argument to just drop the R2 instead of the Sabine.
Yeah.
4 health is huge. Just like we're going back to the drawing board a bit as Quinnland here. That is something that I think is a little under-discussed and a little underutilized. There are some cards that you might want to sideboard in only if you have initiative, or only if you don't have initiative. And so it's okay, like, you get to revisit your sideboard after game 2 even. So if you bring in a card that's good on the play, and then in game 3 you're now on the draw, you can take that card back out for something that's more generically good.
Yeah. I feel like it doesn't come up that much in this game because there's a lot of decks that don't care about initiative.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously when you're playing against Sabine, it matters way more. Cards like the X34 is actually better on the draw against the Sabine deck than it is on the play. So I could see the Quinnland player maybe sideboarding out the X34 here.
Cards like Spark or Rebellion can sometimes only be really good on the draw or on the play as well, where you just want to nab the turn 1 play.
Yeah, I guess in this matchup it's less good because they're gonna play 2 1 drops. And then if you don't develop to the board, you're gonna be really far behind.
Yes.
Regardless if you take a 1 drop, they still have at least a 1 drop, and if they have a 2 drop, God forbid, you kind of get punished. So, but we'll see. It's gonna be a fun game 3.
Oh yeah. See that 2/2 spaceship again in Sabine's hand. Couple spec forces, Sabine unit. Not a great hand, but not a bad hand from Sabine here. Looks like double spec force, Fleet Lieutenant, Daring Raid. Oh. No. Double spec.
Oh, turn 1 Daring Raid, Tarkin Town. Plus spec force maybe.
Yeah. And
yeah, it's a solid turn 1. Used a lot of resources, but I think that's okay if you get to have a board presence and your opponent doesn't in this type of matchup.
Yeah, I do think I see that X34 Landspeeder again, which has been putting in a lot of work in this matchup.
Yeah, seems really good here.
It's probably going to... Oh, goes for the Gorilla Soldier instead. Kind of similar. You're gonna take a hit, but you're gonna have a ready 2/3 to trade into something.
Yeah, the heroic resolve is an interesting way to punish that, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like a super punish because you do have Tarkin Town if you want to throw it in. And that is what he's doing. So heroic resolve, and I think he has a Sabine unit to follow it up.
Yeah, I think you have to throw the Gorilla Soldier in here. Otherwise, they could just use the heroic resolve here and deal 6. But if you put the 2 damage on, then the heroic resolve ability, once you use it, the unit will die from damage. So.
Are you using your Tarkin Town as soon as you get the chance here, Mickey, in this matchup, or like, are you saving it for
I think in
big units?
In this matchup, probably.
Yeah, with the
He's
one-drop
gonna-
matchup.
Mm-hmm. Against Sabine ECL, Tarkin Town will often save specifically because it's such a good counter to their ECL. But not having to save it here, I think you just want to save damage. Also, I often advocate to race Sabine as Quinnland, but that's against ECL. And this kind of version, they are quite they are the lowest to the ground as you can get. And so I think you just have to play control until about 5 resources. I will say with initiative here, that X-34 land speeder is still going to do work, allowing you to take out that Sabine, weave in another 2 cost. Looks like you might resource it here. Interesting.
You see a bamboozle in hand as well.
Bamboozle quite good. Goes for Kira. All right, this is also a great play.
Yeah, it gets to hit the wing leader.
Mm-hmm. Keep it so your opponents, unless they have a smuggle card, like an arm to the teeth here would be okay, except for that bamboozle sitting in hand. So that could be part of the reasoning for going with this line.
Yeah, thank you to the Quinnland player for very obviously pointing to the card that they're naming with Kira for us.
Yes,
It was pretty obvious, but it was still very nice of him to do that. I always appreciate when players understand the struggles of live coverage.
Mm-hmm. Goes for the flip. If I'm Quinnland, I'm just passing here until they attack with a unit.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
I do wonder. Yeah, like you also get to get the ping on Sabine, right? In that scenario, if you passed.
Yeah.
The problem is he can just wing leader the Sabine unit, though, right?
Yes. I think I like just slamming the Kira there. But oftentimes I think Quinnland, after playing the Kira, might just claim, even with the bamboozle in hand. It's like, I've seen your hand, you can't play anything that this bamboozle really cares about. But because of armed to the teeth, I think I would just keep passing after the Kira is played.
Well, I meant more so like, was there ever a way that you were supposed to pass before? But then I would be worried about the wing leader play.
I don't think so. If Sabine had an empty board, I definitely would, because if they play K2, you can just play the Kira afterwards and get the ping on it, and then your Kira cleanly kills the K2.
Yeah, that makes sense.
This isn't terrible for the Sabine. It's a pretty wide board. Opponents at 12 here, presenting 8 damage.
This looks scary for the Quinnland player.
Yeah. I do think he has a surprise strike in his hand, so that can help take out Sabine leader. I think you gotta stabilize this turn at like around 18, and then I think you can start push in for lethal and be okay from that spot. If you get to around 20, we saw 20 was a dangerous life total last game. The Fighters for Freedoms and the Cassians can start finishing the game from there. Still have that Bamboozle. I think there's a Falcon and a Plo Koon on the Quinnland side of things. Clearing the board here. At Sabine, it looks like aggression and something else. Can't quite tell. Would not be surprised. Like, Plo Koon's going to hurt here either way, so I wouldn't be surprised to see an aggression. You could finish off Kira, draw a card. You could finish off Kira, ready Sabine. You could ready Sabine, draw a card.
Readying Sabine if you're thinking there's a Quinnland. Well, I guess you would stop the coordinate though, so yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So
yeah, that's
readying
probably the
Sabine.
best bet. I mean, the Quinnland player's at 17.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Then
he has
I
a
feel-
Castian in row as well. I think that's what he's going for. Ooh,
Ooh,
and there's an arm
smuggling
to the
an
teeth
arm to the
smuggled in.
teeth. That's nice. Now I think you Plo Koon this Cassian. Yeah. So that Sabine's going to get another hit off, put you to 20. We saw last game, 20 is a dangerous life total.
Yeah, but a full board like this, I feel like Quinnland's kind of in the driver's seat, unfortunately, for the Sabine player.
Mm-hmm. Definitely have to be ready for some more Cassians, aggression readying units, Fighters for Freedom, pinging stuff. But so on board, Quinnland has 6 plus 3 plus 3 is 12. That's 18, so only needs 7 more. 7 is an awkward number. If it was 6, you could do like Surprise Strike plus Falcon. So probably have to spend at least one more turn cleaning up the board a little bit. Or, I'm also trying to think of ways you can put your opponent in check the fastest.
Right, with your Plo.
So a Surprise Strike on Plo would put you to 15, but that doesn't threaten anything. Like another Surprise Strike on Plo would only be 9, so it would be 24.
I think we're gonna see Fighters for Freedom here, just to try to get some extra ping damage.
I agree.
What do you guys think about
And
attacking with his unit that's able to clear board best as his first attack? Like what, do you know
I think
what
that just, I think that's just showing that he has something else in hand to deal with the Sabine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that there's other units that they're gonna be playing. I also think Plo killing the Sabine is kind of nice because it survives.
Mm-hmm.
But
I don't hate pushing 6 here. You like we were talking about earlier, you do have to get the game over with pretty fast.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just curious about that being your first action.
I think I would have attacked with Kira first because it's the most fragile of my units. Like now with that Fighters for Freedom, I don't want to take any. I guess you could.
I think he was
There's
looking
no
for
way-
a hot shot there.
Yeah, there's no way to get one action lethal the following turn. That 1 damage is really coming up because I think he has Falcon Surprise Strike in hand, which isn't lethal this turn. Oh, he does have a hot shot though, so that does put Sabine in 1 action check with a Surprise Strike on the Plo Koon.
God, it makes me even more curious. I think I would have hot-shotted the Plo. What am I... Oh, I guess like hot shot on either of those could have cleared a Cassian. Is that like what you're thinking?
Yeah, so no, the other thing is if he has second hot shot, he can claim here for lethal. But now the Sabine just claims, realizing that that would be lethal with any sort of pump. So
I think now you can Falcon ping Fighters, trade Kira into it because that no longer really matters. Get your 3 in, then you have 2 lethal threats in 1 action.
Yeah, that's
the problem is that now you're just letting the Sabine player have like any sort of pump on their own to kill you.
Yeah.
Like if you had done the exact same thing as all these plays, except you attacked the Plo Koon into the Sabine, you would not be giving up that ability to just immediately lose.
It's like a heroic
So
sacrifice
it looks
or
like,
something.
yeah, heroic sacrifice is the big one. It looks like he has not
Completely
drawn that
different.
though.
Yeah. I don't hate this line from Quinlan because you're leaving yourself dead to a pump here, but and Quinlan sneaks it up by one action very close.
Wow.
Great games, honestly. You leave yourself dead to a pump, but if you clear the board, it's a lot more nebulous if you can finish the game next turn, and like maybe your opponent has another string of cards that they can put together, because Quinlan forced Sabine to early claim there. Like if he kills that Sabine, that Fighters for Freedom probably pings for 1 or 2, and then the fighter's attack is lethal, so it gets a little hairy. That was a really interesting turn with a lot of different ways to go, and I think
Yeah, Winlin. Quinlan wins.
That's,
love me some
that's my
Quinlan.
brain.
Thanks for the compliment, Frank. Hope you're enjoying the stream.
Fighters for Freedom in the chat. Yeah, Fighters for Freedom really showed out that game. I think that's a card that should be on the rise a little bit. Talking Town seems to be a little bit on the downswing right now because Quinlan and Cat are not seeing as much play.
And a lot
And
more
there's a lot-
village protectors.
Exactly. A lot more village protectors running around. Even good into like Kira shields potentially. Add some extra points of damage in the mirror. It's got a lot of little utility. It is scary with more traders running around. It's a pretty good Traitorous target, but if you're playing Sabine, you're gonna have plenty of good Traitorous targets. So I do not know. It's on for me, but
It is
don't
black
see
on my
it.
end.
Yeah. Let's get.
did that help?
I'm about to find out. Yeah.
There we go.
I think
Yeah,
that will work.
my cover was on. I thought
All
it
right.
was off.
So yeah, Mickey, thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Great time to join, by the way. Coming into a match with Quinnland. I want to hear, what you're up to. I've seen you post some content recently. I know you've done like some deck techs. You've done some videos where you get a little more technical as well. So like, what have you been up to? Tell us a little bit.
So I recently, about a week ago, posted a set 4 Quinnland guide, post Beatle, and then like recovering and all that, and post bans. Because I think a lot of people are down on Quinnland right now, and I still think it's a fine deck. I think a lot of the matchups that look unfavored on paper and then the data are very intricate matchups that you can make. Quinnland matchup data some matchups you're super aggressive, and some matchups you're way more controlling. And if you choose the wrong playstyle for the wrong matchup, you can get obliterated. So I talked a little bit about that in that video, as well as an updated deck list. But I usually just post videos when I think I have something to say or something to contribute. Like before that, there was an idea I had rattling around in my brain about what are like the fundamental concepts of Star Wars Unlimited, and like how can you elevate your game kind of to the next level, and finally got that on paper and posted a video about it. And if you want to check that out, that is the next most recent video after this Quinnland guide. So yeah, I also, if my internet wasn't terrible and could like handle live streaming, I would love to do the stuff that like Chris does in live streaming. So hopefully that's something in the future, but I'll post occasionally whenever I think I have something to contribute and something to say.
Well, I've loved every video you've put out so far, and looking forward to the next one. So
appreciate it.
Hopefully, it will be how I won Galactic Champions.
That's the hope.
Yeah.
I hope everything's going
Well,
through.
how
I lost your cameras. Hopefully they're.
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
Yep, they just disappeared from the stream.
Cross said rip Mickey internet, so my internet might, like just said, might be. Oh, maybe it was me talking about the internet. I got him to say that.
It's okay. So I think the audio is probably going through. I don't know why the video's not working.
Yeah, it's all right.
All good. No one needs to see my ugly mug, anyways.
So yeah, I like your, part of what you say is, if I think I have something to contribute, I'll make content and I'll put it out there. So, Ian and I have been making Across the Network, making the podcast. We're doing things like this. It is a lot of work, and it is the kind of stuff where you're like, well, I want to make sure not only that it's worth it for people that go and consume the content, but it's worth my time to make it.
Yeah.
So I like that that like perspective of making sure you feel like it's something worth contributing.
Yeah. Star Wars Unlimited is small enough right now in terms of like content. We have a couple of big dogs in the content scene, but overall, it's small enough to where I'm at the point of I don't feel like I need to make anything. I just make stuff when I feel like it, like when I have time, and when I'm passionate and want to say something. So.
Yeah, it's a healthy way to do content creation for sure.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's a little bit more like off the cuff and fun. Like one time, I think for Twilight of the Republic, I was like, man, I'm excited about this set back when we thought the set might be good. And so I did like a draft leaders tier list of the leaders I thought would be best in a limited environment. But mostly it's more in-depth stuff about like events I'm going to. Like I wouldn't be surprised if post Minneapolis pre my PQs there's a video around then.
I mean, drafting's fun.
Yes. There's no competitive tournaments for draft, but it is like we don't play this game just to compete. We play this game for fun as well. It's just a really fun game to play. Like shout out to Carlos who's been in and out of the chat. He might be asleep now in young France or Italy or wherever he is now. But he has a cube together, and cube drafting is so much fun.
That was one of my highlights of Beatle, was just drafting with the homies, cube drafting with the homies, doing crazy stuff, playing band leaders.
Yep. Band leaders. Didn't you had Boba, Fet's Fire Spray? Did you also have ECL that draft?
No, I think I was Tarkintown or something, or I was definitely Boba Red.
Right. You're Boba Red. That's right.
Yeah. I think
that was fun.
Yeah, I went 2-1, and then the second one, Phenom, Ethan, he went 2-1 as well with Boba 1. He I think he lost to Eekfoil on Luke Luke 1 Yellow, and he just had like the craziest like Sparks, Ahsokas, like all the yellow discard and some good like force units, and yeah, his deck was sweet. He had Bamboozle, dude. He got me with Bamboozle. I forget what I was playing, but yeah, it was good.
Frank, I loved playing the 3v3, even though I think I went 1-4 in individual matches.
Yeah,
it was a little rough on my...
Me, Mickey, and Ryan had a great run. We were in the top 4 of the winners bracket, and then lost 2 in a row, which was sad, but I think we did well for what it was, and our first time trying out that format. It was super fun.
Yes.
Looking forward to the next one.
I'm 100% ready to do the next one. Hopefully Quinnland's still around for it.
Who knows, man? I mean, I'm sure he'll be around. Whether or not he has like a meta presence or can compete. Yeah. There's gonna be some crazy Force stuff next set, though.
There are gonna be some sort of Force throw deck as long as that card isn't banned.
Yeah, I agree.
CCC, I think the Luke Yellow was post Vomit. I think I had flown out at that point. I didn't get to join in on the second cube draft.
Yeah, it was definitely post Vomit. It was when he was alive and well.
Maybe that's worth explaining. Is that all you guys have said? Post Vomit?
Yeah. We're talking about.
Oh yes, that was post Vomit.
Post vomit clarity. Yeah. So, Eat Foil, our teammate, he was 4-0 in one of the 6K pods, and then got food poisoning and was sick, and ended up having to drop out of the tournament. And yeah, he was definitely doing some vomiting.
Yeah.
He came back to life though at the end of the weekend.
Sharkbait, who I assume is Sharky. 3v3
It
was
is.
awesome. It was awesome playing you in the 3v3. I think Jordan got me, but luckily Ian and Ryan clutched it up in the other 2 matches. And then Phil, I missed you. Now I've met most of the Bothans. There's only a few I haven't met now, and Phil is one of them. I'm very excited to meet him in person.
Yeah, I think we have. How many matches do we have left in this round? 10 matches.
Yeah, I have a new chart for you.
Ooh, new charts.
It's
I like
coming,
charts.
new chart. Let me
Let
show this one first. All right, this is not that one. Hold on, that's the previous one. Right? Okay, hold on. Let me add files. Okay. And add file. Okay, I got 2 new charts for you, but it always starts on number 1. Okay, so this is after round 4. Has it changed much? Takedown is now more played in the top 64. Traitorous dropping down a bit. Got resupply. These are just the top 10 most played cards in the top 64. Confiscate still most played.
Yeah, it was popping on and off the stream for me. There it is. It looks pretty similar. Green Squadron taking, like, I think those Red Hero 2-drops took a little bit of a jump.
I mean, Takedown shot up.
Takedown, yeah.
Let's see, Takedown.
Takedown, I think, was like the 4th or 5th.
It was
Now it's
3rd,
second.
and now it's 2nd. Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind.
It looks like Rivals Fall shot up as well. I don't know how high that was.
I think that just means that there's a lot of Kiras in the top 64.
Well, which is our next chart. This is so far leader representation shift. Again, all my numbers are in top 64. So like the decks that have managed to stay in the top like half of the standings. So Sabine has dropped off a lot.
Rivals Fall and Takedown could also be a credit to like the Rays of the world, or like any Anakins that might be lingering around.
So everyone to the right on this chart is doing well in the tournament. Everyone to the left of the chart is not doing well in the tournament.
Okay.
You know, I keep seeing this Admiral Piet having these charts go all the way to the left all the time when you show me these shift percentages.
Yeah, like sometimes it's at the very bottom. It's the worst.
So it's interesting. Like the ones that stand out to me, obviously, are Sabine down a lot. Also, Han down. Would not expect like Han to be down as much as it is.
No, Han's up.
Oh yeah, never mind. I was looking at the
Anakin Skywalker is down a lot.
Yeah, at the other
and Han 2 is also down a lot. Okay. Yeah.
I just skipped a line visually.
Rey and Darth Vader Victor Squadron having a shift up as well, which makes sense. Those are kind of the 2 new hotness decks that weren't really a part of the original 5 or 6 top decks.
An interesting thing, now it's not a huge shift up, but Palpatine shifting up a little bit in a field so filled with Sabine is pretty interesting.
Yeah, agreed. Captain Rex. That's crazy.
Where? Oh, Captain Rex.
Dude, Unity of Purpose, baby.
Woo.
What else is interesting here? Kylo Ren.
That blank one, some sort of
on
bug.
4.
I don't know what it is. So I think for like next round, I think I'll make this like top 32 or something because it's a smaller field, and then that might be a little more interesting there. But yeah, I mean Sabine being way to the left here, I find that interesting. Kira being so far to the right, along with Cad Bane.
Yeah,
maybe
it looks like things balanced out. Like Sabine kind of came down, and the other top
Yeah.
5 decks took its space a little bit.
Yeah, so I feel like this is normally what happens to Sabine, only because, at least in more local tournaments like this, because I think if it's someone who's like, oh, this is my first time playing in a tournament, whatever, and they like are playing in a tournament with friends, whatever, it's usually the deck that they'll put that person on, just because it's something that's easy to learn and from a base point of view, right? Not necessarily at the highest competitive level, but just to like kind of get some games underway.
I think it gives you a high skill floor is the way I think of it. Now, the skill ceiling is still incredibly high. Like, I've seen Frank play Sabine enough and beat some Han Yellows that no one else would win. That, like, I know that the Sabine is a high skill deck, but also it's the deck with the easiest, just like 2, 3, 4, 5, I win the game curves.
Yeah, makes sense. Frank in chat saying he doesn't want to play Sabine with the 33 health meta. I think that's like a decent thought, but I don't know. I feel like the Sabine is so good in the Kira anyways, and we just saw a Sabine ECL beat a Ray Data Vault, even though that's supposed to be a bad matchup for Sabine. So the
like,
Data Vault decks are going to screw up their own. Like, they're gonna lose to themselves a lot. So
I am producing Data Vault metrics after this, so I can put it to the test and like either be like, look at this, Ian, eat it, or I can be like, you know what, Ian, you were so right.
all I'm saying is that they're 0-3 on camera so far.
Oh, that's all that matters. That's all that matters.
One thing that is interesting is I don't think Sabine Data Vault is the way to go, but I do get the idea behind building Sabine Green just a little bit bigger to contest with all these 33 health bases.
Yeah,
that can be
cards
a way
like
you
Adelphi seem to be like a lot better right now.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? Can you hear me?
Loopy.
Hey, Loopy, how you doing, buddy?
I just smelled Mickey D, and I wanted to ask how my boy Carlos did.
Carlos won.
He is 5-0, so he should be pretty good for top 8 here. Although it's a pretty full tournament, so.
No, and actually, it is draft o'clock for me, so that's
no.
where we're going now. But
Fair enough.
All right, well, thank you guys for the coverage. It looks like the pairings just went up. And
Yeah.
I look forward to hearing all about this on the replay.
Yeah, good luck. I was about to say.
And if anybody has not liked and subscribed to Across the Network podcast, please do that. Help out these boys that are producing the coverage. This is a lot of work that they're doing for the good of the community. So, I'm going to go draft.
We appreciate you, bud.
Round timer ended.
Yeah. Yeah, go check out Mickey D. Swoo. I post, like I said, somewhat infrequently, hoping to up it a little bit as we get closer and post Galactics as things start to pick up. And subscribe to Across the Network. I was on the episode with Sunny D. It was awesome to record. Every episode is awesome. I don't think there's a podcast quite like it out there, so yeah, give it a listen, give it a like and subscribe. You're already on the channel. Might as well. It's just a couple of clicks.
Yeah. Come help us out. I take that as my signal from you guys, the viewers and listeners, that we're doing a good job. Yeah, I was muted, Phil. I mute myself for Tourette's. Sometimes I forget. This was one of those times. So, right before Mickey spoke, I was saying we're about to go to a short, quick break, but is there anything else you want to say to the viewers before we take that quick break? And then he said that. So
yeah.
come check it out. He did come co-host with me on one of the Across the Network episodes while Ian was on vacation. Or no, he was. Oh, I remember. He wanted to live closer to me. That's what it was.
That is exactly the truth.
And he has accomplished that. So we'll be right back in just a moment. We'll still have Mickey with us for the next round, and then I'm looking to bring on Victor from Nordic Takedown for the last round of Swiss. So look forward to that. See you guys soon.
Heck yeah.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
All right, I'm going to turn that fun music down. We are coming back to you for round 6. Once again, I will update the overlay. This is a fun matchup, we think. It's going to be Quinnland Tarkintown versus Kylo Ren Tarkintown. So we've got Mickey D with us again doing commentary on this matchup because we knew that round 5 and 6 was going to be Quinnland, so we planned accordingly. You've got myself, Jonathan Fisher, doing production, and along with Lego Pizza doing commentary. We create the Across the Network podcast. Go check it out. We're really proud of our work. We think we create some of the best content out there for Star Wars Unlimited, and that's why we're talking about it. So go sub to that. Check out our work. These boys are going to take over and bring you some incredible commentary for this matchup. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah.
What up, what up? Thanks for the great intro, Jonathan.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. So this is an interesting matchup, like weirdly similar to the last matchup we just saw, but 4 deploy leader in villain this time is double red. And I think this matchup is probably worse for Quinnland than the Sabine was, because mostly Kylo is a bigger leader. It's only got 4 health, but like the difference between 4 and 5 for Quinnland isn't all that much. You're usually dealing 5 or 6 with pumps and Plo Koons. And Fallen Lightsaber is a terrifying card to play against. Now, Sabine could have Darksaber, and we just didn't see it last game. But I think this is slightly
there
worse.
was when they were shuffling up to end the day or end the round, whatever. I saw a Darksaber in the list.
Mm-hmm. I do think a card like Guavian Antagonizer, the 1-drop 2/3 with a bounty, is pretty tough for Quinnland. 2/3 for 1, can't ping Tarkintown. It's really only Sabine unit that can deal with it cleanly. Also, your hover tanks post board, if you're on the shadowed hover tank, it doesn't kill the Sabine and survive. So like, Kylo can just trade into it if he wants to get rid of it.
How do you feel about the discard in this matchup as it fuels Kylo a little bit?
It does. I think a piece of well-timed discard, specifically Ahsoka, because like if your Kylo opponent is going down to 1 card in hand, you play Ahsoka, you can ping the Kylo, which could sit in range of trading with the Ahsoka, and then also you're either discarding their lightsaber, which is going to be scary, or you're discarding a unit, which then can tap down their Kylo. So I know last set this was a tough matchup for Quinnland. I haven't played it with Ahsoka existing, which I think is going to be a really key card in this matchup, thinking about it more.
Yeah, for sure.
I think the targeted discard is a lot worse. It's really only the lightsaber you're scared of, and oftentimes once you get to that point, even just the random discard can get the lightsaber.
What about MIGs? Does that like throw a wrench in some of the discard plans with like the free 2 damage?
It can, but if they're playing MIGs, I'm generally pretty happy because it's easy enough to kill and survive, or even just like throw a daring raid at it. Like I'd rather face a MIGs on turn 1 than 2 1-drops or a Bo-Katan.
I do have to say that I love this Kylo player also running the Kylo sleeves with a red deck buff. He's all in. He's all in. He knows what he's about right now.
Just missing the showcase, but has the hyperspace version.
See a Sabine from the Quinnland player, followed by, I think it's Wolf.
Ooh. Yeah, I think that is Wolf.
Man, if only my knowledge of seeing art of a card and immediately recognizing what exactly the text of a card is could be put to use somehow, other than exactly in this scenario.
Hey, that's what makes a good commentator.
Oh, okay, Mr. Lawyer. Yeah, I bet you're real bad at that in other areas.
I don't think that having card art memorization skills helps me be a good lawyer, but I digressed.
Yeah.
All right, Guerrilla Soldier from the Quinnland after a Guavian from Kylo. Do you ever just put the 3 damage on the Guavian and let him draw a card?
How about just 2?
I like the
I think that's the
two.
worst. That's like the worst way to do it.
Well, if you think the Gorilla Soldier is going to get tacked down anyway by the Gorilla Soldier, the Guavian's going to get killed by the Gorilla, you might as well put the 2 on it. I don't know if I would have
Yeah,
killed
but then
that
you can
Guavian.
make them spend the Tarkentown. Now they don't have to.
Well, Guavian only has 3, so if you put 1 on it, the Gorilla Soldier could killed it. And
No, but you could just put 3 on the base, and then if he
Make him
wants to, attack plus Tarkentown. I don't know.
I think 1 on Guavian was the worst. I think 2 is okay. 3 to base is a little scary, but as the aggressor, I think I would have gone 3 to base. Leave my Guavian alive. I agree with that.
I agree 1 on it. It sounds like the worst.
Yeah. I think 3 on it or 3 on base is what I would have done.
Yeah. Looks like there's a Force Throw and a lightsaber and a 5th brother from Kylo. He's trying to figure out how he wants to do this turn. Just gonna start off with an attack. Put the Quinnland player to 3. Wonder if we'll see that Ahsoka play come up. Probably just gonna attack with the Gorilla Soldier first. I think we see a surprise strike, an A-wing, Plo Koon.
I think there's a Spark Hider out there as well, so I think we're gonna see
Bamboozle, which is gonna be really good against that lightsaber.
Yeah. I think either way we're gonna see a 2+2 turn. Probably just gonna Tarkentown this Kylo, or this Kylo's tie. Similarly to...
I actually really like this play.
Yes.
Because so instead of flipping the Kylo and getting maybe, one-shotted with a surprise strike or various things here, you can hold off by playing a different force unit, and then if they use resources to deal with the 5th brother, then you can flip Kylo and still have the force unit for that turn, and you get to deploy a lot safer.
If I'm Quinnland here too, I'm not really thinking about Force Throw. Kylo doesn't usually run that card, and 5th brother might tell me a little bit about it. Like Kylo also doesn't often run 5th brother, so maybe there's like a little bit of a force package there. But
taking it back to attack first.
Looks like he might have been thinking about like, oh, that Kylo still has 1 health. Let me play a 2-drop to ping it, but he already used the ping this turn, so winding it back a little bit.
Yep, we're gonna see the Force Throw here. Throwing it across the table. Holy shit!
I know I'm killing this A-wing eventually.
So he's not going to damage his own unit? That is strange. He's like, I don't care what you discard. It's going here.
I think you just discard the surprise strike at this point.
Yeah, probably. And then you do probably just play that crafty this turn, because
Yeah,
no
but then if you want to use this Bamboozle, you have to discard the Plo Koon, which I don't think you're gonna want to do.
I don't think you need to Bamboozle this turn. Taking 5 from Kylo is scary. I also don't hate this.
Before he has the lightsaber enhanced though.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the resources to play it this turn.
Right. I do wonder if he was supposed to Force Throw himself to just deal 3 to the A-wing and then guarantee 0 cards in hand for Kylo.
I think he's probably just gonna Tarkentown, and the lightsaber is super valuable in this matchup, so I don't hate it. But yeah, I think discarding yourself to get an extra hit.
I almost think I would have claimed there and just put the lightsaber on Kylo.
Yeah. Because now the surprise.
Well, also it would have 7 health, which plays around the Plo Koon. Because unless Quinnland is deployed, it won't be able to do the extra damage.
You could deploy here first if you're getting a little greedy, because lightsaber Plo Koon still kills the Kylo, and if he doesn't have lightsaber, you can kill Kylo with Plo and then ping the Kylo's tie, save your A-wing. But
yeah, you'll take an extra some amount of damage based on the Kylo. Looks like Kylo didn't resource those, so Kylo's actually not doing a lot of damage right now. And we do just see the Plo Koon here.
I like this. Don't get too greedy.
And Kylo hits the discard. It should be back into his leader zone, but 3 damage to base, putting the Quinnland player to 10. But I don't know. The board seems like impossible for the Kylo deck to come back from now that his
Yeah.
leader's dead.
One thing that you always feel when playing any other aggro deck rather than Sabine is you're missing Sabine ping, so your reach potential is a lot less. So I said earlier that I thought Kylo might be a little bit worse of a matchup versus the Sabine. Looking at it now, I think it might be a little bit better, honestly, because you don't have the Sabine ping to worry about. You also don't have Cassian to worry about, which is pretty big.
Yeah, less
a lot of
3/5s, right?
The early game, it can be a little bit tougher, but once you stabilize, you're a lot safer. That is how I think it would be.
So aggression to deal with the shield plus 4 damage to Plo Koon. But
no board.
No board. Didn't resource the 5.
Kylo's still in the discard.
Yeah.
Poor Kylo.
I mean, he'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I think he put that lightsaber down finally. I think it was a little bold to think that that was going to survive, but and there he goes. Kylo's back from the dead.
Somehow Kylo returned.
Somehow. I think we have Ahsoka plus Force Throw this turn, which is pretty dirty.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
Is that droid missile platform? It's an interesting card for Kylo.
I like it for Kylo. It hits hard.
Someone asked if these players are undefeated right now. They are both 4-1. This is table 4.
Although Mig's countering the Ahsoka plus Force Throw, getting to kill that crafty smuggler, but I think you're okay with that.
Yeah, I think it is totally fine.
I think you just take out that droid missile platform.
Yeah,
this is a weird stack of triggers here.
He has no idea that Migs does this. All right, and then there's 3. Wait, why did Migs also die?
Because the Force Throw dealt 2 to it.
No, he killed the droid missile platform.
Migs should not be dead. Yes.
I don't know if it's even worth telling the judge because this game's over, but I will.
Yeah. I mean, you would save 3 health, and this Quinnland should probably have 2 more damage on it. Okay, just play the Ahsoka from hands. But yeah, I think with or without that Migs, with or without that 2 damage on Quinnland, this game is pretty over. Like, I think we might see an aggression on this Quinnland, which that 2 health difference would not matter. But the 3 on base would. Potentially. But like I was saying earlier, I think it can be a little bit tougher to stabilize in this matchup versus the Sabine Tarkenton matchup. But once you do stabilize, it's, you know, you're way less scared than versus Sabine. Looked like a Kylo's tie and something else in the hand there from Kylo. Off of that Kira. There's really not anything you're scared of as
yeah, I mean the MiGs would not have changed the way that this game went.
No. That 3 damage or that 2 damage on Quinnland and that 3 damage on base either wouldn't have mattered as well. And Irizo says, seems like an easy matchup for Quinnland. I think it's easier than it was. I still think it can be tough. The biggest thing this game was Kylo didn't have the 1+1 start. That's where Quinnland can struggle. When you're 1 unit behind pretty much the whole game and your Kylo opponent's hitting you for 3 a turn because of that. But also, did Kylo ever use Tarkenton there?
Nope. Never used his ability either.
Interesting.
I guess front side ability. I don't think it's that good in this matchup, but it can be good to deny Force Throw when you have 1 card in hand.
Yes.
Or the Ahsoka.
Yeah, especially the Ahsoka to prevent your units from getting tapped.
Yeah. And it's just always sticks with the Kylo's tie synergy.
Oh yeah, that's some card draw, baby. There was, I think, an opportunity to maybe use it on the Green Squadron A-Wing at some point. Like, this is a matchup, I think on both sides of the table, but more so for Quinnland, where you don't look for a high value target time, you just kind of look for the first one. You just need to stabilize, and as Kylo, you don't really want, like, obviously if you could target down a 3-5 with 2 damage on it, that's the ideal, but you just want to target down anything you can to keep your presence on board as high as possible.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what this Kylo deck can bring through sideboarding. Not sure if he has like extra 1-drops or something that he likes in certain matchups, but I would definitely bring those in. Just anything to flood the board and try to get as empty-handed as possible so the Quinnland discard isn't as backbreaking.
Yes, yeah. A lot of 1-drops. It's kind of the main thing.
I actually still think that I think that he should actually just be activating Kylo like every turn.
Just to
Maybe that's wrong.
I think starting on turn 2, the only awkward part is the action inefficiency of it, but you want the cards out anyway, so.
All right, I updated my data tool so that I can put a number on the sheet of how many top decks I want to count all the cards in. So I can put any number I want now, or I can put -1 to count for every single deck in the tournament. So we'll be able to talk about some more interesting card counts between matches.
Cool.
Yeah. That's awesome. Wondering what you sideboard as Quinnland here too. You probably want to side out your any fags you got. So any Hans, like any big Falcons, any Poes that you might be on. Plo Koon, I think, is your top end in this type of matchup. From there, sideboard anything cheap in. Any upgrade hate if you got it, just because there's not a ton of upgrades, but the ones that there are can just win the game. Sideboard any Sentinels you might have. Any kind of tap effects. Those style of cards. It's about as quick of a mulligan as you can get there from Kylo. Saw the opening hand, said nope, and then shipped it back.
He knows what he's about. I respect that.
Oh yeah, I love a fast mulligan. Searching for double 1-drops, only saw one of them, ship it back. Didn't see any turn 1 plays, ship it back. Like, respect it. It is interesting. So the past couple rounds, we've seen Sabine Tarkentown and now Kylo Tarkentown. In response to this Data Vault kind of go big meta and people trying to one-up each other there, people seem to be responding by going hyper-aggressive with like big Voltron leaders, potentially with Kylo and Sabine each being able to wear saber.
Another interesting thing,
those kind of would play out.
This is round 6, second to last round, and the top 2 tables were able to draw with each other, and they'll be able to draw with each other next round as well. So the final 2 rounds of this tournament, the only thing it's determining is the last 4 slots in the top 8, not the top 8 altogether, not even the last round. So that's an interesting thing about this tournament structure that we have right now.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons I'm not a huge fan of these intentional draw scenarios, but
yeah, it's hard to counter. Like the double loss rule isn't great either, and without IDs, you kind of have to have that rule in place.
I think it's great personally. Punish the players for going to time. Play faster.
I don't mind it. I'll deal with it.
I mean, I'm alone on that hill mostly, so I get people's frustrations, but
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Game 1 went to Quinnland.
Thank you.
Someone asked
Quinnland.
chat.
Okay, yeah, I need to update it.
Okay, cool. We're seeing the thing that I said that he should be doing, which is using Kylo every turn. He does have some value here because he discarded a Kylo's tie, but I think in general it's a good way to disrupt the Quinnland game plan.
And like you could argue, hey, you're gonna get blown out by a daring raid or a waylay. Well, if they're waylaying your Benny, you're pretty happy, and if they're daring raiding your Benny, you're probably gonna get blown out anyway. So you might as well go for the 2 extra damage.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really like this. And like,
yeah,
this
it's
way
not
you're-
like this card even did anything bad, right? Because
no,
it's just the Kylo's die.
Mhm.
He gets to play it anyways. And he's got another 1-drop, which is actually nice, killing the Cassian with Daring Raid Tarkentown.
That's the
Probably
exact kind of
couldn't
thing you
ask
want
for
to see.
yeah, a better turn 2 there.
Does look like Quinnland has the Ahsoka, so we'll see how well that plays out. You probably want to pass through a couple actions to try and get the Kylo to deploy.
I think you just discard again here and just try to hit for 5. Because if he
I
Ahsoka's
would've done
here,
that,
then
yeah.
if he Ahsoka's here and taps the Kylo's tie, then your Quinnland or your Kylo is more likely to live.
Mhm.
Oh, and
Has
now we're
the
getting
hover tip.
yeah, especially would have liked to now. Oh, he has
this
the
is pretty nice.
aggression. That's hot. Okay.
That is nice, and
But-
being able to ready the Kylo tie.
Yeah, I guess that is actually more damage than using the Kylo ability. But he's gonna use
And
it
now
now.
he
so that's okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
all right, all right. Fair
That's
point,
slick.
Kylo player. You know your deck better than me. That's
The aggression there is a good.
17 damage on 17 to 0. Holy cow!
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. This is why this matchup can be tough. A lot of
Yeah,
burst
he's gonna
damage.
like have to bamboozle here. Like, what else is he?
Yeah.
Gonna
This is deadly.
You
I mean, he
can
has
gamble
people on
an
board right
Ahsoka.
now.
3
Gambling
plus.
with Ahsoka here to like hope he doesn't have something is rough.
I do think the Kylo player did not resource, so that Kylo's only a 3/4, but still.
It's because he can play out his entire hand.
Yeah,
He has
probably.
2 units, so one of them is going to get tapped, which is definitely the Kylo here.
Because it's gonna hit for the most.
Yeah, because now it already is at 4. But you
I
do get
might.
to-
So I might have tapped the Kylo's tie, trying to bait my opponent into playing their last card to pump their Kylo Maximum, and then bamboozle the Kylo to take no damage. Like, I don't think your opponent's gonna buy that, but I think you gotta hope your opponent misplays in this kind of scenario, and I think that is a play that can open the door to your opponent misplaying.
I think we're gonna see Force Throw target myself to kill the Kylo's tie.
I think you need to.
Took me like 6 tries to spell Ahsoka. Where does the H go?
Yeah, that's my problem every time.
Figured it out.
Where does the H go? Is there 1 or 2 H's?
Trying to pop cards with interesting abilities up on the screen, so people can get a look and make sure. Oh yeah, it taps a unit. Okay.
Now, not attacking with that Kylo tie immediately gives Quinnland a bit of a window. You can clear the entire board except for that Migs. I agree with you, Ian. I think you force start target yourself, discard this Bamboozle now, because you're going to want that surprise strike to finish the game faster.
Yeah, 2 damage from the Migs on the Ahsoka though. Oh, he can go base.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
because it's when
gross.
any player discards. Kill Kylo.
Pull that back up again. Unit or base. Unit or base.
Honestly,
Brother, what's the other card?
I think it was Wolf. So I think you just start by discarding a card with Kylo because it's the same as attacking with Migs. It deals 2 damage.
That's true.
And it hits back harder.
But there's always a chance that he doesn't first action kill Migs, right? So you always attack then.
That's true, because now you could discard later and get the additional 2. Because of that, I think you need to kill this Migs, but Migs is not a card that sees a ton of play, so yeah, looks like he's going to get that extra value here.
21 on his base.
Yeah, now a Daring Raid can finish the job next turn if he top decks. Puts him in way closer to top deck mode.
I don't
Or,
like this one in the
burn
mix,
mode.
though. Because that Tarkentown hasn't been used, so you allow your opponent to push extra damage.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's so hard to use Tarkentown in this matchup for him.
Mm-hmm.
What was that?
Yeah, I agree. You definitely just put the 3 on base, especially because you're doing the +2, so then the Gorilla Soldier would have to trade in.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, why did you do the +2? What am I missing?
Oh, because he wanted to discard for Migs.
Oh,
to deal
for
2 damage.
Mig, to trigger Migs. Let me put it on screen.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta go find it again.
I don't hate saving the Tarkentown here. Because there's some scary like 4 health threats, like Fifth Brother, which I think is hiding out. Although with only a surprise strike in hand, you can't ping it this turn to set it up.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna surprise strike the Ahsoka into it.
Yeah.
This Kylo deck's pretty fun.
Trading your leader for it seems pretty rough.
If you're doing this, I think you are Tarkentowning. This Kylo deck is.
Oh,
really
I forgot.
cool.
I forgot Tarkentown was still alive. Yep.
Yeah. But if you're gonna Tarkentown this turn, I would have surprise strike there. Yeah.
He heard you. He heard you.
Daring raid? Nope. 2 cards that let your opponent draw cards.
Guavian and Force Choke. It's tough.
Tough out here in these streets.
You get some Reckless Gunslinger top decks going as well.
Yeah, he was looking at his resources last turn, but I don't think he had it.
Mm-hmm. But this is where you really miss that Sabine ping. Stabilizing at 23 is terrifying because of Daring Raid, but like, you have all the time in the world as long as they don't draw Daring Raid. Whereas versus Sabine, it would be you're on a 2-turn clock.
How wild would that be if he just can't close a couple turns in a row?
Like, honestly, I think Quinnland is favored from here, depending on what kind of board they can develop.
Yeah, as long as there's no Daring Raid, it's favored.
Yeah. Yeah.
Should
I think I would have...
Favored?
Yeah, but it's gonna...
What percent chance do you need to be at to draw Daring Raid for you to say he's favored? How many turns does he have? How many draws does this Kylo have?
He only has 2 left in the deck because he used 1 turn 1.
So he's only going to get this one more shot at it, and then he's dead?
Maybe 2.
He has Migs, but that's just going to die on sight.
Yeah.
But you can like keep passing and try and get your opponent to attack with everything and then play Migs.
Yeah, because it's only
very
9
telegraphed.
right now. But if he has a hot shot, he can just kill. I think he also has a spark.
Yeah, if you pass, you pump as Quinn, right? Like to put him in check.
You can pump, you can spark.
Mm-hmm.
I think I like leading with spark because I'm not as familiar with the Kylo matchup, and if they're passing, I'm like, I want to know what's going on here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why are you passing?
Passing the spark.
What's going on?
And he's like, no, my Migs. He discarded force throw.
There you go.
All right, so that was cheeky. I love it.
It's the reach for the pen to get your opponent to attack.
Yep. So this is 9. A hot shot's lethal here if it's there, and if not, I mean, 2 more draws at a. Yeah, 2 more draws at a Daring right here. This game isn't over.
He just claims instead. I hope you don't have it.
All right.
All right. Do we see it? No.
Oh, it's another force throw.
I had my winning in to top 8 at my PQ against Kylo Red, and they top decked the burn in exactly this position.
He's trying to find it. Where is it?
Oh, don't chase the rabbit.
No, it's so far, brother. Oh, there was a Ruthless Raider. That would have done it. Yeah. Oh, no, he's only at 4 resources.
Probably should have started resourcing a little bit because of Ruthless Raider as an out in your deck.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was in his deck. I definitely would have resourced at least to 5 at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Andy, he had used 1 on turn 1, so there's only 2 left in the deck. It looked like it was about 10 cards deep, so pretty far off. That was super fun, though.
Yeah, that was really fun. And you see the lack of reach, at least like inherent reach and a leader ability, really come up there. It is.
I mean, his leader ability was kind of reach, but only when Migs.
Only with Migs. And yeah, those sparks really Like normally Spark can seem a bit slow in these aggro matchups, but in the mid to late game, when there's only really one or two cards that matter, uh, being able to set up a Spark, especially on like the deploy turn, to make sure you're not getting blown out by a lightsaber is really, really impactful.
Mm-hmm.
It is interesting to see these back to back now, these super low to the ground Tarkin Town decks against Quinnland, which you kind of play these decks because you think they're favored into Quinnland somewhat, and like other matchups as well, but particularly can be a thorn on the side of Quinnland. Quinnland takes them out back to back rounds. I think the narrative is changing a little bit on those kinds of matchups because Ahsoka is really powerful. I think Guerrilla Soldiers lets you take a more aggressive slant in the matchup. Overtank post board helps a lot, and honestly, just like additional experience and playing against those decks more as time goes on. I think they weren't as favored even in set 3 as we might have initially thought.
In our post-ban Across the Network episode, I took the position that Quinnland was the deck to beat. And it hasn't quite played out, but I don't know if that is, some of that is like how much time it can take for players to adjust and pick up decks and just realize that what this deck can do. As much as like even folks like yourself and Stan that play the deck all the time, you call it a fair deck, you say, well, it's a fair deck, but it's still pretty powerful.
It's a fair deck with some unfair plays. Like the discard can feel unfair at times, especially force throw. I think the Quinnland people aren't playing it as much as I thought they might, but also like part of that I think is the data hasn't been too kind to Quinnland, whereas like he has losing matchup win rates into some of the top decks in the field. But I think part of that is, like I was saying earlier, you have to play very precisely in those matchups. Like Quinnland has to be more precise than the opponent in a lot of those matchups, and I think you can get them to like maybe even slightly favored, but it's tough. And it takes a lot of reps and a lot of experience. So like a 45% win rate into Sabine could be, newer Quinnland players being 40-60 into it, and then the Quinnland players with a ton of experience who have played it since like the beginning of set 3 being like 55-45 into it or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, that is something that Stan says a lot to me, that you really need to know the matchups to play the deck well, and you really need to know like all of the matchups. That does make it really, really tough.
It's got a high learning curve. Quinnland it's hard to jump on. Like if you wanted to play Quinnland for Minneapolis, which is in 2 weeks, I think you should start playing Quinnland about last week. Like you gotta get a lot of reps in with the deck and be very comfortable, especially with the top matchups.
Yeah. Force throw is so enticing.
Yes,
like,
there's.
I want to play that card.
Quinnland does have some like Sabine-esque draws where you can just curve out and kind of win the game from there. Where you go like turn 1 Sabine, turn 2 Guerrilla Soldier, turn 3 Ahsoka, turn 4 Plo Koon, and just smash them. But it's a lot less often than Quinnland curves.
Mickey, where can people find your content, find things that you're creating?
Check me out at Mickey D Swoo. I'm also in a number of Discords, username Mickey D, so feel free to ping me wherever, and check it out.
Mickey D Swoo, exactly how I have it here. Yeah, go check Mickey out. We're gonna be bringing on Victor from Nordic Takedown. We're gonna take a short break to set that up. Stick around. We're really not gonna be gone long. I'm not going to wait for the whole round to be ready. We'll come on probably before the round is ready. I don't know. But Mickey, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Yeah. Awesome commentating.
All right,
always
everyone.
a pleasure.
Yeah.
Stay with us. See you soon. All right, we are back. We've got Victor from Nordic Takedown Podcast with us. He's going to help cast the next round. We're going to talk a bit about what he's up to, what they do at the Nordic Takedown. I just recorded an episode with them that hopefully will come out soon, where we talked about data charts and how to think about analytics and TCGs and stuff like that. So look for that to come soon. They had some friends and teammates do well at the largest tournament to date. So they did an episode on that, which I think was the correct thing to do. And then my episode will come out later. So look out for that. If you like what we're doing, you like the way we're producing this, the people that we're bringing to you, the content we're bringing to you, the quality of it, then go to Across the Network at YouTube and subscribe to our channel. This is free for you to do, and it's your signal to us that you like what we do and you want us to do more of it. It does take effort. We may or may not do more of it, but the more that you signal to us that you like it and you want more of it, the more likely we are to do it. So Victor, thanks for joining us. Ian, Victor, take it away. Let's hear a bit about what you've been up to, Victor.
Yeah, so happy to be here to begin with. Love the cast so far.
Thanks. Yeah, it's been awesome. Really fun games. Some cool like non-meta players. Like we got Sabine Tarkentown, Kylo Tarkentown. Some cool stuff going on. So.
Right. Yeah. I just got back from the Stockholm PQ, and non-meta seems to be the thing tonight. This weekend is the weekend of non-meta. Yeah.
Tell me about it. What was some cool stuff you saw?
Like just to begin with, the top 8 were 8 different decks.
That's
like,
awesome. You always love to see that.
No repeats. Not even the same. Not even the same leader showing up twice.
Hey, I'll work to pull it up while you guys are talking. Where can I find it? Like, I'll check Swoop Competitive Hub first, but
yeah, it's on Swoop Competitive.
I'll go find it. Yeah, keep going. I'll bring it on the screen.
So we had the top 8 with 8 unique leaders. 1 Quinnland, 1 Sabine. The rest of it was off meta, and the top 4 was Sabine ECL against Yoda Red 30. And on the other side of that, it was Vader 4 yellow against Iden Datavolt.
Interesting.
That's insane, isn't it? And the whole thing came down to Yoda actually beat Sabine. Like Caleb's such a great player, the Yoda player. He's been incredible. He dominated the Swedish scene back in set 1 with IG88. And that's the style he's got. Like he was top 3 players performing in everything in set 1, and that was with IG88. And then he switched to Bosque for set 2 and didn't do as well. But his good friend Nicholas has been doing really awesome. Top made day 2 in Lille, and won the Danish PQ once, and like that team has been great, all of them. And now Caleb won this, got to final, beat Sabine in the semi-final with the Yoda Red, but got beat in the final, but Vader 4 yellow.
Oh wow, dude! I've been talking all about this Vader 4 yellow deck. I love where it's positioned right now. I think it's a really cool deck. I hope that we get one in the top 8 of this event so we can get a game of it.
Yeah, you should watch that. We just finished the stream, and it's on our channel, so you can watch.
Awesome.
You can look it up later. So that was a crazy game. Went 2-1, and it was just awesome. The guy playing Vader is a really young guy, and his brother was just walking around the tables as we were playing it, and it was his brother was so anxious and so nervous for the whole thing. It was just hilarious. The whole thing was hilarious. I had such a great time, even though myself I wished out the tournament pretty early. But
hey, it happens, man. It's hard to win all of them.
It is. All right.
Very cool, man.
Yeah. And I see you've been having quite a lot of off meta here as well. I've only been able to see the last 2 games here, but first the Sabine Tarkin Town and then a Kylo Tarkin Town. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, I think most of the stuff at the top of standings in round 5 were relatively normal. Like a lot of Sabine, ECL, some Kira's, Quinnland's, Han's, but there was the Sabine Tarkin Town and that Kylo Tarkin Town that we just watched. That was really cool. I think there's a CAD Blue as well, and a Ray Data Vault sneaking up in there. And I think there's also this is an insane deck. This person was 4-1. I hope he won. Han, never tell me the odds, which is Han 4.
Yeah.
Lake Country.
Wow.
So he's mono yellow but no cunning.
Wow.
I need to see this deck. It sounds insane.
That is insane. Wow. Yeah, no, it's the weekend of the weird decks, I guess, then. How many players are there now in Chicago?
114. So this was stacked. So, I mean,
yeah,
getting to 4-1 in that event alone is like a feat. So hopefully I'm rooting for him because he's a man after my own heart. Playing weird Han decks. That's my specialty.
I heard Carlos Yoda Killer was playing, or did I get it wrong?
No, so he's not. There was a different Carlos.
Different
Carlos Apodaca. He was playing Quinnland Tarkin Town. Carlos would be at this event, Yoda Killer, but he is actually somewhere. He's closer to you than he is to us. He's on vacation in Europe. I think he's in France right now, but he was in Italy before, so he's having fun.
I guess you can have that as well. Other ways than playing Swoop.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I heard Jonathan talked a little bit about him joining the podcast, our podcast, because like to begin with, I love your podcast. It's
thank you. Yeah, it's been
one of the best out there. It's such a great podcast. We've been doing our podcast for about a year now, weekly episodes.
I've caught a lot of them, man. It's a lot of fun. You guys have a good vibe.
We do what we can, but this next upcoming episode dropping Thursday is featuring Jonathan Fisher, and we had a blast talking, like he said, talking about stats and how to take stats and use stats for this kind of stuff like streaming and presenting a more complete picture of a tournament, but also in your own playing. And that it was a really good episode, I think.
I'm excited to check it out. That'll be fun.
Yeah. It was a lot of fun doing it. Well, so do we know anything about what we're going to get here? What kind of match?
Not yet. I think there's 8 matches still left. I'm actually gonna go check on that Han Lake Country deck. Oh, they're still playing. He's the one going to time right now, dude. His only yellow cards, but no cunnings.
Wouldn't Han or Never Tell Me the Odds be quite of a fast deck? You'd expect it to be, right?
I would assume, but I mean, he's probably playing like a bunch of Falcons and stuff, and I don't know. I'm curious to see what he cooked up. He's currently playing a CAD Tarkin Town, which no idea how that matchup looks. They're in game 3 right now, I think.
That's a weird one. no matter how you spin it, that's a weird one. All right. So, what's the meta like in Chicago right now?
A lot of Sabines. Definitely a lot of Sabines of various flavors. They're all mostly at the top. But there was a decent. So Sabine was, I think, the most played by quite a large margin. So there was 114 players. I believe it was 23 Sabines, and then the next close was Kira at 13.
All right. Yeah.
And then after that, it dropped down to 8, which I think was Quinnland, or maybe it was CAD actually. It was CAD at 8, and then Quinnland, Han, and I think Anakin were tied at 7 apiece. But yeah, I mean, like there was 3 times as many Sabines as there was a lot of the other hero decks, which is interesting because I think we saw starting from Richmond, it was more like Quinnland was the top top deck playing, and then as we've gone through this new meta after the Django banning, Sabine has kind of risen to the top. Quinnland's kind of fallen off of favor. The Data Vault decks have rose up as well, kind of to match the Sabine, I think, because everybody knows Sabine is such a good deck, and there's going to be a lot of it being played. So, you know, as that rises to the top, you want to have a little bit of extra HP to try to counteract the aggression from Sabine. So, you know, there's a decent amount of rays. I think there was 5 rays, all Data Vault. I think there's one of them that's X1 still. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what ends up at the top 8. I think we have a Han, a Quinnland, a Sabine ECL, a Han Green, and then a so it's a Han Green, Quinnland Tarkentown, Sabine ECL, and Akira Data Vault. Those were the top 4 tables, or top 2 tables. They played each other and they were all 5-0. So they drew this round and they're going to draw next round. So those 4 I think we have locked up, which is, it's nice because it's 4 different decks, but very much the meta players. And then the next 4, whoever makes that will be probably have to just play in, and they won't be able to draw this round because there's going to be a lot of X1 still.
Yeah. No, I made the State of Sabine video. That was like a passion project for me for our channel, with Frank Myers and Ryan, and a lot of good. Actually, Buku as well is on your team, I think.
Yep. Yeah, it was a bunch of us. It was awesome. I loved that episode.
Yeah.
As much as I hate Sabine, I love that episode.
Yeah. And when we started making that, like the first interviews I did for that one, was before right after we booked everything before the ban, and then right after the ban we recorded some of the interviews, and then the last ones were actually after Richmond. So like during the course of the video, Sabine actually rose, the stock of Sabine rose, and then when it was released, I released it the same weekend as Lil, where a good friend of mine just won the whole thing with Sabine DV, and
crazy. I love
it.
it.
It's just that was so crazy. So we have a deck tech out yesterday on the Sabine DV deck with both Jonas and Steven, the guys that made it. And if you want to hear like deranged deck building, like George the Hulk level deranged, then you're gonna check that one out. Those 2 guys, they are like the Danish dynamic duo of deranged deck building. They are absolutely crazy, those 2 guys, and especially Jonas has a really like unique perspective on analyzing cards and the way he looks at things. Like the reason everyone else can't really figure the deck out is because everyone else is just counting, like evaluating cards the normal way, and Jonas doesn't do that. He doesn't play the game like other people do. He just sees it in a different light, and when you listen to him talk in the deck tech, that comes through. Like Steven is a really important player in that because he's a normal person, so he can sort of translate what Jonas is on about and make it intelligible to the rest of us. Both of them great people. Love those guys, and the video was really fun as well. It's not as elaborate as the stuff I usually do, but it's a neat one.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that. I actually haven't been able to check that out yet, but that seems like a really fun podcast to listen to, because I myself have been struggling to understand how this Sabine Data Vault deck came to be. It's so like counterintuitive to a lot of the like things that I've been doing in terms of my own deck building and optimization. And I think the only thing that I would see comparative to it was at the height of the Django meta, when people started switching to Django 30 to try to counter Django Tarkentown. I could kind of see like Sabine Data Vault trying to counter the Sabine ECL matchup by just having 8 extra health.
It's a lot of health.
Very much that. It's very much that. And I think people overthink what it is. Like people, me too, I did as well. I just assumed that it was a mid-range going longer and all that. And it's not. It's the opposite. It's going faster. It's more aggressive, less interactive. It really doesn't want to trade. That's why he's playing the Data Vault. he don't want to trade into anything. He just want to go face all the time, as much as possible. Like, he's just racing you all the time.
I haven't seen the video yet, but like, if you do that, they will be in check before you're in check.
Exactly. And he's just optimizing everything for forcing your opponent to start interacting with you.
Yep.
So everything is built around the idea that all decks are going to try to interact with you, and you're trying to make that as bad a proposition as possible for them. And that's why you've got things like Radis in there and a lot of weird stuff. Like, it's there because your opponent is the one interacting with you. And that's just blew my mind. Yeah, it blew my mind when I figured that out. Sorry, I didn't figure it out at all. And he explained it to me, and he sort of opened my eyes to it, or rather, he explained it to me, and then Steven made me understand it.
Wow.
That's how it works with those guys.
Yeah, so I have that on screen. That sounds awesome. I love those ideas. I think
All right,
that's
hold on.
great.
I have a huge update. I'm sorry to interrupt.
What is
but
that?
Scott Barrett, Han, Never Tell Me the Odds, Late Country 1. We need to get him on stream, Jonathan. I need to see this guy.
I want to see that.
Okay. Let's see.
Can we get that? That would be so much fun.
I'm sure we can.
I mean, it's a winning in for him on this crazy deck. Like, this is so wild.
Where's the name?
His name is Scott
Scott
Barrett. He was playing
Barrett.
at table 9. He just beat a Cad Tarkentown to go to 5-1.
My
This is crazy.
God.
I'm sorry, I had to interrupt.
No, love that.
Me too. It
Definitely
plays
do
into the
that.
conversation we were just having.
Isn't it?
Yeah, because
Like,
he's
the
playing
range
Lake
deck
Country.
building.
He's like,
Yeah.
I'm just going to race you, and you're going to be in check before I am.
Right.
Yeah, I
right.
wonder if he watched the video on Sabine Data Vault and was like, I can do that too.
Yeah, exactly. And without adding extra cards.
Could
Yeah.
be that. Could be that.
I'll just play Cunning for 6. Who cares? I have 4 extra
Yeah.
health.
Who cares?
Imagine. I have no idea if he's playing Cunning, but that would be insane if he was just like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. That is just. I mean, could you play?
Round
Cunning?
timer
That's-
ended.
Is it? Yeah, I guess. Why not? If you're going late anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
you have
no.
34 HP. Like, it'll still help you close out the game. Tap 2
Right.
things or bounce something in +4. Like,
Why
that's-
not?
It's a good proposition. I guess the only problem is that it's an even card in his odd deck, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah.
So before I was
let-
rudely interrupted, oh my God. I was saying, after you go to Across the Network and subscribe to that to let us know you love us, go check out Nordic Takedown Podcast. There it is on screen at Nordic Takedown Podcast. That video sounds awesome. I haven't seen it yet. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, no. I mean, even if no one was watching it, I had such a great time making the video. I've been sitting across from Jonas a bunch of times in PQs and other tournaments. Even though Scandinavia is like not actually the same country, it's kind of the same country. Like
Wait, which one do you call Scandinavia?
So Scandinavia is really 3 countries. It's Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, right?
Okay.
So we're actually
Finland,
not
right?
Yeah, where's Finland?
So Finland's not actually part of Scandinavia, but it's part of the Nordic countries. So we're the Nordic.
Interesting. I didn't realize that. I always thought of Scandinavia as the 3 that are like next to each other, not Denmark. That's interesting. But that's my American brain that just doesn't know.
Yeah, no, it's the whole like as soon as you bring in monarchies to it, it all gets really weird.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing with the UK and the Great Britain and all that. It's just a couple of names designating almost the same thing, but not really the same thing.
Right.
Because,
So it's just like during the Vikings time is basically like when the Scandinavia, like the king of Scandinavia was the king of the 3 of them.
Well,
is that what it was?
Sometimes it was 1 king, sometimes there were 3, 2. It's always been like different things. Like Sweden used to be like the eastern going country, which sailed up in Russia in those times. But then in the medieval times, it was all one united kingdom, and then it got separated. And we had thousands of wars with each other. It's just it's European history. It's weird stuff, you know.
My ancestors came to the U.S. on a boat in the 1800s from Norway, and I have the boating records in my closet, and I cannot pronounce any of the names. So I may need to like take a picture and send it to you and be like, can you record how to say this name for me?
I could do that.
Yeah.
Look, that's the thing. Why Scandinavia is one country is because basically the language thing, and also like the Scandies are the mountain range that sort of makes the peninsula. So the peninsula plus Denmark, which is really just an extension of the peninsula, that's the Scandinavian countries. And then you got Finland, who doesn't speak anywhere near what we speak. It's like completely different language. I don't know if they can understand it themselves either. and it's just really, it's not.
You guys must love each other.
Yeah.
You must have a lot of Finnish friends.
Yeah. No, like love Finland, but they don't seem to like us because they were kind of colonized by Sweden for most part of history. So it's a weird relationship there.
Getting beat up a lot.
Yeah. But yeah, Finland's a great country, like beautiful country, amazingly beautiful country. So that's the Nordic countries, and we're the Nordic podcast. So we try to incorporate the Finns as much as we can. But they don't always want to be incorporated. That's like the problem only.
That's funny.
But we travel all the time. Like it's basically like traveling between states in the US. There's no passports or anything like that. In Nordic countries you can just travel freely, and always been like that.
Round timer ended.
So and like I can read anything in Danish or Norwegian. Might be a little bit hard listening to it because it's basically weird accents of the same language, but reading it's no problem at all. So yeah.
So we're gonna take a ridiculously short break. I expect this to be minutes long. We will be right back. Stick with us. Okay, we're gonna get our next.
Yeah, stick
round
with
on
us
camera.
for more European history. No, I'm kidding. For more swoo.
Yeah.
The history podcast.
We will be right back.
Bye.
All right, just as we said, we are back. This is round 7. I'll update the overlay. We have an exciting one here. We're really excited. This is a Han, Never Tell Me the Odds, I think it is his name. Lake Country. If you were here for the between match conversation, we just talked about Sabine Data Vault and the idea of putting your opponent in check. It's going to be really exciting to see that coming into play here. If you are not subscribed to Across the Network, that's us. I'm Jonathan Fisher. Lego Pizza is here. He's going to be doing commentary. I'm doing production. And come check us out. We make a podcast that we happen to think is one of the best around for this game. Give us a shot. If you like our coverage, you like what you're seeing today for this tournament, let us know by subscribing to our channel. So we have Victor from Nordic Takedown podcast who's going to join Lego Pizza. Take it over, guys.
Thanks, Jonathan, for the intro. Victor, it's a pleasure to cast with you, man. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this, Ian.
I think the Han player got the initiative, and they're playing a lot of 1-drops, so it seems pretty good against Quinnland.
Yeah, it could be really interesting. And I think just seeing what this deck, how it plays. Has it been on stream earlier?
No, this is the first time.
Yeah, I mean it's on. This feels so much like a meme deck, but
I know, but he's 5-1 in a 114 player Planetary Qualifier in Chicago, where there's a bunch of ringers, a lot of good players from that area. This is insane performance. I mean, just to have a win in with this crazy rogue deck is a feat on its own.
Isn't it? I'm rooting for him. Obviously.
Oh yeah. Especially because that just means we get to cast more matches of him if he makes Top Cut. So
for sure. Also, I'm not sure I get how he's playing it, so that's also really interesting to see what he's trying to do with the deck. I mean, he's obviously he must have built his deck around the ability, right?
So I've played a lot of Han 4. A lot of it revolves around 2 key card draw components, one being C-3PO, which using the Han ability lets you see the top card of your deck, which you're going to see here. So he gets to do this first, see what his top card is. He reveals the Mando, the new Mando from set 4, which probably means that he's going to play a C-3PO and then just name the 5, right? And then he gets the draw card.
Right. And he can do it kind of blind as well, because he will have a pretty good odds at just guessing anyway.
Yep.
But when he reveals the card like that, he reveals it to both players, right?
That is correct. Yep.
Yeah. And if it's an odd cost, he can then use the Han ability, right?
Yeah, so if it's an odd cost card and you have an untapped odd unit, if they have a different odd cost, you can attack with that unit and it will get +1. You'll always be able to do the attack regardless of if the odd costs match up. So one of the other ways that you're going to see him do this with C-3PO is he's just going to activate Han, reveal the top card, attack with C-3PO, and then name the card, not get the +1, but guarantee the card draw.
Yeah. So it's basically a card draw ability if you build your deck around it with C-3PO.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. So what do you do when they kill
his opponent has to read it?
Of course. I mean,
I love it.
Of course he's got to. But what do you do when they kill your C-3PO?
You just start playing a bunch of odd stuff, odd cost cards, right? I mean, it looks like his opponent is very scared of this card draw and wants to get rid of the C-3PO with Tarkin Town here. I actually think this favors the Han player, to be honest, because he already drew 2 cards from the C-3PO, and now the Tarkin Town is gone, so that means that his Falcon is most likely going to live. And he's assumedly he's playing a bunch of pilots if he's playing the new Falcon, because it can hold multiple pilot slots. And then it can also hold his leader, which can help him untap a bunch of resources on the flip turn for Han, right? So
exactly, yeah. So I mean, this is sort of just playing into what he wanted to do. It's really hard for his opponent to use the Quinnland ability because of his the way his cost curve is built, and then he can draw cards early, like earlier than most decks, and then get a buff from the ability later on.
And I'm assuming he's also playing Bosque, which is another great pilot card, as that is a really strong card draw ability as well, where you discard 2 cards from your deck. If they're odd cost cards, you draw them.
Yeah, right.
And because you have the 2 pilot slots, you still are able to play the Han pilot on time. He shows him his 6 card hands.
and this is turn 3. No, turn 3. Like,
so I think he has 4 1-cost cards in hand.
And that's a Bosque in hand as well, yeah.
That is a Bosque and a Mando pilot. So he has he could play 2 1-drops and a pilot this turn, which is so much pressure. He's just not going to the ground arena, says, Quinnland, I'm going to race you. I have 9 more health than you.
Exactly. And that's the power of this huge base, that he can just ignore interaction completely and just race whatever, you know.
So I'm not sure what Kira named. I don't think we saw him point to a card.
No, he didn't point to one, so he could have said something that just wasn't in his hand at this point, something he's afraid of, I guess. Like,
here's the Bosque, and we see Plo Koon and Tech.
Plo Koon, yeah. And he gets to draw both of those then.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So now he has 7 cards.
That's insane. Like that. That's just insane. He gets card advantage from actually playing a card. And just pushing out 1-drops.
And there's the R2 pilot too. So there's going to be 3 pilots on this Falcon.
It's going to be a big Falcon, that. And Quinnland doesn't really run any spot removal outside of Waylay in his hand there, right?
Oh, someone said that he pointed at Mando pilot, which I guess that makes sense. I think I would have named Plo Koon if there was a Plo Koon already in hand. But
yeah. But is that a Waylay in the hand of the Quinnland player?
It does look like that. It does look like that, which is definitely a very, very good play here.
Yeah.
But the thing is that he can replay that Falcon, play something else, and then flip Han onto one of the untapped ships, and then untap 5 again, and just play all his cards again, because he has 7 cards in hand.
Yeah.
He's gonna spend 10 resources this turn.
Yeah, against most decks that would be a huge tempo swing, but with the guy that's already got a lot of units on the board, and most of his units are really cheap anyway. Yeah, that's just not as much of a tempo play as you would like, is it?
Yeah. If he has the new Falcon too, that would be really good, because that's an untapped unit that he could flip the Han pilot onto as well.
Right. So he's playing the turncoats there, and he's just going to push out more and more of those, really flood the board there. It looks like it's a lot of space units as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of space units. I mean, he has pilots, so he can go ground. I don't think that's his game plan, and I think he has Plo Koon just to kind of he's swarming the board in space, and he's just going to use Plo Koon as like a silver bullet against big stuff that he needs to deal with.
Exactly. Yeah, because there's nothing really threatening on the Quinnland side there. Anyway, that like Kira hits for 3, and that's the biggest thing I can see there. It's a bit of glare, but I think.
I think it's a crafty and an L3.
Isn't it? Yeah. So there's nothing huge there. He can't play it. He could play. I mean, he doesn't have it in hand, but he could have had a surprise strike in hand, of course. But it doesn't seem to have one in hand there, I don't think.
And that's a Greedo on the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, just keep pushing out small things. That's
I mean, I'm sure he's got another 1 cost, but it'll probably just kill one of these ships. Oh no, he's discarding the Mando.
Oh yeah, because he can't play it, and it doesn't matter. Anything would kill him. So
actually, this might not have been correct to kill the Falcon, because it's it was tapped already, so it's not really taking damage away this turn, and then he uses the Han ability to push an extra damage with the Wolf Pack.
Yeah, I think he would have been better off, and then he has a Wolf Pack to deploy on as well.
Yeah, and you're seeing he untaps 4 here still, despite. He's gonna bamboozle. Ooh.
Okay. All right. So that's nice. He kind of baited that play then. That was actually quite nice play from the Quinnland player.
Yeah, I mean, Waylay and Bamboozle is definitely what the Quinnland player needs to have in this matchup. But I mean, he's still got to have a tech out.
Yep.
Looks like
Yeah.
the Quinnland player is gonna just do as much as he can to kill the tech, but I think that's playing into the Han player's
Yeah,
game
it's
plan
kind of a
here because now it's not going to base,
sentinel.
right?
Exactly. Yeah, pseudo sentinel. Like, and again, taking away the ability to smuggle from a deck that has from a guy that's got what a 4-5 card hand. How many cards he got in hand there?
I think it's still like 5 or 6 cards.
Yeah, it's that, and even though he's playing almost 2 cards a turn.
I think he played like 3 or 4 cards that turn.
Look at this like
But he
opposite
also
arena
snuggled a card,
slugfest.
right? So
yeah,
and then there's the Plo Koon to take out Quinnland.
Yeah, why not? And he's always going to have coordinate for that Plo Koon.
Yeah, exactly. And this Han, as long as he reveals not a 1-drop off the top of the deck, this one of the cards in space is gonna attack for 3. Oh, he gets a C-3PO, so it's not odd.
All right. Oh, that's
So
the
it's only
one
2.
card maybe. Would he play? We talked on that. Do you think he's actually playing Cunning in the deck?
I mean, you got to think that like he chose to not play double yellow for a reason, and maybe it's just because Cunning is an even card, but I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, if he's indeed playing Cunning in this deck, I'm gonna go crazy because that would be so much fun. But probably he isn't because of the even cost, I guess.
Yeah.
So that
and then here's a Greedo on the ground, which he gets to claim initiative, and he can reveal from Han and attack for 4 with the Greedo before it gets killed. Oh man.
And even when it's such a bad proposition to hit a Greedo, like you're taking 3 back minimum.
Yeah.
Such a bad proposition. I think this is a really fun deck. It might
and one of the
not
benefits here too that the Han player has is because he drew so many cards, his resource decisions must be super easy, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. And he's apparently playing
Enfies.
Ooh.
Wow. He's playing Enfies in his like a 1,000,000 1-drop deck. He's playing I mean, sometimes you go to 7, and when you draw these many cards, it's easy to be able to get to those resources, so.
Right, yeah. Wow. This deck is something else, isn't it?
It feels like he's had a lot of practice into this Quinnland matchup too. Like
So
he's
do you
playing
know
very
this guy?
fast. No, I don't. I have no idea who
I've
this
never
guy
heard of
is. I'm loving it though. I'm totally biased, but I mean, like,
you gotta be when you get a unique and deck build like this. That's a caster's dream, isn't it?
yeah, exactly. I
Even
mean,
in our 3rd episode of Cross the Network, we talked about the advantage you get playing a rogue deck. Like he has practiced into Quinnland, but has Quinnland practiced into him? I don't think so.
No. I mean, Quinnland's already on 19 damage here. Of course, he's made 13 damage back, but not only is that 13 is less than 19 in of itself, but he's on a 35-point base, and Quinnland's on a 25.
Yeah, he's got 21 health remaining. That's crazy. Yeah. He almost has as much health remaining as Quinnland has damage.
yeah. Replaying that.
It's so funny. Every time he plays these cards, he can't even ping anything. Because
No,
he's just
exactly.
he has 1-drops and 7-drops, and he just wiped his whole board to get rid of the Enfies.
Yeah. Because that would just bounce everything he's got. Right. But then
what does Han do here? He's almost out of gas, right?
He's got, I think, 3 cards in hand now.
Yeah, I think so. And
I think he can stop resourcing at this point, though, right? Like, I doubt you have an 8-drop.
He's on 7. What is above 7 in this deck? And then from that, if he draws into another boat check, he just starts.
There's a Han pilot.
Yeah.
Attack for 3.
Yeah.
22.
22. He needs 3 more damage. And he's certainly got more cards in hand. Yeah, this is crazy. 7 resources.
C-3PO.
So, yeah, C-3PO draw.
He knows
power.
what he's drawing.
Yeah, yeah.
Now he can play the Han on the ground and just completely dodge the Quinnland.
Yeah. And I mean, there's still just 13 damage on his base, so he's got all the time in the world.
Yeah, this is crazy. So the opponent is stuck with a Plo Koon that does not have coordinate anymore and a force throw with no other way to get a force unit out. So I don't think he can deal with this Han, and I think he has to claim.
Yeah, he's got a claim here. And even if he can deal with the Han, the C-3PO is going to hit for 1 3 times in a row and he wins.
Here's the you're in check before I'm in check.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So he claimed, and yeah, he scooped.
Oh,
yeah.
It's over. Yep.
Yeah, it's over. So that's 1 game down for.
So impressed with this deck. I'm letting you guys know now. After this coverage, I don't care when this ends. I'm going to build this deck. I'm going to play it. I need to test
I need this deck list ASAP. This is something I need to try and play. It looks so fun to play too.
I know, you just draw so many cards. Like that's the thing that has always appealed to me with Han 4. Like I think I've tried it with every single color variation. I have not tried it with Lake Country. So to be fair,
the one color you haven't tried is no color.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. Did FFG really think that Lake Country would be a thing? Or was it just like one of those fun things they do for twin sons and the
I think they knew. They knew. I think it's actually good, and they knew it.
Yeah, I mean, we did see the Lake Country do really, really well in Denver, right?
Yeah, in the Django meta.
Yeah, in the Django meta. And we did see, wasn't there one in Richmond as well that did really well in Lake Country deck?
I think as easy as it can be to like make fun of developers or call them out for making Django and Boba, they've been working on this game for years. And I think this like action and initiative pattern that you have in this game, that they've put a lot of thought into it, and they already understood the concept of check in this game and the value of health on your base.
Exactly. And I think it's easy to point out how FFG has been less consistent in many of their games, and including this one, with keeping the meta completely balanced at all points. But the way they've been handling whenever they've run into some weird balance, they've been really fast to respond to that. But also really easy to forget is that might not be their absolute strong point to keep balance, but look at how good they are at designing fun mechanics. I've been playing FFG games since like early 2000s, and pretty much all of their games have unique and interesting mechanics, and some of them are very unique, like Game of Thrones, Netrunner. Even though Netrunner was sort of they bought the game system from Garfield, but like Conquest, the Star Wars LCG, even though like even the Star Wars Destiny, like even though it wasn't completely a card game, it was a very unique concept, and all of these games are really fun, like play experiences out of the box, and that's where their strengths lay. They're
I agree.
Really good at.
I agree.
Like making these cool concepts. Like,
all right, we're going into game 2 of this Han Lake Country deck. Very exciting. I'm Jonathan Fisher, producing the show for you with Lego Pizza. We are across the network, and we're here with Victor from the Nordic Takedown podcast. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah. So I think that's Guerrilla Soldiers in the hand of Quinnland there, right? And that's
I think so.
That could be pretty big, because most of the Han units haven't had that much HP. And
Yeah, I also
don't
think
he
this
can-
is not the best start for the Han deck.
Yeah.
He went double one drop, but one of them had to go space, and this A-Wing gets to kill it and let him draw a card because it was
draw
a
card,
cartel.
Yeah. And now on 3,
Oh, he revealed another one drop, so it should
Oh.
not do 2 damage. Should only
Yeah.
do 1.
yeah.
Oh no, sorry, it shouldn't do
Yeah.
3 damage. That's a
Yeah.
2 power unit. That's the Dagger Squadron. My bad.
And that's that's the guerrilla soldiers that I talked about, and they are gonna start off by being able to finish off that unit.
Yeah, I think
Well,
the
also giving
the
3
Quinnland player
damage.
has realized that he needs to just kill every single unit that the Han player plays.
Yep. I mean, guerrilla soldiers there were clutch. I think getting 3 on base as well. That's really good. But how is he going to deal with this Falcon though? Does he have any answers for that?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't see anything in hand there.
I would assume that it's using Tarkentown in some capacity, but we are
Yeah.
seeing a Bosque on here to help increase the life total, make it
Yeah.
harder. And then we do see 2 odd cards. I think that was Never Tell Me the Odds
Yeah.
and Sanctioner Shuttle. So
Yeah.
he really went all out on the odds. This is great.
Yes, it was.
But never tell me the odds that you draw 3 cards, right? No, you reveal 3 cards.
You discard 3 and your opponent discards 3. You count the number of odd cards total in both of the 6 cards total, and that's how much damage it does. It's chaos. It's chaos incarnate.
I've got it on screen because probably no one's read this card.
Yeah. Oh man.
I think the Quinnland player is trying to figure out if he has any other way to. Yeah, he's just gonna have to do sacrifice his A-Wing into it. If there's another pilot though, there's not. He reveals a C-3PO, so it's just the 4 damage.
Yeah, but like, would this deck play?
Oh, 5
something
damage
like
because the +1 from pilot. my bad.
Yeah. Would this deck play something like Don't Get Cocky, because you kind of know what your cards.
But that's an even cost card, so.
Oh yeah,
hard to play.
Yep. Otherwise, it would be fun because you could pretty much you would have a lot better consistency in how many cards to draw from it, because you know kind of what kind of numbers you get on your cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting here with the hand. I think it's Plo Koon that he's naming. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. He doesn't want that. It's just too strong right now.
Yeah, I mean the Tarkentown's going to come in here though and clean up the Falcon and just leave him with one 1/3 in space.
Yep. Yeah, that's the letters and numbers vanilla 1/3, right?
Yeah. Vanilla 1 cost 1/3 in space.
Yeah. Also a card that doesn't see too much play.
What's it called?
Yeah.
So I can look it up.
It's
like,
something Y-Wing or V-Wing.
Yeah.
It's V-Wing.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
It's got some numbers on it as well, I think. But I'm not sure.
All right. Reveal a Han pilot. Attack for 2.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that Han ability is really powerful. Like you're almost always hitting.
Yeah, isn't it? And he's already to 9. He's ahead. He's ahead. How is he ahead? Yeah. That's just insane.
Republic Y-Wing, the 1/3 for 1.
That's it.
Mhm.
Yep.
Oh my god. This is crazy. I love it. I'm so biased this match.
Yeah. We're not.
Oh, the Falcon is the best play for him.
Yeah.
The readied Falcon, so that he can flip his leader and do damage at the same time. If there's no bamboozle this time.
Does he have a 2-drop or something to play before he flips?
Oh, I think I see a Fang Fighter. I think he's holding out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's good.
Maybe we'll see him play some more cards before he flips. Nope, he's gonna flip now.
No.
He still
And then
untaps the 3
Fighter.
that he spent though, so.
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
still a good value proposition.
Yeah, but Fang Fight is just going to clear that out immediately, right?
He's reading it again.
Hey, I don't blame him. You got to read it.
I don't blame him. So
and it's
Han
gone.
goes away. Yeah, and it's gone. And he actually gets to ping it with Quinnland ability there.
Yeah.
But Talking Town's already been used.
C-3PO named the
C-3PO
pilot that he knows
yeah,
about on top,
yeah.
and then he gets
So he
the
gets
pilot,
the other hand
and then he can
pilot.
just repilot. Oh,
Yeah.
the Fang Fighter wasn't even that good.
Yeah, no. Yeah, the Fang Fighter's gone. Hand pilot would just attack.
I think he
because
just
the
goes base.
Falcon-
The target
Oh, he
town's
could,
gone.
yeah,
What is he gonna
That's
do?
true. Yeah, no, that's true. All right. Yeah, why not? Yeah, that's 5 to base.
Oh, he's just
Oh,
doing the
no?
3.
Okay.
I think he has other
Alright.
plans with his 3 resources. I guess
Right.
if he just spreads out like more ships, he guarantees to be able to play the Han
The
pilot
Han
next
next one.
turn, and he
Yeah,
can still
yeah.
play the Sanctioner shuttle this turn to try
Yeah,
to grab like the Fang Fighter so that he has a better space presence.
He could even no. Yeah. Does he?
It's just so hard for this Quinnland deck to turn the corner. Like there's
Right, yeah.
24 health left.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's such a huge advantage. And
Yeah,
Alright,
and he does the Sanctioner shuttle, take the Fang Fighter.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And does he keep the Falcon? Does he pay for that?
Yeah, no, you gotta.
Right, yeah. I mean, you can always replay it, but yeah. How many cards he doesn't have that many cards in hand like he did last time. It's probably something like 3 or 4 cards in hand right now.
This is so thematic, this Han deck. Like, you're making such a gambit. You're like, you can't stop me. I'm all in. Like, lunging straight for them and saying, hit me all you want. I have so much more health than you. You're going to die before I do.
Yeah.
It's very, very much Han. Yeah. Yeah.
Activate. Let's see what he gets. So it's a 1 cost, so he has to attack with one of the 3s.
Yeah. That's just fun.
He has to read it again.
But yeah.
I love it.
Yep.
Oh, 9 health remaining for the Quinnland player.
He's just getting there. He's just getting there. And he's still got the Han pilot in hand.
Yeah. So this Ahsoka's gonna come down. He can ping something, and he can. Oh, he just discards the never tell me the odds. He had that ready to go.
And he pings that for 2. Oh, for 1, but going to 2. And it's already done its thing. He can leave it. 2 for the hand pilot. Yeah.
So that's 3 more to base. Put him to 19.
Yeah. 6 more. And the shuttle hits for 1, right?
2.
Oh, it's a 2. Yeah, it's a 2-4.
2-3.
2-3. Yeah, okay. Surprise striking, but
he's so far away though.
Yeah, he is. He's not even halfway. And that's 2 more. 21.
So he's at 21. If he activates Han next turn and reveals something that isn't cost 3 but is still odd, he or cost 1 or 3. He can either attack with the 1 or the 3. That both of them are attacking for 3. Plus the 1 is lethal. I would have just claimed, I think.
Yeah.
Before your opponent can.
Yeah, because what can he do? He's tapped out.
Yeah, because now if you reveal 1, you attack with the 3 cost unit. If you reveal 3, you attack with the 1 cost unit, and it pretty much just locks up the game.
It is, and there's nothing. He's tapped out, so he can't affect any of the units in space, and he's well below having anything close to lethal.
Yeah, he could put 5 more damage on the base to go to 24, but that's still 10 health away, and even with a surprise strike, it's not lethal.
No, and it's tapped out. So how? So he claims.
He needs like a cunning.
Yeah.
He would need tap bounce. That would be the only way.
Oh, none of the units have Saboteur on them, right? So.
Yeah, a Sentinel would work in space.
Like
I don't think Quinnland plays any, right?
Could the yellow one, but no, that's a villainous one. Yeah, no, I don't think.
Yeah, so this is Fang Fighter.
Yeah.
Kill a 1 cost and defeat the pilot. But now I think you still just do the Han, and if it's it's a 5, that's lethal.
5, that's lethal. That's it.
Wow.
Good game.
Wow, that was so exciting.
That's so crazy.
This deck is not a fluke. He's not winning from a fluke here. This is
I agree.
Because the deck is really good. This is a really, really good deck. I'm amazed.
That's crazy.
I'm amazed. This is This is something else. It's not often you get to see a completely novel deck like this perform at the top like this.
Yeah, I mean, this this deck is so crazy. I love it. I'm super happy for Scott. Congrats on getting top 8 with your awesome deck, man.
Well,
Yeah.
we're
Well
leaving Swiss and going into Top Cut. So what do you think we should do? Huh? Any guesses?
Go over some matchup data, figure out what's going on.
We can look at his deck list.
We can do that. That's true.
Han 4 Lake
Oh,
Country. Let's do it.
Bring it on.
I'm gonna bring it on screen. It's time.
Yoda Killer in chat says the Quinnland player must retire now. I think you need to give Scott Barrett and his really cool Lake Country deck a little bit more credit.
I think so too. I mean, this is he doesn't win because of no one knowing what he's doing. Even when they've figured it out, they can't stop him. I think that's very much in line with what we saw in Lille with the Sabine DV decks. People weren't playing them wrong. People got what they had to do, and they did the best things they could to it. They just couldn't stop it. And I think this is very much the same thing. It just does what it wants to do to you, no matter what. And
Yeah.
of course, I guess it can fizzle. But as long as it's not fizzling on its own, it's probably going to be really hard to counter this deck.
I also think like it's probably insane against Sabine because you're just
Right.
dodging ground, so like their ECL plays don't do anything.
Mhm.
Sanctioner Shuttle is really good against them. Obviously, they have like ECL and space to get rid of some stuff, but
Mhm.
I think that it's I think it'll play like that Vader 4 deck yellow. The Vader 4
Yeah.
yellow does against them, where they just swarm in space and can kind of outrace them, and you have 34 HP. It's gonna
And
be
also-
so hard to kill them.
Yeah, and also like if you ever played Sabine into Han Green, you know how hard it is once you get the Han the Han pilot onto one of those ships. It's
Yeah.
so hard to remove it from. Sabine has such a hard time removing
Right.
something like that. So of course after board Sabine usually plays some kind of attachment hate, but that's basically the only thing she's got then. Those
Yeah,
are
but
the
you
only
saw in
ones.
game 1 with that Quinlan deck, he played Fang Fighter into Bamboozle, and
Yeah.
it wasn't enough.
No, exactly.
You guys
Even
see the
though
list?
you
Do you see
are
it
running
on screen?
Yeah, we see it on screen.
All right,
Yeah.
all right. What do you see? I mean, never
Like-
tell me the odds. That's crazy, isn't it? How good is that? He's tested it.
All right,
And
so it's
not
always
good. Like he's greenlit it.
yeah.
What do
I
you
mean,
do with that?
it's got to be like 90% always doing at least 3 from your side, right? Because
guess,
all
yeah.
you have is C3PO. So unless you
Right.
get really unlucky and have some C3POs in there,
Mhm.
you're doing 3 damage from your side, and then it's just a matter of like, can you target a 5-cost thing with this and hope that it die? I think that you get to see how much damage you do first
Mhm.
before.
Discard, deal damage to a unit. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So you discard first, so you can see how much damage you'll do and then choose where it goes.
Hmm.
Similar to Force Throw, where like
Right.
it's not like you're choosing a target and then they discard and deal damage. So you're probably getting 4 to 5 on average, I would assume.
I would assume as well. So we're looking at worst. Well, at worst it's 3, but the baseline would be basically open fire, but the ceiling would be much higher.
The ceiling is better than Force Choke, and
Right,
it can hit
yeah.
space or ground.
Right. Exactly.
So I think what it's really there for is to help protect its own space units. right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
sure.
You're going heavy space, right? Because you have 21 space units, and you probably have a bunch of pilots.
Mhm.
Yeah, you have more ground than space, Ian.
I know, but they're all
They're
pilots. not really
pilots. I know. I'm just kidding.
It's playing tentative.
It is
That's
2 of
tentative.
them.
All right.
Wow.
And that's the one you can loop. So you want to play 2 of them, right?
No,
No,
that's
no.
that's the one from set 3. The
577. I've got it on screen.
Tranquility, which was the
yeah.
promo last set.
You're right. I
Tentative is
mixed them
the
up.
5/7 Sentinel, and you make a X-wing. Which I mean,
Right.
when you just need a bunch of space units,
Mhm.
it's pretty good. It also protects your piloted guys.
Yeah.
The one of home one I think
Yeah.
is so sick.
What?
I mean, I doubt that you're ever gonna have less, or your opponent's gonna have 3 space units against you. But you know,
No, yeah. So it's not gonna the ability's never the text is never gonna come in, but it's still a big
But
chip.
and
I
if
mean,
it
against that Han
does,
4 deck,
Yeah.
or not Han
Yeah.
4, sorry, against the Vader 4 deck, I'm sure it's really good.
oh my gosh.
And like in a meta with Sabine
Commentated.
being like the most popular deck, I think this is really well situated. As we saw, it could clearly handle Quinnland. So those are the two, I guess, top played decks. What deck would this run into problems with? We just had a
I
Vader
think
yellow.
maybe the Kira.
Right,
You have
yeah.
a lot of card draw. Like,
Mm.
you have C-3PO, which is always good against control decks, and you have
Right.
Boshek, but Boshek does require you to have a unit to play onto it. So, like, you could just churn through your deck. He has one tech, which can help. Sideboard, he's got, like, a jam communications, not really any other thing that would help against control, but it might just be that you're flooding the board and you just keep having gas to just keep pushing
Exactly.
damage.
What is Kira's answer really? Because she cannot keep up with the board building until flip. So she needs.
And you have
to...
never tell me the odds for the Kira flip. Hopefully it does 4 damage and you just boink her.
Yeah. So if she doesn't get the OB off, how does she stabilize against it? Most of her cards are just basically 1-for-1ing a deck like this, and like 1-for-1ing one drop isn't ideal. That's not really what you want to do, I don't think. I don't know what deck is really well situated into this. I guess a Sentinel deck of some sort.
Yeah, Sentinels, maybe the Ray Data Vault deck.
Yeah.
They just put a bunch of like ones in the way. And have a lot of restore on the ground. I can see that being a little bit.
Or use Rodney Stubbs' regular one.
Ray Tarkentown.
Yeah, like his Ray Tarkentown should runs a lot of Sentinels as well, right? And like if you're looking at the other blue-red heroic decks, some of them do run Conquered Dawns and all of that.
Oh, looks like we have some standings here for the top 8 of like who won. Rando Mando, I know that player. He is a really good Palp yellow player. That is pretty much all he's played since set 2.
Oh, so he could make it on breakers then, right? Like it could,
so yeah,
could be this guy, could be Mando.
Tables 3 through 8. No, sorry, not 3 through 8. 3 to 5 or 3 through 6.
Was that
3 through 6 were all the winning in. So I think Rando Mando must have been X11. And just missed it.
And these 4 are definitely in.
Right?
Let me check standings real quick.
I wonder if he could make it.
Well,
so
Spags
round
lost his
6.
team, right? Random Mando.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was 4-1-1, so he's just missing the cut.
Okay. Yeah, because he wasn't 5-1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah,
These
so it's the top 4 there,
and
and then whoever wins table 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, because half of these move on. These 4 are already in.
Yeah, so Scott Barrett, Emmanuel Apodaca, and then whoever wins Cheapol versus Osmium Blaze, and Christian Toby versus John R31.
All right, let's look at each deck. You guys want to do that?
Yeah, sure, let's do it.
Okay. This is Picardi the 3rd. Wait, what's... I thought I opened the player. Oh, I need to do it this way. Okay. Going back. Hold on. Bear with me. Open that deck.
You can also just go to the matches. If you go to matches, and you can see...
Yeah, that's often easier to see it there. Or in standings.
This is the standings, but it's the round before, because we don't have... there's still 14 matches going on. So, Jonathan, if you go to matches...
I got it. I know, but I already have it.
Sorry.
Okay.
I can't see your screen. I only see what's on stream.
Exactly, me too.
Okay, let me share it. Screen. Entire screen, this screen. Okay, you guys see it?
Not yet, but we will in a bit.
Okay, so this is Han Green.
Yeah, here we go. This is Han Green. All right. It looks 3 Chewie, 3 Solo. Yeah. I don't see anything that's that. What, 2 Poe? It's interesting.
Yeah, a lot of the Han Greens have adapted Poe as a way to combat the Kira decks, just because you're playing 2 bodies. It's really good off of U-Wing.
Like, Young Han used to play it a lot because it's broken in Young Han. But,
I mean, it is an extra body. That can be nice.
Yeah.
One Confiscate main is pretty standard now. The Tantive is interesting. I think that's mostly for the mirror, to be honest.
Yeah.
And that could actually come up huge if he ends up playing the Han 4 Lake Country deck.
Sure.
Blue leader, too.
I don't see any... He doesn't run the AT Hauler, right?
He does.
Or am I
3 of
missing?
them.
Oh, there.
No, he does.
There it is.
It's under the Falcon, yeah.
That could be pretty big as well.
It's got the
I mean, this looks
salvages.
pretty standard Han pilot, Han Green pilots.
Yep, it's running Confiscate main, doesn't it?
He's also got the 6-cost Falcon, which can ambush from hand to kill a lot of things. 5 health is pretty huge.
Yep.
I'm actually surprised that we didn't see AT Hauler in the Han Lake Country deck. Just because the stats are so high, you know, I thought maybe that would be a card that he plays.
Yeah, it is
guess
odd.
it's just too scary to have it facing him. Like, if
they ever steal it.
That's
they ever steal it's pretty
scary.
bad.
That's a scary proposition.
All right.
I actually saw some of the Han Green decks in our meta are starting to run the Rebellion 2-cost event that lets you put a dead card into resources.
Spark.
To use on the Hauler. When they lose it, they just immediately make it a resource. So
that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I like that.
Pretty good tack.
Yeah. So here's another. This is a Sabine ECL that's in the top cut.
All right. And that
Cassian,
looks...
Chewbacca. Pretty standard.
Very much so. Wing leader.
Yeah, someone said that Han Green list is 1-for-1 Alex Blandon's list.
Okay.
This is interesting. It's got 2 red
3 and red 5.
Yeah,
and a
Delta. Red 5 has been really strong into.
This might have been the one Sabine that we saw, the Sabine ECL that we saw on camera.
Okay.
We saw one that was running red 5 and red 3 and a Delphi. It was super interesting.
That's good.
It might be.
And he has U-Wing in the side. Yep.
And this has been like something that's been talked about a lot this week after Little in the K2D forums. Like Red 5 has been a lot of the talk in the Delphi, and in our testing, Red 5 has been doing really well into Quinnland. So I think that's
it makes sense. They like trading into the Sabine units, so there's often damage left over.
Do I have to play 3 confiscates? Oh, it's so annoying. I don't want to.
Red 3 is such an interesting card because Red 3's fallen out of favor just because in a meta that has a lot of Falcons, it always kind of like gets to be the first card you cut because it's kind of the stats on it are really bad. Obviously, pumping your team is great, but it really shines as in a Sabine deck when you're in matchups where they don't really have a space presence. That way, it just kind of sits there and just starts pumping your team. So it's interesting seeing that have a resurgence.
Yep.
Here's the next deck. This is one of our Quinnland decks.
Right, yeah. Anything that sticks out here? Brain Invaders in sideboard.
What?
That sticks out. Like a sore thumb.
What is that?
He's running 2 Brain Invaders in his sideboard.
He said, screw it, I don't need the Quinnland ping.
Yeah.
Huh. But what matchup is that for?
Yeah, I guess Han 4 Lake Country.
Maybe it's for Django Tarkentown. You want to shut
off? I guess.
You want to shut off the Django exhaust?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess maybe against Kira, you can play it the turn that she flips and it doesn't do the damage. And then she becomes an 08, right?
Bro,
she would flip into an 08.
I don't even know. Yep. He's just got some sort of wild ideas that we don't know.
I hope that we see him play a Kira player and he plays that in game 2 and just completely makes the Kira player rethink their life.
He's doing the X34 land speeder as well.
Yeah, I've always been a
That's
proponent
really
of that
cool
in the
play.
Quinlan lists. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
I really
a
like
really
that.
cool play.
This
Yeah,
this is a
that's really
2/4 for 4. Come on.
What is Kira
Am I
gonna do against
crazy?
that?
Am I crazy?
It's a really weird inclusion in a Quinlan deck.
I mean, if
There's
Kira
usually-
takedowns your 2/4, I think you're happy about it.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh my gosh. Well, speaking of, this is another deck in the top cut, and it is Kira Data Vault.
All right.
This is my
I
favorite
see
card
that
in the
this is
game.
on the Dr. Pershing.
Freaking love it.
Look at the little shiny card on him. I love it.
Yes. What?
What are those shiny things?
I don't know.
It does look like he's playing the perimeter ATRT instead of Lieutenant Chilson. I know that some players have been back and forth on which Sentinel to play on the 4 resource turn, and I think they've come to the conclusion that there's too many green cards you want to play in the Data Vault deck.
Yeah.
You're not super consistent at only having blue cards because you're a 60 card deck, so this is just slightly more consistent with Chilton.
This is
you'd rather
so
have
consistent.
the 5 toughness than the 4.
Yeah.
Or
I think that's what Crawl talked about, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
On the last episode. So yeah,
That's
it
right.
makes sense.
One
It makes
scanning
total
officer main.
Man, this
Yeah.
man actually listens to our podcast.
It must be.
He's not lying. He's like quoting it.
No, yeah, man. I've been listening to your podcast since episode 1. Like, I love that episode and all of the following ones as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this Kira deck, like,
Only 2 super laser blast in the 70.
yeah.
I like that. Devastating Gunship was pretty good with like ECL, and it's just still good in Kira. I like that. That's really nice.
I think
Such
it's
a-
really good
such a
because
cool
you can
card.
play it on 5 resources, and then on 6 resources, you can activate Kira, give it a shield, make it have 5 power, and
Yeah.
then OB.
You can play it right after the Kira flip. Like, let's say you have OB and Gunship in your hand, and they kill your Kira. You're like, all right, fine. I'll just Gunship.
Yeah, and then you activate Kira the following turn and OB again
Exactly.
for 7. Like,
Yeah,
that's definitely the bread and butter of this deck.
I love it.
I have
Traitorous.
to
Talk
ask you
about
guys,
Traitorous.
the way we're talking about the cards in here, how is Data Vault not detrimental to this deck? Like this
Dude,
of any deck,
It's
Kira is the one most relying on drawing the right cards at the right turn.
That I agree with you,
Look,
Victor. And
I
I'm
mean-
glad that I'm not the only one saying it, okay?
I can't believe you'd play Data Vault for 3 more HP than the 30.
it is
And
an
I think the
entire
30
conversation.
Yeah.
We don't have
And
time
even
for it.
30 is dodgy. Like I always play ECL on these decks. I love playing blue-green villain, but it's got to be E ECL.
That's
I
trading 8
agree
health.
with you.
No, it does not have to be E
see-
ECL.
Okay, hold on. So the thing that I am upset about with this Data Vault list in particular is that every single person that I've told me or talked to about Kira Data Vault, especially Craw, has said that no, it's fine. You get to play Data Vault because you get to put 3 ofs in cards where you were doing 2 ofs, and you actually make the percentages better. Except I feel like this person just decided to jam more 1 ofs and 2 ofs instead of rounding out the 3 ofs, because there's still only 2 No Glory, 2 Super Laser Blast, 2 Avenger, 2 Devastator, 2 Takedown.
Hold on, Ian. I
2 Death Trooper.
I have summoned the Crawl Worm.
Oh, cool. But I mean, Overwhelming Barrage is probably the best card in set 1. Maybe Luke Vader, but
Yeah.
you know, it's
The
it's
best,
certainly up
not
there.
legendary.
Yeah, it's certainly up there. How is it that you want to dilute your odds of seeing this, especially in a deck that is heavily relying on having it on your flip turn? I still get
Hey,
it.
you know, I get it, man. I don't know. Maybe Craw can tell us.
Yeah, please do. I don't get.
Like,
What is this lies and slanders about Data Vault being bad? Group of men looks at repeated top 8ing deck, wonders why it runs base.
Yeah, no.
The
You're right.
results don't lie, baby.
No, yeah, results are results. It's just I don't get it.
Because a lot of the cards cover for each other. Like OB's the best, but Devastating Gunship also does the job of OB a lot of the time. So you don't really have 3, you have like 5 or 6. And one really important thing is because Kira can really self-stabilize the board, you have time to durdle around with your cards. You'll work it out. It'll be okay. And that huge volume of cards you have, it's great.
No glory, only results. So true,
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Only results.
I mean, yeah. Who are we? We're sitting here casting when this player got into the top cut of 100 plus player. PQ, so we're not saying anything bad about this player in particular. We're trying to just figure out how we're trying to become better players ourselves, right? We're trying to figure out how these decks are constructed so that we can be more informed, help our audience understand what's going on. And really just because these Data Vault decks are such a resurgence in the meta, there's so many decks trying it out, and it's just so interesting to talk about because I feel like every person you talk about with this stuff, different answer, and that's beautiful. I love that. It's so cool.
I think it's because
four sets in and we have this much like divergence in terms of like deck building and construction. I think is just awesome. Like the fact that Victor came on to explain to us like how that Sabine Data Vault, the game plan of just I'm just gonna make you deal with me and you can't ever race me, and then immediately get rewarded with this like Han 4 Lake Country deck that just did the exact same thing was so cool, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
Come join us, Ian.
To join you on Data Vault, I'll join you on Lake Country.
Yeah, I'm always here, man. It's been great being on the cast here, and I'm always around. So just hit me up whenever. And also, you guys got to come on and help us stream because we've got PQs coming up. We've got a lot of things coming up. So I'll be nagging you about coming on us.
Yeah, reach out.
Yeah, that would be awesome, man.
Yeah. All right. I think is that it for me. I think. All right.
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely, man. Thanks for joining us. Everyone go check out Nordic Takedown Podcast.
Yes,
I
please
think the next episode might have me on it.
Yeah,
Thursday. Go check it out.
Thursday morning. That will be in the middle of the night, US time. But when you wake up on Thursday, it's going to be published. And I've heard the edits of it, and it sounds really good. So
awesome.
Come check that out. And also, we do drop videos all the time on our YouTube channel, so you can listen to the podcast anywhere. It's on all the platforms. But then we've got YouTube channel. We got videos coming up all the time. We had Adam, one of our founders and main host. I'm so humble. Came in third in Lille. He did a rundown of his whole thing there.
Played Quinnland, right?
Yeah, he played Quinnland. He's one of those like always playing like the perceived top deck guys. He was on Han Yellow last set, and he was on Boba Green, and he's always been that kind of player. He's a what we call power player.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but then I mean he's got the results for it. He's got 2 PQ wins and now a third place in
the largest food tournament of all time. Yeah. Pretty awesome resume.
He's got the results for it. And then, so the latest episode that dropped last Thursday was with him and Jonas and Steven, the 2 Danish players that built the Sabine DV deck. And then we did the Sabine Data Vault deck tech, just dropped this Friday. So we've got loads of candy for you. Come onto our channel, or come onto our Discord. It's not like the Bothan Discord with thousands of people, but it's a fairly large community anyway.
You have the link. We'll post it in chat.
Yeah, sure. I'll get it to you.
And to listen to your podcast, what language do we need to learn?
English. It's all in English. We do have an accent, but Jason, one of the main hosts, is actually British citizen, even though he lives in Sweden. And both Yona, Norwegian, and Adam and me, even though English is far from our first language, we get by.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right, man. Thanks for joining us.
It's been a pleasure, man. That was such a fun game to cast. Really appreciate it.
It was. See you around, guys.
Later.
Bye-bye.
All right. Let's see. How much do we have? Some time?
I think there's 2 games going on.
2 games. You want to cover the rest of these decks?
Yeah, I can.
Let's. Oh, I don't mean like that. Okay, so.
Or we can just take a quick break, Jonathan. Actually.
Yeah, I'm just gonna blast through it. Okay, so Han Solo, Lake Country. We already went through that. Sabine, ECL. So we got 2 of those, and then let me just.
Oh, we have Cad Blue. Cad Blue beat Kira. Yeah.
Okay.
And then we have the Han 4 Lake Country, and then another Sabine ECL. So it looks like 3 Sabine ECL.
Wow.
3 Sabine ECL, Han 4 Lake Country, Cad Blue, Kira Data Vault, Quinnland, Tarkin Town, and Han 1 Green.
All right.
Hooray.
We need a break. We'll be right back. Stick around. The top cut is coming. We'll see you soon. Bye.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
It's a trap!
Hey, we don't serve their kind here. I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope. Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
All right. We're coming back to you for now. Just to hang out. We're still waiting. I've got the table on screen. As soon as we get any activity over there, I'll be able to switch over. So
yeah, let's go.
Yeah, 3 Sabines. That's a lot of Sabine. What do we think about that?
I mean, I think it's to be expected. Sabine's kind of the best deck right now.
Yeah.
Best deck is like a strong word because I don't think it's by any means problematic. I think there's a lot of solutions to Sabine. You know, so like I don't think there's any worry about that. It's nothing crazy like Boba or Django or DJ with Han. So I think it is totally fine for it to be popular. I think there's been a lot of meta shifts because of Sabine in general, like all these data vault decks and maybe now even Lake Country. So
yeah, I mean, okay, so we talk about a Sabine meta kind of being a healthy meta. It sure is overperforming if we look at this graph, at least for this tournament. This is percent shift from the start of the day to top 32. So like if they were 10% of the meta at start of day and then they were 15% in the top 32 after 7 rounds, that would be a 5% positive shift. So shift to the right is positive shift. Sabine has the biggest shift by a lot. So,
and it was already the most played. So I think it was like, what, 23 of 114. So that's around 20%. So it was around 20%, and then it added another 15%. So it's about 35% of the top 32.
Yeah, I mean, these are graphs, but I do have exact numbers. Let me give you the... Yeah, it became 31.25% of the top 32. It started out at 16.1% of the, like, tournament meta.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. It's not as bad as any of the other boogeymen of the format, so I don't think there's anything problematic here. And it's not always the case with every tournament. I mean, we just saw Leal, where I think Sabine was the most played at 15%. I'm not really sure what the percentage shift was in the top 64, but it was still obviously like really well. It did well, and then also won the event, but that was obviously the Data Vault version. Most of these are ECL. I think there was one Tarkin Town that was in there.
I mean, if Data Vault is a mirror... Wait, is my chart not showing on stream? I'm trying to go to my... Let me see.
I still see the shift. Looks like the players are getting to the table now.
We're good. Okay. I wasn't on the live version. Okay, so let me see. Players are going to the table? That would be great. Just about. What am I thinking? Ray, Kira, Quinnland, Cad. Like you said before while we were in break and kind of chatting, it's all the usual suspects.
Yeah. But
the magnitude of this shift, to me, it is a thing. It's not nothing. It does indicate like this deck's pretty dangerous in a lot of hands. Are like people not coming prepared for that? Like is this going to be an adjustment that people say, okay, I need to be ready for Sabine?
I mean, I think people already know that. Like, if you're a good player, you know you have to have a game plan into Sabine, regardless if you're playing the mirror or another deck. I think that it's just hard to plan for Sabine and other stuff too. Someone in chat asked if this is a shift for the specific PQ. Yes, this is a shift for this specific PQ.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, the problem is like you can warp your deck against Sabine, but you'll have problems in other matchups. Like playing mono blue of whatever flavor, you're gonna be able to beat Sabine pretty handedly, but you're gonna have problems into other decks.
Yeah, I mean, I always skew my main deck for Sabine, and then my sideboard is for other matchups. It's just always the most like prevalent part of the meta. And then part of what I figure is if I can handle Sabine, there's a lot of other decks that kind of fall in that category of I just want to attack your base and kill it quickly, that I should also be able to handle, right? Like it gives you tools into a lot of different things.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I mean, I think Sabine's in a fine spot. I don't. If someone asked if something's going to be done with Quinnland, and I don't think Quinnland's even remotely close to a problematic spot. I mean, I know that there's going to be a force set, more force users, force is going to get better. I get that, but the meta is going to completely change with set 5. It seems like there's a lot of really powerful cards, so I wouldn't be worried about what the current meta is.
Well, sometimes with these shifts, especially like the large ones, it can also indicate how easy a deck is to play or how hard it is to play.
I'm never a proponent of saying Sabine is easy to play.
I know, I know.
I think that Sabine in top level competition, especially mirror matched, like it can be really tough to play. Like to optimize everything.
Okay, maybe I'm not using the right words. There is like one of the things we're looking for when we're digging through this data is how much does pilot skill impact the performance of a deck. So it can seem like we're saying, oh, this is easy to play or this is hard to play, but if a deck does better generally across the population of deck pilots, is it correct to just say, oh, this is easy to play? I don't know if those are the right words, but it is doing well in many hands is part of what I'm getting at here.
So I think at the highest level of competition in this game, there's no easy deck.
Yeah.
You know, I think it really is that. This game is just so complicated that it becomes like this crazy 4D chess. You know what I mean? Like you're really thinking hard and trying to sequence right and think about what your opponent is doing and play around that. And there's obviously levels to that. At a base level, I think every deck is easy to play, right? Like if you're just playing at locals, you know, you can, you know, play a deck and do well. But, you know, you bring this to a regional championship at the end of the month in Minnesota, and you're going to have a different level of competition there, and it's going to get a lot harder.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Django was one of those decks where you put it in someone's hands where they know how to play the game, and they know how to use the leader's ability trigger when they damage things, and they're going to do well. You know?
Yeah.
You attack the base, you play your units, you attack the base, you try to kill them fast, you're going to do reasonably well. This chart here, I'm trying to like keep an eye on the table. They're not really there yet.
I mean, they're sitting down. I don't know what they're waiting for. There might be some announcement.
We'll switch as soon as it's really ready. This is after the 7 rounds of Swiss. Again, this is top 32. I like rejiggered my sheets so that I can say how deep I want it to go to look at card counts, so we could go to like top 8 and count everything in 8 or 12 or whatever. So this is top 32, and I just printed out everything that had 10 or more copies. So 32 decks this is, right? And Confiscate way at the top. Why is Confiscate way at the top? Number 2, Chewbacca. Right?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
those two cards are influencing each other there.
Yeah, I mean, when this set was previewed, everybody just said, all right, I'll just play Confiscate. And then Django became the biggest problem, which didn't really run upgrades. So Confiscate wasn't like the most played thing. And now that Django's out of there, the meta, and now we have a bunch of these pilot cards and leaders, Confiscate got a lot better. Same thing with Traitorous, which is, I still think, it's the last card on this list, but still up there. And as you can see, there's a lot of Sabine cards here because Sabine did really well. Quinnland did really well, so we see a lot of red hero cards.
Yep. What in here is not red heroes?
There's some green hero because there's Sabine and Han overlap.
Resupplies, waylays, takedown. So if you're not in red or yellow hero, takedown is a card that seems to be performing well. It's showing up in a lot of these top decks.
Yeah, Kira Data Vault, Ray Data Vault.
Yeah, so like decks that are taking on a more controlling strategy, and then cards that fit into both villainy and heroic, I guess, is kind of like what takedown is.
Yeah. So it looks like the players are shuffling up now. So
good. Okay, let's go.
Get to the match, baby.
There we are.
So we have the Han 4 Lake Country deck at the top versus Han 1 Green. So just to talk a little bit more about this Han 4 Lake Country deck, it's super awesome, and he had an awesome ride to this top 8. So round 1, he sits down across from Rando Mando, who plays Palp Yellow at a super high level. He just missed top 8. I think he was 9th or something. And he ends up losing to Rando Mando. So he lost round 1, and then he just didn't lose a game.
Yeah.
He just didn't lose a game after that. He played a couple Sabines, a couple Quinnlands. I don't think he played a Han 1 Green yet, so I'm interested to see how this matchup goes. I think it could be troublesome for him because he's trying to fight in the space arena, and I'm assuming that this Han 1 Green list is... I think this is actually exactly 1-for-1 the Alex Blandon list that he played last week. And so, yeah, I mean, this is a super pilot focused deck. They're both super pilot focused decks, so it's just gonna be who can pilot better. Han 1 green has a little bit more of explosiveness because it has the activation to play Falcon on turn 1. So I would imagine that if he can start with the readied Falcon on turn 1, it's going to be really good. But maybe the Lake Country deck can just play to the ground instead and just dodge him.
I wonder if there is a lot of ground. They're all pilots. Does he just drop his pilots on the ground? Is that part of what you're saying? Like, hey, then let me just play these pilots on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, that totally could be the way that they're gonna make it happen. It'll be really interesting.
Okay, so this is Nick Stanton. It's Maz's castle, okay. Which set is Maz's castle?
That would be set 2, where Maz first appeared.
Excellent. You got it. So we got that. Let me get this.
This is the base I used when I play Han 1 green.
Yeah.
Phil just got back. Is this really happening? Yes, Phil. Han 4 Lake Country is about to take the world by storm.
And if he wins, we're gonna follow this player's journey.
Yeah, we will keep having him on stream as long as he's cool with it, and hopefully get an interview at the end after he wins the whole thing. That would be ideal.
Ooh, that would be awesome.
From my point of view.
Yeah.
No shade to his opponents. I just this deck is so cool.
I'm biased. This deck is awesome. I was curious if he's gonna find himself trading a little bit here. I guess not. It's the same theory as the Sabine Data Vault, where they say, I don't need to trade because you need to trade. So I'm going to come at your base as much as I can. If I can get one attack with each of my units, I can start getting you in a position where you're in check faster than you've got me in check. Even if you've got like a whole board of units, you're at the point where you can't afford to take one more attack from me.
Right. And I do have to say that, these type of rogue decks are so much better before top 8 when you get to see your opponent's deck list. Because you sit across from this deck, and you're like, what is he doing?
Yeah.
But, that's not the case when you have a top 8 match and you get to see your opponent's deck, so.
Yeah.
Chris Schutz says he's playing against a Han 4 Lake Country right now. It has begun.
We're already there. I mean, it's really cool. I don't blame people for firing it up. I think we were also like going through the deck on stream. The lists aren't out yet, but people were like screenshotting it and going ahead and throwing the deck together.
Yeah, that would make sense. Someone said that the stream is frozen.
No, look at the paper. Look at the paper. See it? It's like wobbling a little bit. Oh, adjusted. They're reading. So.
Yeah, if it's frozen on your end, try to just refresh the page. Also, come to Across the Networks YouTube and watch here.
Yep. So I'm Jonathan Fisher. I've been producing all day. I'm here with Lego Pizza. We create the Across the Network podcast. We're a part of the Bothan Network team, and we bring on team members sometimes to the podcast. We bring on people outside of the team, like we've had Mike Jem, Stevie Getz, we've had Sunny D, we've had Philip. So some amazing guests. We get into in-depth conversation. Our target audience is competitive swoop players, right? And I'm starting to think it's frozen. So
I mean, I can see the stream on our end in video, and it's fine.
God, see, I was just going through my spiel there.
Yeah, he just moved his thing.
Really?
We're good.
Hold on. Actually, let me stop my spiel. I think
it might be frozen on that end.
Yeah, let me make sure everything's
No,
good.
I refreshed the page and it's good.
Yeah, he was just
I would
staring.
just say if it's frozen on your end, everyone,
Oh,
just refresh
it's
the
good.
page.
It's good. Okay, he's just staring at his page so long. Okay, anyway, Across the Network, that's the name of our YouTube channel. That's the name of our podcast. It's myself and Lego Pizza here that you're gonna hear us cover this entire Top Cut together. We make that together. I want you to come check it out, is what I'm saying. Come check it out. Subscribe to it. I'm getting amazing feedback. We're getting a lot of views. Just come, let us know. We want to hear what you think. And yeah, let's get into this match. That threw me off so much. It really did make me think it was frozen, because like that paper was like, it looked like it was blowing in a slight AC breeze or something, and it was happening for so long. I was like, wait a minute, maybe it is frozen.
So it looks like Han 1 Green is going to start with initiative and took a mulligan.
Yep.
Han 4 Lake Country has not mulligan, so he's keeping his hand. Can't really see what's going on with it, but I think that he wants to start C-3PO in this matchup and just kind of avoid space for a bit. If he can get Never Tell Me the Odds off to kill a turn 1 Falcon on turn 2, that would be really awesome. I think that's like the strategy that he should try to mulligan for if he can.
Man,
he kept his hand. I wonder if he's gonna just try to do the double 1-drop play.
This is gonna be so interesting. If he's double drops in space and we see something like a Falcon start to clear it out, and then do you bounce your Falcon to heal it and continue clearing out space, or you just let it die and play your next Falcon? Like,
yeah, it just depends if you have another spaceship or not.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this. All right,
we are underway.
There was a big showdown here in Atlanta. We had 4 Bothans that showed up. All 4 made the top cut. I lost to like a 11-year-old, I think he is, kid in the Swiss playing Han Green, and then I lost to him in the semifinals.
Sorry, real quick. That's awesome. I love when young people play this game and do well with it. So we're getting a resupply from turn 1 from Han, and we got from the Han Lake Country deck revealed Tantive, and looks like he is going to play C-3PO, name 7, and draw Tantive. Tantive is awesome in this matchup. I think that's actually the way that he's supposed to win. And if he can just keep drawing cards, he has 2 in the list. If he keeps drawing cards, I think that he can outvalue the Han deck.
Yeah. His opponent has 1 Tantive, I believe, in the main deck. I'm going to do the whole pull-up cards thing, too.
Yeah, Kyle Kraft said, most Han Greens have dropped Marauder. I still like having a shot at the Exodia draw, which is resupply into Marauder, ramp, flip Han, which would be good in this matchup. I agree with you. That's one of my favorite things to do with Han Green, and I actually still run Marauder in my list for that reason. So it looks like Han drew another card with C-3PO, and I'm just going to call it Lake Country. Lake Country drew a card with C-3PO.
Yeah.
Han Green played a blue leader for 3. Interesting that he didn't activate and just try to kill the C-3PO.
Yeah.
And we're getting Never Tell Me the Odds. Let's go.
Oh, okay. So you get to see what... Oh, there's the odd, even. So 4 damage, right?
It's like 4 damage. Each player had 1 even card.
There we go. Get out of here, blue leader.
That's so funny.
What the heck? Is he doing anything else with these cards in discard? It's just a removal spell, right?
Well, he made the Han player just discard a Ewing reinforcement. It's pretty sick.
Oh my gosh. Okay. It's so... Man, C-3PO. When I started looking at the list, I was like, what number are we calling with C-3PO? And then I was like, hold on, I'm an idiot. We look at the top card every single round.
Yep. And he does finally deal with it with a Han pilot on the ground. He'll probably activate flip Han this turn as well. But I think we're just going to dodge now and go to space.
Right.
Start building a board. Have multiple units out so that Han can flip onto the space arena. And then untap next turn.
Let's see an odd cost that's not a 3 on the top.
Yep. We got a pilot.
Yep.
R2, free pilot, still lets him flip the Han onto it, which is awesome.
What is it? It's a 3.
It's another never tell me the odds, so he attacks for just the 4.
You still get the you get to make the attack when you use the Han. Right? So
that should just be 4, I think.
He had 1 from C-3PO.
Oh, you're right.
So that's why it's 5.
Yep. And he does have the other 1 costs.
Of course. Which one is that?
He's gonna have an explosive turn next turn if Han doesn't have a way to deal with his units.
Is that the wolf thing? Yeah, that's Wolfpack Escort. I'm also curious, does he have some good Wolfpack Escort combos? Maybe he does. I mean, even the Falcon is one. Oh no, it's non-vehicle. Huh. I don't know.
Mike Gem in chat says that the Han 4 3PO combo is one of the most broken things in the game that almost nobody's working on. I agree with you, man. It is one of the most broken things. I've tried to make it work a lot. Unfortunately, most of my testing with the Han 4 deck was pre-Django ban, so I kind of put it to the side, and I think I need to revisit it. I said earlier when we covered the first round of the Han 4 Lake Country deck that I've tried it with every single color. I have not tried it with no other color. So this Lake Country deck is definitely interesting.
Yeah, so earlier I was like, so you tried every color except no color. Okay.
And this is the 7 resources that the Han deck always wants to have.
Yeah.
See a Plo Koon, he can attack with either one of these for the +1. He's going to choose the Falcon to get in for 5 now when he can.
And he's pushing his theory. Look, I'm just going to hit you. And even though you do a little bit more damage than me, I've got more health. And I'm going to get you in check first.
Yep.
It really is about being in check. That is so important in these games. And it's something, as the game progresses, you need to be calculating as a player. Like,
and here's the
when am I in
U-wing.
check, when are they in check?
Here's the U-wing. I think he's going to try to find some way to ambush the 2-1 maybe, so that he can't get a readied Han-piloted unit.
Could we find... Oh yeah, because we're on 5, right?
See a Kira... See a 7-cost Han. Yeah, Blue Leader would be really good. Blue Leader plus Kira could be really good to maybe name a card in hand and kill the 2-1.
Because a Falcon is cute, but it's not enough. It's not fast enough.
Right. You would the Han would flip onto the 2-1. It would have 5 health.
How many different costs do we have? We have a 3, a 1, so we'd ready 3 resources, right?
No. It doesn't matter the different numbered odd costs.
Oh, are you serious?
It just counts the number of odd cards you have in play.
I'm gonna put this on screen.
This is super interesting. Yeah. This is super interesting. So the Han 1 green player chose to get the Han unit, and I think his game plan right now is that he's just gonna race on the ground. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some hot shot blasters next turn.
Yeah, I mean, when he played the U-wing, I thought, you know what, this gives him a really good chance. Another odd card. Oh my god, how many cards?
He's gonna ready 5. He's gonna ready 5 resources, and it looks like he has at least 3 cards.
This is sick. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it 6 resources? I mean, he's got 5.
No, it's 5. He only has 5. Yeah.
He's got 5.
He was overboard though. He had it all.
What is happening? So, and it gives plus
so
3, so that's 5.
Yeah, attacks for 5 puts him to 15. He's winning the race right now. We see another never tell me the odds.
And you get to see it for, this could kill Han unit, right? You get to see how many odds we hit.
I think it's just 4 damage. Which lets him kill a unit.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I think that's all he really needs to do is just kill a unit. And then he passes.
He spent 8 resources. We're back at Boba Fett.
Yeah, this is some Boba Fett
This is a Boba Fett flip turn. Let me hide the card now. Did everyone get a good read on this crazy leader? It's going away. So how much damage do we have? This 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Jeez,
yeah, and that's
pump
with
kills him.
with nothing in hand to pump or play another Falcon or a Han pilot or just any other pilot. It's just gonna add damage. And from the Han 1 green side, he has 10 on board plus 2 blasters or 2 surprise strikes would be at most 16. So he can't kill him this turn.
Yeah. Does that put him in check? 16, 28, and then there's still
He
6
needs,
more.
I think the Han player needs to have interaction here. Like he needs to be able to control some of this board, which is playing right into this Lake Country's game plan of I'm just going to produce a battlefield that you cannot deal with, and you're gonna have to interact with me. I have more health than you.
Right. Yeah, decks like Cunning Sabine are a lot like this as well. Like they come at you so hard, and they have more health than you a lot of times, that they get to the point where the units they play, as long as they attack one time, that's enough. It can kill you.
So we are seeing the 6-cost Falcon from hand, which allows it to ambush. He clears off 4 damage from the set 1 Falcon with an R2 pilot. And then 5 more damage to the Han 1 Green's base from the Han piloted Wolf Pack.
This is exactly the Sabine Data Vault strategy being played out with this Han.
If he has Han pilot here, that's +3 on that.
Wait, which pilot is that?
It's the Dagger Squadron. I think though the Han player needs to win the game here. Oh yeah, Han pilot. That's game. That's 10 damage. That's actually
Dagger Squadron is +2.
No, I know, but it's on the old Falcon, and the old Falcon gets +1 for every pilot. So he got 4 from the pilot, like the actual pilots. Then he got two from the ability on the old Falcon. Then 3 from the base attack on the old Falcon. So that was 9 damage, and then the 2 from the Wolf Pack was enough to get him there. It was 11 damage.
Wow. Let me see.
Okay, and this is kind of what I was talking about in terms of what this deck needs to do. Like, I think that the Han 1 Green deck needs to start space. You have to continually have a space presence.
I'm just gonna bring up some lists so that I can pop them up when the players aren't doing anything. Now that we can talk about lists. That's this screen, right? Yes, that's this screen. Okay, so let's just nerd out over his deck a little bit more. And we now have this visual view. So let's just use that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see what we think they might be siding in.
Sideboarding, yeah. Alright, it is a little hard to see. Make it as big as I can. But go ahead. Are you able to see these cards, or you have it in front of you?
Yeah, I do.
I'm gonna make this big while you start talking about that.
Yeah, so from the Lake Country deck, he has another Tantive in the sideboard. I really like that. He has Confiscates. He has a Commandeer. Enfees. I think Enfees is probably too late because you don't have a way to really cheat it out. He has another Waylay, which I think could be good because if you get initiative on the 3 resource turn, you can just Waylay back a space unit. I would definitely bring in the Confiscates and the Tantive, and maybe just cut on some of the more awkward cards in this list. Like if he wants to avoid ground, maybe he doesn't need Plo Koon, but Plo Koon is a decent answer to Han if the Han 1 green deck doesn't ramp. The other options that he can cut, I think, maybe is Shuttle Tiderium. It's like a 1-of in his deck that's a 2/4 in space. It doesn't really fight well, and it can only give experience to other stuff. So everything kind of has to be going his way for that card to be good here. Much better against decks that don't fight in space. I would probably cut the Enfees, honestly.
Yeah. We're not going to get to that turn, and if we do, we might have lost.
Yeah. But let me look at the Han 1 green list and see what he has.
What does that shuttle do? Discard a card. If it's an odd cast, you get an experience. Okay. Well, real quick, Sanctioner Shuttle. That seems like it could be huge.
Sanctioner Shuttle, I think, is the best card in the Lake Country deck against the Han 1 green deck because it can capture the piloted ships.
Right. Just snipe.
The problem with that is he has to have coordinate. And if the Han 1 green player starts Falcon into the Han Lake Country's space start and gets to eat some of the like space units, then he's gonna be able to outpace the coordinate. Like he won't be able to play Sanctioners on 3 unless he does double one on the ground.
That last game, it would have been pretty easy.
Right. But at that point, right, like there was no space threat for him to Sanctioner shuttle anyways. He had 7s and 5s.
But like, let's, I don't know, man. It looks like it could line up very well.
100%. It lines up really well. He's just got to play it. Like he has to have a game plan of how he's going to navigate the coordinate. And for the Han Green player, he has some confiscates in his sideboard. He has Traitorous. Spark of Rebellion could maybe be interesting. I think Salvage is probably too cute. It's like kind of only good with Millennium Falcon, the first Falcon, being able to get that back after it dies to kill another space unit.
And the Hauler.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, if you're going to kill multiple units with Hauler, have it die, and then just bring it right back, that is pretty strong. I definitely think Confiscate and Traitors are coming in. The rest, I'm not sure about. It also depends on how much you want to take out, right? So what do we want to take out of this deck? Because they're still shuffling.
I
mean, Ewings are 7, right? Like, that's our combo card. Yeah, we need that. Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, maybe he could take out like L3s. I mean, I don't think you're going to be fighting on the ground that way in this matchup, to be honest.
And you can just skip 2. So that's okay.
You can just go to 3. Yeah.
That makes room for 3 cards. But
that card's much better against the control decks where you want to have like a turn 1 2 cost and also have like a late game smuggle option. I don't think that matters in this matchup, so I would probably cut the elites.
What about?
But it looks like the players have now ready to go. The Han 1 green player mulligans. The Han Lake Country deck did not.
Thank you for paying attention to that. Let me update the match status. Look, if you're tuned in and you're just loving this coverage, you want to see us do this again, go to Across the Network on YouTube and subscribe to us. Let us know that you love what we're doing.
Yep. And looks like we get an activation from Han, a Greedo from the Lake Country deck, and then a Hasty Falcon, set 1 Falcon, into the Republic Y-Wing. Falcon kills the Y-Wing, and then the players pass with Lake Country taking initiative.
Yeah, but Green Han is basically almost dead.
He needs to update his life total.
Yeah, this game is over. I don't see any, like, I can't think of an out. I think this is done. And then, so, man, Greedo's dangerous when he's not answered. I've taken so much damage from Greedos.
Oh, and we're getting Never Tell Me the Odds. We see, I think it's like 5. Traitorous discarded. Very good for the Lake Country deck.
Love to see it. Also, like, you kind of love to see those sideboard cards just show up. You knew it was going to be there, but just seeing it is nice.
And we see the Odd Han deck activate to try to attack with this Greedo.
This is top cut.
And we see a Plo Koon. So there's 4 damage to base.
This is quarterfinals. We are going to follow this Lake Country deck until they win this tournament. Unto their death, which shall not happen.
The Never Tell Me the Odd card. I have been such a hater on that card in the Han deck, the Han 4 deck, and I think I've been convinced.
Really?
Just with these couple matches, it's been so impactful. Like, if the Han 1 green deck had a Chewie, he just wasn't able to play it because of Never Tell Me the Odds.
It's an open fire, right? Like, do we just love open fire?
I mean, you can't play open fire in yellow Lake Country.
Yeah.
Looks like he kept the elites in the deck, and
I wonder how he made space. We'll have to. Well, we're not going to get a game 3, but That's all right.
We're not getting to game 3. You heard it here first.
Oh.
Okay, so you see the lead into the activate Han 4 attack with Greedo for 4, and then a Han pilot onto a blue leader.
I love that Han pilot. It's so good.
He's good. He's good. And now we're seeing 2 ships from the Han 4 deck, and he is just racing like crazy. You have a piloted guy, I don't care. I'm going to play more guys than you can kill.
And what keyword is currently enabled that starts with a C and ends with awardinate?
Yeah, I mean, we know that he had a Plo Koon on top of his deck, so Han can't really activate, and there's enough dirtle from this Han 4 deck that it's going to be awkward for the Han pilot deck, because the Han 4 deck, or the Han 1 deck, it's going to be awkward for him, because the Han 4 deck can actually pay for Falcon and then flip Han to get the other resource ready so that he can Plo Koon still.
Oh yeah.
He can even play something beforehand.
You can wait till Han resources, right? Like, and then
exactly.
You can be like,
you flip. Yeah, exactly. You flip when the Han 1 player activates.
Wait, why did we mill? What did I just miss?
So it was Greedo trigger to try to kill the L3.
Oh, Greedo trigger, yeah. Oh, that's our capture card. I wanted that card. What if we had that right now? Like, he didn't use his piloted ship and then we just wreck it.
Yeah, and here we go with a Han pilot on the Falcon. So now the Han 1 player can't kill that Falcon with the blue leader. He might be forced to attack into the 2-1 though.
How much damage is on the Maz base?
16.
No way.
Ridiculous, yeah.
What did I miss?
Dude, Greedo attacked for 8.
What did I miss?
So it was Greedo attacked for 8, then Falcon for 3, and then Falcon for 5.
Yeah, Greedo just got pumped every time.
Okay, we're going to see this confiscate, which I think he needs to flip now. He just flips onto the...
Yeah.
But I think the blue leader would be able to kill it, because it only have 5 health. But he could just flip onto the Falcon, though.
Yeah, to ready your resources and have it good to go. Let's see what he does. No, he puts it there. Do they trade? I'm pulling the card up again because I'm an idiot.
So I don't think it would be a trade, right?
So it gets +3/+4, so it'd have 5 toughness, and it's a 5/5. They're both.
No, there should be 6 health on the blue leader.
Because it's +2/+3, so it's 5/6. Yeah. Yeah.
That's why I was advocating to flip onto the Falcon. Like maybe just attack for 2 and then flip afterward. And now we're just gonna Plo Koon and kill the L3, which I think is fine. You know that you're gonna get at least 1 hit with one of these cards next turn, and he can honestly. I don't know. I think it's fine.
Was that a mistake though?
It might be. He might have thought it was a trade and it wasn't.
Yeah. So.
The Han player doesn't have any cards left though, so he's just going to be relying on hopefully. I mean, I'm assuming he's going to have a hotshot blaster. That's what it seems like it's going to be. Or he just attacks
to clear the Plo.
Well, he can kill the Plo no matter what. It only has 4.
Oh yeah, it has 2. Yeah.
He might just hotshot it just to like smuggle a card.
To get the hotshot on your Han, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you do that. Yeah. That seems correct. Go ahead and put the 3 damage on your leader. What just happened with the smuggle?
So he replaced smuggle and then got 1 extra card for Han.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think the Han player is winning here, as chat's pointing out.
I keep trying to say which Han I'm talking about, either Han 1 or Lake Country.
Yeah.
I apologize if it's not clear. I will try to do my best. It is slightly confusing.
I do think using dice on your resources, man, I've seen some players mess up their Han resources. Just do something. Put some dice on it. Like this player knows what they're doing. They're good with the deck. They still use dice. Just do it. Okay, so who has initiative? The Han has initiative. Han has initiative.
Yeah. Lake Country has initiative. He's gonna activate and try to attack the board.
Oh,
Only 3 damage, but seeing another Falcon is promising in terms
Yeah.
of the race that he's trying to present here.
and it's the same theory. You have to trade into me.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically like he was at 0 starting the turn. He was at 1 damage essentially on his base. And that Han should have 3 damage on
Yeah,
it.
it should. Let me. I'm gonna message the judges.
Yep, and so we're getting a waylay to put the blue leader back to hand, which saves his Falcon. Getting 7 here for a Tantive. Oof.
Oh no, who played attentive?
The one of Tantive coming in for the Han 1 green deck.
That is very good. Wait, should I be my 10-year-old daughter and start cheering for Han Green? When we're watching sports. What team are you, Daddy? I'm that team. And her team starts losing. I'm the other team. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a huge brick wall that the Han Lake Country player is going to have to fight through now.
Yeah. They did get the damage, which we can see on stream. That is a wall. I'm gonna put that wall on screen to show how big that wall is. It's a big old wall. Bam! 5/7 Sentinel and insult to injury makes a little X-wing. What does he do here? Like, I think that's gonna win the game.
I think he's trying to set up a way to be able to kill the Tantive with multiple Falcons, but it's not looking too hot.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a one of that the Han 1 green deck is playing, so I mean, this isn't gonna happen every time, but definitely perfect here.
When you put a card in your deck, it's there for a reason.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Like every time someone mentions like how lucky I got, I'm like, you know how lucky I got? I put it in my deck list. There wasn't any luck involved in that. You know what? I think Cadence would say I should be on the Han Green team now. I think this is over. S-Pag saying their daughter does the same. Yep. You know, we just have smart daughters. That's what it is. Oh man. Look, I am biased because I want to see more of this Lake Country deck. It's so cool.
The third readied Falcon.
Like here, what if we have like a Han pilot to clear it, and then we still get to keep our Tantive? Or what if we just kill him? Do you not attack with the Tantive there? I understand that part. I mean,
It's not lethal yet.
He's in check though. Like, what are you gonna do now? Stop telling him the odds. He does not want to know the odds. Yep. All right. As I could have told you, Han wins that game 2. Going to game 3. Let's see. Let's pull this up again. All right. We saw the traitorous. We saw that he kept the L3. So what came out? Kira's? Tech?
No, I think I saw
Tex.
it, Kira.
Tex came out.
I would. I've never taken Tech out, no matter what matchup it is.
Come on.
That card's so good.
You do not need Tech for this matchup. What are you talking about?
You always need tech, baby.
You played tech this matchup, you're already dead. All right. Well,
that's probably true.
I think you took the techs out. Let's see.
Looks like they're going back to the sideboards a little bit.
I don't blame them. I do that every time. Every time.
Yeah.
Take a look at that sideboard. Make sure you. I mean, you're in the top cut as well.
Yeah.
Make sure you like your deck configuration. It might be like take a look at your deck again and ask yourself, are there cards in here I just don't want to be drawing? Because not when you're sideboarding, it's not always about like pulling in all the best ace cards for that matchup. It's finding the best 50 card configuration across your 60.
Yeah. Actually, I think what happened in this second game was I think the Han 4 Lake Country player was a little bit too tunnel visioned on flipping Han and getting Plo Koon out, that he didn't think about maybe just deploying Han to the ground as a 3/7.
Yeah.
Because if he does that, I think he guarantees Plo Koon for the following turn, which stops Han from getting to 7 the following turn. And he already spent 1 that turn on the confiscate, so there was no way for the Han 1 green player to get to 7, so he shouldn't be worried about something like attack from Han 1 into the Han 4 plus 7 cost Han to kill it. And if you do that, you basically guarantee Plo Koon to finish up the Han the following turn, and then they don't get to 7 that turn.
Oh my, you just said Han like 7 times.
I tried to say which one.
I know. It's Han. There's just so many. It's so hard. I really like this Han pilot. I said that earlier, but like he's so good. The action compression.
Yeah, just having a bunch of pumps in your deck. You don't need Surprise Strike.
We haven't seen Mandalorian yet, but that seems pretty good too. Like if you're are they hold on.
Yeah, they're back. They're back.
Okay.
So we got a R2 pilot on the ground plus a Republic Y-wing. And then I think we're going to see a new Falcon, so it doesn't come in readied, which is really good sign if he has the Sanctioner shuttle. I think he just wins the game on the spot if he has the Sanctioner shuttle.
Does he have it? Or you could
I mean, I guess if there's a blue, if there's a blue leader, well, no, the Han 4 player has initiative.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so if there's a blue leader to kill the Sanctioner shuttle afterward, it would be really bad.
Yeah. Well, what if Lake Country has Han pilot? Oh, they're just gonna. Ugh. So
okay, so he misses on the reveal, just attacks for 1.
Oh my god, that is anemic.
Ooh, he went for the Chewie. Does he have the Sanctioner shuttle? Was it all a ploy the whole time?
Does Chewie say capture?
Chewie is allowed to get captured.
What?
Looks like he does not have the Sanctioner shuttle. He's doing 6 to base though. He's not taking him off coordinate. Sorry, 7 to base. And he has his own new Falcon. Han 1 green will take initiative. Damage race is not going his way.
I don't play capture cards enough. Defeated, return to hand. Ooh, man, that would have been such a blowout. Oh, not you. Yeah. Wow. So... Wait, we went to base. So, Han 1 now thinks they can race it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's maybe correct. I think maybe you kill the old Falcon, or the new Falcon now, with your Chewie Falcon. But he's probably worried about never tell me the odds.
Wow, he is going.
Interesting, no activation, just an attack.
for 1. I guess because he could play a Falcon, right? Is he leaving it an option open to trade into another Falcon? It's not his MO lately, but with 14 on his base, maybe Maybe he adjusts.
Blue leader to kill the 1/3. Dagger squadron pilot. If he has a Han pilot, he can actually kill the Falcon from the Han 1 green side for free without taking damage back.
Putting that Dagger Squadron pilot on the screen in case nobody's drafted this set yet.
Ooh, wait, that was sweet. So he played Wolfpack Escort to put the
yeah.
to put the R2 back in hand and then put it on the Falcon. So it does 7 damage.
+2, +1, 2.
It's a trade.
Oh my god. That is a lot of resources. Like a lot of your material.
Yeah, it was.
So if the Han 1 player can hit like a U-Wing or just a big play like that, I think he's going to overwhelm the Lake Country deck.
I agree. It's not looking good for the Lake Country deck.
No. Is this where our hero's journey ends?
I hope not.
Ugh. Got 5. New Falcon. Until another Falcon comes out.
I think he has a waylay in hand. So he can flip here and waylay.
Mm-hmm. That's not that scary. I don't think I mind you having waylay in your hand if you're Han 1 here. He'll ready all 3 of those resources. So, like, you're threatening a Plo Koon again.
Yeah, you are threatening Plo Koon again.
Well,
he did not ready his resources when he should have.
Is it a May?
It is not a May. I don't believe it's a May. I can check.
Yeah. Definitely not going to say anything without looking it up. Reach friendly.
No, it's not a May. It just does it. He did it.
Okay, they got it. Okay. So, I did you see his hand? I'm looking at what we see on stream. I know you're looking at like the full view.
I don't know what's on it. Yeah, so it was the waylay. I think I would have passed and just tried to get him to use resources.
Like you could have waylaid this? I don't know. Is that a Peacekeeper?
No, it's
it's a Poe. Yeah, it's a Poe.
And he gets to put it on the Falcon.
Wow.
Yeah, this is just GG, I think.
Dang. He went for blood.
Yeah, I mean, I did say that start with old Falcon Chewie is going to be rough.
It's a lot
or any
of
Falcon
damage.
Chewie is going to be rough.
It's interesting looking at, your hand, the board state, and assessing, am I the aggressor? Because in the first game, he definitely was not. But in that board state, he said, you know what, now I am.
I mean, the crazy part, too, is it would have been a completely different game if he had the Sanctioner shuttle, but...
Right.
He didn't draw it. I think maybe he saw 2 1-drops and was just like, I have to keep this. Even though he could have maybe not. I don't know.
I'm completely biased. I wanted to see more Lake Country. That's all. I just wanted to see more Lake Country. It's a nice, part of the world.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and the Han 1 green player is playing great. Like, nothing against him at all.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. We're not biased in that kind of way. $26. Is he just dead? 3.
Yeah, someone in chat said the Han pilot on the Falcon on the 1 turn to trade into the other Falcon for free would have been awesome too.
There were some blowouts.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't draw those. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you open your like, not necessarily intentionally, but knowingly open yourself to a blowout, because if they don't have it, it's such a strong advantage for you. But it really depends on what your other options are. If you have other low variant options, you know, sometimes it's correct to do that.
Yep. Looks like Lake Country has fallen. Unfortunate for our Lake Country friend. Great run. Awesome showing for the deck. Really, really cool. I hope people iterate on this deck and get it to an amazing spot. Shout out to Scott Barrett for his performance, and congrats to Nick Stanton on making top 4.
Yeah. Han wins.
Han does win, no matter the way you look at it.
Yeah. And yeah, all of our daughters were correct. Okay, so let's just take a little peek before we take our break. Because I don't think we're gonna get another table or anything.
No, yeah, I'm assuming we'll just have to wait.
Let me pull these up. We'll just take another look at what the rest of the top 8 is, and then we can all step away for a minute and come back. So let's see. Go here. Okay.
Round timer ended.
Yeah, they didn't populate that, so we're just looking at the standings. Okay, so Quinnland, Kira, Sabine. We now know that this Han is moving on. So it's Sabine versus Quinnland, Kira versus Cad Bane, Blue. What do we like there? I think that's tough.
Yeah, that matchup's probably gonna go on forever.
Yeah, it's not easy. There's like nuance there where you're trying to figure out how to close that game. And then Sabine into Sabine. Who wins Sabine into Sabine? Both ECL. Are there any differences? Like Marines, Cassian, Fleet, K2. Was there no Chewbacca? Oh no, they're just ordered differently. There's 2. Medal ceremonies. Do we have medal ceremonies? Nope. So some small differences there. Dark Saber. No Dark Saber. All right. So that's what's going on. We don't know what table we're gonna get you next. We don't know how long the round will go, but we will be back as soon as we have more Star Wars Unlimited to share with you. See you soon.
Yep.
Rebellions are built on hope. Jabba ruled with fear I intend to rule with respect.
Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
Hello, we are back. We have players. We're gonna get Cat Blue versus Sabine ECL. I'm gonna update the overlay while you talk to these good people, Ian.
What is up, everyone? We are about to start the semifinals. We have Cad Blue versus Sabine ECL. Gonna be a fun one. I feel like the Sabine ECL deck is gonna run away with it, but Cad has some tricks up their sleeves. You know,
I mean, yeah, Cad has a shot. I do not discount Cad in this matchup.
No, never discount Cad. McClunky's very strong. Some well-timed Bazines can be really punishing. Yeah, sad it's not Lake Country, but
yeah. I see. I forgot to update that match status last round.
That's okay.
That's okay. Is that a Sabine showcase? I don't play these things.
It's a Cad showcase.
A Cad showcase? I don't play with showcases. Okay.
I love showcases, baby. Give me that bling.
They're pretty. It doesn't matter.
All I'm saying is I have a Han 4 showcase. I opened it in packs.
What?
I really want to play it tomorrow.
Did the other table get a concession? It might be the case of like someone having a day 2 buy already.
Oh yeah, it looks like Nick Stanton won already.
Yeah, scooped it up.
They also might be locals.
Yeah.
I know Loopy had mentioned that 3 of the top 4 are Wisconsin locals. Okay. He knows very well, so.
What base is Cad using? Sundari.
Could also just be like good buddies or something, you know. Tyler York in chat, my wonderful friend and teammate, said, "Pivot, you won't." Look, I have to drive tomorrow, starting at 5 a.m. to get to Mississippi to go to a PQ. There's about 20 people that are going to be there, so I might just do it, but I don't know.
Wait, so when he says you won't, he's right.
I'm thinking about it. The problem is I'd have to build the deck tonight, and that would require me to not go to bed immediately after this event.
You're not going to go to bed. What are you talking about?
So it looks like Carlos won the Appleton PQ in January, so he scooped it up to Nick Stanton. That's a stand-up guy.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I know in the New Jersey PQ, Alex Blandon is in the finals against Ophir, or most people know him as Woo.
Is that streamed?
KTOD. I do not think it's streamed. Oh. But I did get updates from them, so shout out to them and KTOD. Great guys, great players, great team.
Yeah, that would have been a great match to be able to tune into.
Yeah, it's funny, they both have their invites, so the invite's going down to 3rd place.
Nice. This one.
Alex scoops to Woo. There is no finals. That's too funny.
Is that real?
I do know better than that, but it's still just like it's just so funny.
Yeah, I don't think they'd do that. Especially if they both had the invite. You got to play that out.
No, Alex scoops. Alex definitely would rather just go home.
Okay.
Who's on Kira? Craw?
Quarterfinals,
How can you ask that?
Christian Toby. Tied 0-0. Got our name tags. It says quarterfinal. Oh, it says quarterfinals. That's not right. Semifinals. There we go.
All right. Looks like the CAD player has a Pike Sentinel, Relentless Pursuit, Boba unit, and Forlom. Sabine has a Wing Leader, Sabine's Masterpiece, a Battlefield Marine, and a K2, and I don't know what the 5th card is that he's figuring out what to resource right now. Looks like it's Wing Leader.
Did you say A-Wing? Did you say Sabine has an A-Wing?
No, Sabine's Masterpiece and a Battlefield Marine.
Battlefield
Oh, it looks
Marine.
like the 5th card is Fleet Lieutenant. Which he's thinking about resourcing.
I mean, if he's not starting in space, that hand from CAD sounds pretty good. And I'm happy to pass here as CAD, right? Like, what are you going to do? Take initiative? Sounds great.
Yeah, I mean, the Wing Leader is really good here, though. Unless there's a Waylay.
Yeah. It is. Still...
It's not the Tarkin Town deck, so...
We're in the ground arena. Like, that's what our hand does. So I like that part. We're going to take one hit, and then it dies to the Forlom. Or that, not Forlom. Forlom. The Loms and the Pikes. They confuse me.
Too many.
Yeah.
Forlom, Lom Pike, Pike Sentinel, who knows?
Yeah.
They're probably all in this cat deck.
John, you told me your name is pronounced Tada. That's what you said. Okay? You said you don't ever correct anyone. So what is it? Is it Tada or Tada, which everyone says? Let me know in the chat.
Oh yeah, the Relentless Pursuit's pretty good here.
That's very good.
So that's a Pike Sentinel in play right now.
Yeah. Not a bounty hunter. Does not have a shield.
Relentless Pursuit to deal with the Wing Leader play.
All right, it is Tada. Because I was talking to Mike, and he was like, he's never corrected me. I was like, okay, well, that's what he told me. That's pretty funny.
It's numpty.
It's numpty. So I just had it wrong the whole time. All right, what are we playing here as Sabine? We need to put some material on the board so we don't just lose our Wing Leader. I mean, I'm also on Team Christian. I think you can do it.
Being an ECL K2 to get back his Battlefield Marine and take out the Pike Sentinel.
I like that.
It's a pretty good use of ECL here.
Yeah, it like
stem the bleeding, makes the Forlom worse because now there's more units.
This is still nice.
Yeah, because even still, like the K2 is just gonna trade into the Forlom and deal 3 overwhelm plus 3 damage.
And now they're both on 1, but you're gonna flip your Sabine.
I guess. Oh yeah, the Sabine just cleans it up and saves the K2. Never mind.
Yeah. But then everything is on 1 health, which is not terrible for the CAD player.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely means that the first unit that CAD plays will definitely kill something. We see a Timely in hand and a Cassian, which is going down to the row. See a Relentless Pursuit again in hand for the CAD player. Power the Dark Side and a Cloud Rider. Cloud Rider can take out both of these ground units.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. And then, do you ambush first? And then ping?
Yeah, I think you ambush into Sabine and then ping. He probably kills the Wing Leader to do more damage, though.
Ambush into Sabine is interesting. It's like Courtney does the Courtney maneuver, where she lets her Sabine die on purpose, because now I can start pinging again.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely depends on the matchup, where that's going to be the strategy you want to use. I think I might have killed the K2 instead, because it's 1 more damage, but I guess with the ping back, it's the same. Or it's even more, actually.
I like killing the K2.
Yeah, I think killing the K2 is a little better. And now the Power of the Dark Side's pretty awkward, so he doesn't even play it.
Wow. Okay, I don't like Cat's position.
Yeah, I don't like playing nothing, though. A little awkward.
Ugh,
Oh, it looks like
was
he's playing Outer Rim Outlaw, which is the 3/3 shielded for 3. Is that an Underworld unit? It must be. It's called Outer Rim Outlaw, right?
If it has the word outlaw, it's required to be an Underworld. Yes, it is. I'm gonna do the thing where I pull it up on screen. Where's my thing? That card has been showing up, like in Anakin decks.
Mm-hmm.
Real good. Shielded 3/3 for 3. What are those? Is he using that for damage? What is that?
Yeah, it's supposed to be damage. It's not +1/+1 counters.
Okay.
He doesn't know any better. It's all right.
You can really tell when people play on online platforms, or they don't.
Okay, 6 resources. It looks like that's 6 cost and fees.
It is, which I know Junior is a big fan of.
Yeah, he likes it. He liked it in Han Yellow for the Quinnland matchup. Super interesting here against Sabine. Gets to kill both units, but Sabine is now at Cat is now at 22 damage with, I think, Cassian coming out to put him at 25. So there's like a 4 cause plus ping. It's just lethal.
It was a pretty sick ambush. Definitely liked it. But he is on quite the back foot. This is one of those situations where the Sabine deck, like, if their unit gets 1 attack in, they're like, okay, that's fine. That's all I need. It's going to be lots of reach.
What was the conclusion on Outer Rim Outlaw, by the way?
It is, yeah.
Very cool. Oh yeah, there's the 4 cause. GG. 4 damage.
Of course. All right, let's. Okay, I'm gonna be Team CAD for a minute. How do we win this match?
I mean, I said going into it, it seemed rough. I mean, the control-y cards against Sabine, just like, he needs heal. I don't think he has any heal.
I think it's in his sideboard.
Does he have top targets?
Well, I think he has vigilance in the sideboard. I'm trying to find it. I seem to have lost my link. Let's go. Okay, here we go. That. Let me pull it up on stream. Is that it? Yeah. Okay.
Alright, so what do we got in the sideboard?
I don't have the little visual button. Oh, no, there it is. Okay.
See Vigilance, No Glory, Fell, Avenger, and Bounty Hunter crew.
So
no top targets main, no other forms of healing main. I mean, I think you're supposed to bring in the Vigilances. Maybe.
Yeah, me too. I know they're awkward.
It's the only card I see in the sideboard that I would play or bring in against Sabine.
Well, hold on. If doesn't the Sabine have Chewbacca's?
Yeah, maybe you bring in the No Glory.
Yeah, you do.
The problem is like you have no other. I mean, you have Relentless Pursuit as like the better answer to that card, anyways. And I don't think you can really last long enough for No Glory.
Well, let's see what we can take out. What can we take out? First Light.
Yeah, maybe First Light. Dryden Voss.
Dryden Voss. That's 3.
So I think
slots.
Snoke, honestly, like getting to 8 is really tough.
It is. We're not ramping. So that's 1, 2, 3. That could be 5 slots if we wanted to go that route, which is 3, 4, 5. Sometimes I bring in Fell the Dragon too. Like if you had 6 cards you want to take out, because there's Poes and Wreckers that you want to just get rid of.
Yeah, unfortunately, they usually do damage or some sort before that comes down because they're getting ECL'd in or timelied in.
Yeah, you still need to kill him though. Like
that's
unfortunate.
Main deck 51 cards. That's funny.
It sure is.
Our
Let's
teammate
go to-
Tyler says to take a 7-cost Luke, scribble out the heroic aspect, and write Underworld over the rebel text.
Does that work?
Does that work?
Round timer ended.
All right, back to the game.
Are we in it?
we
Dang
we
it.
missed the turn. We missed turn 1. They're fast.
Crap. Okay. All right. Is that a Pike Sentinel?
I have no idea what card that is. That is a white piece of paper. It's a 2-drop that pinged the Green Squadron A-wing there, and the Sabine is deciding his resource.
Yeah, No Glory is very good here. It does a lot of good stuff. George, get in here, you freaking CAD player. What are you doing? Get in our voice chat. Come on, bro.
Oh yeah, No Glory is really good against the K2. That's a good point, George.
I heard there was a CAD blue, so I've been summoned.
Yes, get in here. Get in.
Welcome, George.
I need your energy. Let's get a win for this CAD player.
Oh, there's a CAD. There's one of my local CAD blue players. Basically I inspired him on the CAD blue. Like, I don't know, last set, and he actually just went down in quarterfinals. Sorry, semifinals.
Okay.
In our 70-person PQ. So I think it's a really well-positioned deck at the moment. Really, the CAD Bane, the early game, you're really looking for McClunky. You can do a lot of really strong plays. The 2 health unit from Sabine. This is really also going to set up a really.
Oh
tough
yeah, that's what we're
place
doing
for the
here.
Sabine player.
We're getting McClunky to kill Sabine's masterpiece, CAD Ping to kill the Green Squadron
So
A-wing.
good.
Oh, it's
And then,
this is the
So
and then
good.
replay the Pike Sentinel.
Is it, or is it the
it's
space
3 health
unit?
Sentinel.
No, it's this. Okay, Pike Sentinel. Okay.
Yeah, no, because the 3 health breakpoint stops Sabine's attack. Are you?
Yeah.
guys-
Yeah.
That's fine.
Oh,
You can join the video.
Yeah, it's in the
Okay.
chat, George. Jump in the video.
Let's go.
Password Fisher.
Excellent.
And then what I'm doing is I'm just full screening the table.
Wow, he literally just said my password on stream. Oh my
Anyone
god.
can join.
Okay, they don't have our top secret channel.
That's right. You'll never figure it out. Gudo says hi, by the way,
Hey.
George.
Just real quick, some analysis here. Sabine flipped into 4 resources with CAD without having any units, and just gets 4 LOMs.
That's great.
Wonder
for
if
CAD.
that was.
That's what
Yeah,
the fuck
he had the K2 as well, and he could have ECL'd the K2 first. I think that would probably have been better.
that reads Darksaber to me, but that's super greedy. Like, a CAD player's never resourcing their 4 alarm, so like you're taking like basically a coin toss at that point of whether you get away with that play. But it's not just 4 alarm; it's also Power Dark Side, so it's even worse than that.
Yeah.
So they have
And John,
one
I
dark
think you need
saber in
to
the
mute
list.
George, real quick,
Say
in video.
Oh
What
yeah,
about video?
gotcha.
No, you're good. You're good, George. Jonathan will do it on his end.
Okay. So Forlom and Zuckus, he just got comboed. So
He sure did.
yeah, and there's no ECL.
This is
coming
the
back.
way you. Yeah, this is the way you
Yep.
win as Sabine, right? Like,
Dang.
or
Oh,
against Sabine.
this is the way you win. This is the way you win as Cat. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
McClunky is just such a swing in this matchup. Like, almost every
Yeah.
McClunky sequence is just absurd. Whether it's
So
Cloud Rider,
good.
whether it's Bazine, whether it's Crafty Smuggler, like all of them are just huge blowouts most of the time.
Yeah, the other table scooped. Someone had already gotten their day 2 bye, and their opponent didn't have it, so they scooped it up.
So we get to see some glorious Cat Blue gameplay. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. This is the semifinals, which translates into top 4. Yes.
Jordan asked if this is top 4. Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, we got the
Out of dark
Cat.
side.
We got the Cat flip turn, and the best play we have is a raw Sabine's masterpiece with no other
Woo.
units out. Okie dokie. I think we're sitting good, team. I think is especially like ECL, like Cad Bane is like you can lean on him, the leader unit, as the win con in this matchup. And wow, so much disrespect. He's not. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought he had a Rolls Pursuit. That's a Cloud Rider. Never mind. So he did.
So yeah, he has every alt art card that he can play.
They're all different.
Let's go.
He's
man after
playing
my
some
own
interesting cards in his CAD Blue. He's playing 6 cost Enfys,
Yeah, I
He's
like
also
it.
playing he's playing the 3/3 shielded blue unit.
So I
'Cause that's
think
Underworld.
Cad Blue, as the meta gets more solidified, it just gets better and better. I think it's already like a really good, well positioned deck, and it's just like the ability for that deck toolbox into what most decks do is insane. I'm guessing Enfys because is this a no? How many Hans have we seen? Like, was there a lot of Hans in this meta?
It wasn't a crazy amount. I believe it
Okay.
there was 7 at the event.
No, it's like
So it was just under 10%.
Um,
It was around 6%.
Okay. That would be my guess. It'd be like for a Han leader.
Oh, because without a unit out, it just
It just
ping
reads
plus
one
that,
sensor,
yeah.
I don't know. I'd be curious what breakpoint that hits. 6 health, 6 resource. Anyway.
Doesn't matter.
Yep.
Yeah, Sabine scoops it up. We're getting a game 3.
Ooh.
Yep.
All right, let's put up the CAD list for George to look at. Maybe we can see some analysis on.
Break it down. Yeah.
Let's do it.
I know you said you liked the vigilances and the no glories. We did see him have a vigilance.
Well, hold on. We didn't talk about Sabine. Let's at least give them some respect. What are they bringing in? Chewbacca, right?
Yeah.
But maybe. Because it depends on initiative. Now Sabine's gonna have initiative, so there are some lines that Sabine could do where like Cad just can't stop it. Because unlike like Palp decks or whatever, like Palp Yellow, sometimes they run the Underworld package. They run 1 cost. Pretty much all the Underworld units Cad Blue wants to run are the 2 cost. So you're very rarely getting a McClunky off on turn 1. So if you are a Sabine player with initiative, you can do some of those pilot lines with like basically no interaction.
It's also really rough with against Relentless Pursuit, right? Like
that's true. That is true.
Because if you put it on a 2-drop ship, they just get to do it in response to your thing, and you never even attack base because you played a 2-drop as well.
How many Relentless Pursuit? We got 2 in the main deck. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really like it was really good versus Django, and it's still just really good with people leaning on Chewbacca with like the Han 1 greens of the world.
Only 2 McClunky, George. Have you run only 2 McClunky before?
I have, and I think so. It feels really. It's one of the worst feeling cards when you draw like 3 of them.
Yeah.
Because it literally does nothing. So like that's the logic I've gone down. I don't think that's correct. I think it's such a good card, even when that situation happens and it feels bad. Like I still think it's such a good card that you keep.
Yeah, I think you want to have it in your pocket.
Yeah.
Basically.
We're all set to turn George's volume up. Also, we have the game started.
Okay.
This is game 3.
So George and Ian, their volume is the same. Like it's coming through the same source for me.
Sorry, they're playing really fast.
Okay, well then I will try and move my mic closer to my mouth and see if that
that's louder.
Does the trick.
That's louder.
Excellent. So, yep, we got a nice, beautiful McClunky about to happen, I think. Yeah, that Sabine's masterpiece is betraying him pretty hardcore right now.
Wow.
Oh, interesting decision. Bouncing the Boba Fett. Oh, he wants that 2/3 Sentinel, which this is the turn to have it, right? Because that 3 health stops Sabine attack. So,
we've seen him use the ECL to clear it like every time so far, but why not have it this time?
Yeah, this also helps against Darksaber, right? Because you get to do 2, then the Sabine would, I guess you can ECL in to clear it, but then you're not Darksabering. But if you do Darksaber, you're taking 4 back, and then Forlom could clean up next turn or something like that.
Yeah.
So I like the hit.
I mean, I think Darksabering into a cat that hasn't played Power is like super ballsy, but like, I'd much rather be developing it if I was in Sabine's shoes, but we'll see what he has. Okay. Very unexciting. then you get a nice clean 2-for-1 with Forlom, which he has in his hand.
Yep. Yeah, this is going exactly how the CAD player wants it to.
Yep. McClunky doing McClunky things. Yep.
It's just gonna matter of Sabine has the top end units to be able to get through this.
Yeah, the last big push is gonna come from ECL, right? Like, is the ECL gonna one-shot CAD? Is it gonna bait the CAD player into a like CAD unit, and then like basically heal all the units back? We shall see. We also have a lot of cards in Sabine's hand if she wants to go wide. Granted, you don't want to go wide against CAD on the 6-resource turn because then the following turn is CAD unit. So, not advisable.
Yeah. Looks like we're getting a takedown.
Oh no, is that an
think
Enfys?
Sabine
No,
was...
that's an Enfys.
Oh, my bad.
Yep, you're good.
Oh, yeah, only taking one back. Really good.
Yeah, very good.
We're sandbagging this Darksaber. We have hopes.
I know.
Oh my god.
I was like, what is that? Because even if you put it on the K2, you're just...
I'm so optimistic. Oh no. Yeah,
I mean,
no.
sometimes you're feeling a little desperate. Like, oh my god, how do
disagree.
I do this? Like,
Yeah.
if I could get away with this, maybe that's how I do this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I just think I think we've seen a blue-black deck not play any powers yet. I wouldn't even touch an upgrade on 6 resources. Like, that'd be crazy talk.
We talked about it earlier on the stream where, like, sometimes you just have to open yourself up to the blowout if that's your only way.
Yeah.
4 causes a little awkward here. He has a timely row, so he's gonna put the Poe on top and try to use that to claw back into the game. But yeah, probably not gonna be enough.
We still got 14 damage left to deal. You've got CAD presenting.
Yeah, CAD's just thinking about claiming
8 damage. No, is he? Because 4 cons happened and he attacked with CAD leader, right? So I think it's Sabine thinking about pinging. I think it's what's currently happening.
You're right.
Yeah. Yep. As it is the stage we're at, and he's going for 3 damage. So we're presenting a.
That's supposed to be 20. Just not used to the dials.
It's supposed to be 20.
No, it's 10.
Was it?
He went from 7 to 10.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Yeah, no. It's all
I thought he had gotten some good damage in. My bad.
Nah, he made a decision on the 4-resource turn to bounce his Boba before he attacked, which was 100%. Well, which one to bounce was debatable, but like, I think a micro optimization is bounce the Pike Sentinel there, but he wanted to get a 2 damage onto Sabine unit to set it up for a ping. So, no, he was right. Yeah. So yep, as foretold. Wait, oh no, he was not a timely intervention. It was a Poe.
Oh, he saw ECL.
ECL.
Right?
Yeah, the Darksaber.
I mean, honestly, that was the best thing that it was going to be doing this game.
He just wanted to see it. He didn't want to put it upside down.
And yep, Cad Bane cleans up the board. Really rough for the Sabine player now.
Yep. Now we're presenting lethal. In 2 actions.
Oh, draw a medal ceremony. That is not what you want to see on turn 7.
Yep.
Yeah, he's just scooping it up.
Yep. Well played.
There it is.
GG's. Cad Blue going to the finals. Gonna play against Han1 Green.
I knew he could do it.
I'll put my 2 cents out there. I think Cad Blue's in a great spot for this one. I think there's a lot of ways for it to answer. The Chewbacca pilot, mostly Falcon. Like McClunky kills Falcon. Power Darkseid is always gonna kill the Falcon. They're not gonna get scammed out that way. Relentless Pursuit scams it. Kind of. You know, when they play a 3 cost, you have to play a 3 cost, and then you get the Relentless Pursuit. So it's not like super clean, but it's still like fine.
Cad Blue also had a nail biter game. I think game 3 against Kira Data Vault in top 8. Ended up winning to get here.
Yeah,
So
that can go
playing
either
against
way.
all the meta decks and doing well, I think it's probably its worst matchup is Quinnland, right?
Yeah, I'd say it's a safe bet.
But
It's
Quinnland's kind of going down in
it's
meta
not
share.
it's not like terrible, like because their Han unit does cleanly answer CAD unit. You kind of have to lean on Cad Bane leader in that matchup as your like consistent win con, which has its own downsides. So like, I face really good Quinnlands. I think it's not a terrible matchup. I think it's a fair matchup. Is how.
Do you like playing 30 HP in this meta as opposed to Colossus?
Yeah, I think the Colossus was mostly just so you could eat multiple Devastators and not care.
Whoa, Andrew
not being
Smith in
strict.
chat. I never thought Sabine was going to run over CAD.
I just assumed. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert in these two decks, so.
Do you want to say run over? Oh yeah, no, McClunky is just. I mean, the games
I did
saw
point
were
out that McClunky
textbook.
was like the best way to win against Sabine, and he did have that games
2 and 3. Yeah.
2 and 3. So.
And he had Pike Sentinel, which also forced the ECL out game 2.
Right.
You don't want you want to be
Round
ECL
timer
that CAD
ended.
unit, or like CAD leader, right? Because like the CAD leader represents so much board control, and it only has 2 attack. So when you ECL into it, you're feeling like great. But that Pike Sentinel, got basically like blanked the flip, so he got that he got that K2 to deal with the Pike Sentinel, but then he was vulnerable to CAD leader. So.
All right, George. If we're CAD,
What's up?
this is what we're up against. Can you see it? Do you see, it might be. You might have to go to YouTube, or I can share my screen.
Go to YouTube. I can go to YouTube.
I'll share my screen for you too. Hold on.
I can see it now. So we're up against Han Green with Chewbacca pilots. This is everything. Oh, U-wing. Let's go. Okay. Yep. This looks like pretty predictable stuff.
Yeah, stolen AT hauler is a big liability in this matchup until post board when you have salvage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got Power Dark Side, you got Takedown. There, the Forlom is going to be pretty mid here, most likely. The whole Forlom Zuckus package is going to be kind of fair, but like the Cat Blue deck has the event package and everything too.
Yeah, I would assume that you actually, as the Han Green player, you want to resupply.
Yeah.
Turn 1. You want to just go bigger than the CAD player. That's kind of how I've always taken the matchup. And I like playing a more casino version with more top end home ones in the main, things like that, which you're definitely bringing in post board. But in general, I think ramping against them and just having repeatable threats with home 1 and with Marauder and stuff is like a really good way to beat these CAD decks. So not having all of that in game 1 is going to be a little rough, I think, especially because of Relentless Pursuit being super good against the piloted stuff.
He has the Poe Damerons, which are pretty nice. The L3 has a shield to absorb a ping. It looks like there's 6 cards you could bring in. Do we Sparks home ones? Do we want the salvages, or is there not enough?
Yeah, you bring in salvage.
So what do we take out? That would be 6 cards to take out.
I would probably take out the stolen AT hauler. It's too much of a liability. You don't need the confiscate in this matchup.
Yeah, so that's 4.
Maybe the Tantive.
It's at least a big thing that puts out a token.
Space threat. Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know. And it's a Power Dark Side installation.
That's why I was wondering if the salvages just stay in the board, because you don't have the hauler. Do you just bring in the Sparks and the home ones, take out the haulers and the confiscate?
I mean,
yeah.
For the...
You can salvage the home one though.
Right?
Oh yeah, that's pretty strong.
The L3s are going to be really important against CAD unit and Relentless Pursuit.
I think the Poes are good. The Lukes look good.
I mean, you could trim on the new Falcon. And just switch your game plan to like a value game plan.
Okay, trim some mid game
Pilot
stuff.
Falcon? You're talking about Land? Are you talking about Smuggled Falcon?
No. The Step 4 Falcon, the one that likes to have multiple pilots on it. Because I don't think that's the win con that you want in this matchup.
Well, I mean, that's one of his openers, right? So if you're cutting on openers, that's just gonna screw with your ratios. Like that's dangerous.
Nah, you're Han. You don't have ratios
You're
for that.
right.
You
You're
just have a
right. Who
turn
cares?
one.
You also brought in 2 sparks. Like
Who
those, you
cares?
can open
Yeah,
on
yeah.
spark
You
if
bring
you
in
have to.
sparks as well.
But that's 4. So that's 3, 4.
I mean, ideally,
5.
I think you want to have a 2-cost start, which he only has 4 of. So it's that or resupply. Sorry. So I guess you have 7 turn ones that I think. Or no, he has
Yeah,
2 ships as well. So he has 9 turn ones that I think is.
How good is Waylay
So
in this matchup?
I will say, Wayley's good against South
Oh, it's good against Cad unit, yeah.
Yeah. But having Spark, I think, is super heads up bringing it in because like the Cad's gonna love to play that turn 1 Bazine after you cheat your resource, and just really screw with your hand. If you're trying to sandbag like pilots or whatever, yeah, I think this really comes down to like how well the Han Green player knows this matchup. Like, I think there's a lot of edges on both sides of this matchup.
On one has initiative.
And I think I think you're 100% correct. The correct line is to try and ramp on turn 1 to try and.
Yeah, we're about to start, so.
Okay.
I'm gonna work on the overlay. You guys take it away.
So we get a mulligan,
Right,
I think, from both players.
And for those hanging out in the chat, Iraq, the Cad Colossus, the 2nd place at the Bothan Invitational. So, know a little bit about this deck. So, happy to.
Knows a lot about this deck.
Lot about it. Lots of charts. The charts are very good. Just that one ping just
Round
changes
timer
so
ended.
much of like how openers like match up against each other. Like the crafty sort of 2/2 shielded stat line is like typically just like really reliable. But Cad just shuts it down in like 3 or 4 different ways. And then he gets to do 3 cost removal blue black stuff. So that's super nice. And then of course, like just doing cool CAD math stuff where you can kill 2 units in 1 action is, and how consistently he can do it is unique.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like we get an activation plus
no fear.
Big Falcon.
Slamming down Bazine? No, we're slamming down Cloud Rider. Okay.
Yep. So power or McClunky here cleans up.
Yep, that's what that reads to me. Cloud Rider can't breathe in space? What madness.
Jonathan, you might need to update that this is the finals, not the semifinals.
Yep, I'm almost done updating.
No sight on. I agree. Oh, he's got my.
He has McClunky and power, so it'll be interesting to see which one he chooses.
Oh, it's McClunky because the 4 health breakpoint. You want to power this Han leader ideally, if you can keep it on 0 units.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's also way better if he plays another 3-drop unit here. You can just claim and do it again. I guess here you just play the Cloud Rider out for the free ping since it's a readied unit.
Yeah, he had the opportunity to keep a Sedana Thano in hand, which it does not. See, punish for it. Because it doesn't. Not really punish for it. It doesn't kill your Han ships, but it stops any pilots on them. But no, I think this is very happy with this as a CAD player.
Yeah, I think you also know that there's not a Chewie because I think instead of attacking for 3, I would have just claimed and Chewie piloted to protect against power. So maybe I wouldn't. I would have thought about maybe not powering and just playing 2/2 drops.
Bishop in chat asking, what do you think about no blasters?
A Han player just claims. That is not good for him. He has a tech in his row. I would have probably activated and just gotten a tech out.
Yeah, to me, the no hotshot blaster in CAD blue is it's a really tough call. I look at blasters as the best win condition of these of that control style of gameplay. But obviously I love smuggle, so it gives you like some flexibility versus gives you flexibility versus like discard based strategies and such. But like the Han Yellows or the Quinnlands of the world, but it's obviously working for him, and
Yeah, here he is.
cannot say he is wrong. Like there, I also think he's on Boba Fett. He's on Boba Fett. And he's on Forlom, so he's got early game blaster targets and he's got late game blaster targets. I don't know.
I think we're gonna see a blue leader here. Oh no, Chewie on the ground. Okay, that's power the dark side insulation.
I think one angle of analysis for that is people are running a lot more like 34 health bases and like 33 health bases and all the craziness. So the old formula of just like throw a hot shot blaster on a CAD unit and put them in check isn't as clean as it used to be.
Yeah, interesting. Zuck is here, which is really good against both of these units. As it kills it and survives. So I wonder if it was actually better for the Han to just claim. I don't know what's in his hand, but if you have a hot shot blaster, you could at least trade with the Zuckus, with the Chewie.
Yeah, I can't control the blurry screen, unfortunately.
I mean, this is the flip turn, so like, I mean, you can't not take advantage of this, right? Like, if you give up this flip turn, like, this is gonna be a real rough game for Han. Like, you're saying like, don't flip, claim, get a blaster,
or if you have like, it's just doing this basically guarantees this guarantees that you don't get to 7 next turn. Which means that if you have a U-wing or a Han in hand, you're not gonna play it. So he actually baited the CAD player into attacking, which let him claim with Han up, which means he will get to 7, which I actually think was a misplay by the CAD. I think he was supposed to claim to avoid this.
I agree. It's a tough call though. Like, it does look like Han wants to attack, so like, but.
So yeah, now he can either get to 7 by attacking face, or he could start doing some value trades, getting rid of the Cloud Rider. He could go face. He could also hot shot one of his units to just get rid of the Zuckus before anything else comes on the field.
Was also the CAD flip turn, so
all right, we're gonna see a waylay.
There's a lot of moving parts here.
Yeah, that Chewie should be untapped. There we go. The stream just got super blurry. And the stream flickered. Okay, it's back. Okay, so there's Cloud Rider and Cat out. 3 resources up for the Han player.
Yeah, I was trying to refresh the connection to see if it would get rid of that blur we were getting.
We will see the surprise strike on CAD leader. That's huge.
Yeah, for sure. Like, that's a lot of damage loss. No, that's a dead CAD. Oof. Yeah, it's very cool to see players respecting CAD leader.
Yeah, especially with that Relentless Pursuit in hands. So it looks like there will be a Power of the Dark Side for the Han.
100%. Very happy to be done with that.
And Han goes to the discard pile. I love it when people do that. It's like, hey man, don't treat your leader like that.
Right? He's just trying his best. Little Sentinel. A little optimistic versus the inevitable Han unit, but
see a Bane in hand could come into play with Han being on 7 now. A natural 7.
Well, Han
should be 7. He didn't ramp. He needs to defeat one, right? This is the 7 resource turn. There was no ramp.
Yes, I don't think there was any ramp this whole game. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's gonna matter here, but
I mean, I don't think this game's. There's 7 health and 6 health. It will absolutely matter.
Did they miss a defeat or something?
I'm messaging. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm messaging.
Yeah, he should not have another. He should not have a 8th resource. Han is a tricky.
Yeah, they're realizing it right now. They're trying to fix it.
Yep. But speaking of Dryden Voss, let's go. Nice shield to insulate from on unit. Yeah, just playing him out is totally valid in some board states where you just need big numbers.
Yeah. Okay, we're fixing it.
Yep. Good sportsmanship. Just take resources, discard, move on.
Yep.
Did not impact the play last turn.
That's what I meant by it wouldn't matter. We would catch it before it would matter.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It would. Yeah. As long as it didn't turns didn't keep going. Yeah. What are we doing? We're going face. 13 damage. Yep, this is not a Quinnland. They're not going to be able to one-shot that 7 health
Yeah.
unit.
Yeah, it's interesting that Dryden Boss is actually a pretty nice answer to the Han with ping
5
plus
damage shield,
attack.
It's a good floor. It really is. Obviously, you wanted to do like, you want to capture a unit with Cat Leader and then play Dryden Boss, or you want to steal their like Obi-Wan, or you want to play Cat unit and then free him up with Dryden. But the floor of Dryden is still totally respectable. Okay, what do you got?
Yep, I'm getting rid of a cat or a Han with the Bazine.
Get out of here. Draw your card.
Draw. He drew.
He's thinking it. He's slamming down a 6/6, or he's gonna put a Sentinel out there.
Looks like it's the 6/6.
I agree. Gotta turn up the heat.
Yeah, there's some conversation in chat about the CAD deck. This one is definitely very different from what George played in Beatle. You got a lot of the same angles, but it's definitely a different build.
Yeah, same strategy, different toolbox. Like, like the Colossus was there to counter like all the. This is to give you more consistent. Like, this was to deal with like the burst damage that like Django had. The whole smuggle package was there to deal with Quinnland's. Like this deck doesn't have covert strength or jetpack or anything, so they can't lean on like Voltroning up a CAD unit.
20 damage on the base, getting a little scary here.
I think he has a Relentless Pursuit in hand. That's gonna clean up the Chewie.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have the same kind of burn and reach as like Sabine.
Kira could be good.
Dryden
See
Voss.
another Dryden Voss, a Boba, Pike Sentinel, McClunky, and Relentless.
Wait, what? There's not another Dryden Voss in his hand.
Yeah, I was like, where's the Dryden Voss?
I'm sorry.
You're talking about Zuckuss,
Yeah.
No, I think me and Freedom popularized the single Dryden Voss, and I think the single is correct. Like
he's playing too.
He is playing too. Yeah.
Oh, I do think I think the top end of this deck, like the top end of blue, black, yellow, is so many options with like Super Laser Blast, Avenger, all those sort of options. Snoke. Yeah, Dryden has some crazy high highs. The floor is still solid. The issue is, like, as far as like immediate board presence, it's a little suspicious, a little sus. That is not a bounty hunter, sir.
It's the.
That's that. Was that a Chewbacca, or was that a Zuckuss that captured, or was it?
I think it's the Zuckuss, yeah, because the Zuckuss is the one that got 2 damage from the killing.
Okay, that is in fact a Drowning Hunter. That's where all I see is a glare. That's where he had Dryden like last turn cycle. So get like an inch away from the screen, see if I can see this white box. That is in fact Zuckuss. Like I recognize that giant forehead.
It looks like we have a Phenom hanging out too. Another CAD blue specialist.
Oh yeah, if he joins us, it'll be like, yeah, we're totally not biased. Well, I guess I got to balance up against you, right? So
yeah, I'm a Han green player, you know.
Also, I don't care about bias. You're allowed to be biased.
Oh, okay.
I mean, CAD blue has 4 units out and Han green has 0 out. Seems like a rough turn of events. Gonna capture or rescue from capture, and then wait, is the Zuckuss just killing it? Doesn't it die too? Why is it not back? What just happened?
So the people on site did say the computer they're using is starting to struggle, and they're going to swap computers. I'm hoping that resolves some of this blurriness. So we'll see for next game.
Nice. I think. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna call it until it's actually won. It's looking very good for Philip Bothan to get his day 2 invite at the Orlando PQ.
Oh, good.
Yeah, Colby Kodamarin.
Kodamarin. Well, absolutely well deserved. He is. He's been in the finals, top 8s, and looks like he's going to take it down. Anyway.
Why did the?
Were you at that event today, George?
I was. It's kind of a last minute. My schedule opened up, and I was able to swing in there. So I ended up going 3-1-1, and had a team kill, so I conceded and left. Because there was a meetup with my coworkers, because I work at Disney, and one of my location I work at is the last day is today. So
gotcha.
A lot of my coworkers I'm working with for like 8 years. We were having a meetup, so I said it's been fun playing Star Wars, but I'm gonna go hang out with my peeps. So
yeah, totally.
That CAD unit was brutal, taking out the token and just killing that Poe.
Yeah, really clean. Yeah, CAD unit, like, it's a super laser blast that comes with a 7/7 for 1 resource cheaper.
Yeah, that's good.
Against a lot of decks, obviously. We're just killing that's all we can do.
This is a Han player that's like, well, I'm dead. I'm just gonna play my cards.
Yeah. Throw some pieces of cardboard down before it's all over. Just turn cards sideways. Like he's like,
you can see it.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the Chewie went to the discard after the L3 rescue. I think he killed it with one of his units, and yeah. Oh, the Zuckuss with the shield took it out. That's what it was.
All right, it's official. Kodamarin got it. Let's go.
Let's go. Congrats to Colby, Kodamarin.
Special agent. Let's go. I love it.
All right, we will be right back with the stream for game 2. We are switching laptops real quick, and we will be right back. George, did you happen to see any of the Lake Country Han 4 deck?
Like as I was driving, I peeked at it for a second. I saw things like never tell me the odds.
Dude, it was so good.
Like I was like,
it never did less than 4 damage, and sometimes did more.
I mean, I like open fire. Open fire is cool.
Yeah, open fire in your yellow Lake Country deck.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Let's go.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Yeah. Did we see the 34? Yeah. I just love this timeline where it's like the fact that you just have extra health on your base just changes every single matchup that you might have lost, giving you more actions and more chances to draw. Because talking about like Colossus or whatever, you know, people look at Colossus and it's like, oh, you draw one less card, that screws up your ratios of your deck in your early game and like adds variance. But like, you can also look at Colossus as like, oh, it buys you an extra turn, which gets you an extra 2 cards in a game you would have otherwise lost.
I'm trying to explain this to Ian. He's been dunking on Data Vault all day.
No, but see, Lake Country gives you look. Lake Country gives you this ability without making you add 10 cards to your deck. You just have to play with the limited card pool.
Yeah.
Now, if you can build your deck under that constraint and it still has good cards, then I think it's better than Data Vault. But you're not gonna be able to do that with every leader.
Can't you make the same card quality arguments though? Like if you add another color, isn't your deck going to be better? Or, you know?
No, for sure.
Right?
I wouldn't. The problem isn't that. Yes, Loopy, we are back up. Thank you so much for getting this laptop swap in quickly. But yeah, so my thing with the Data Vault deck is more so that you have to add cards to your deck, and there are some cards that you can't have actual redundancy of, like Super Laser Blast. There really isn't a card that replaces that. Like and some of these Kira Data Vault decks aren't even playing 3, which is what I was told is like the reason that they like playing Data Vaults, because you get to play 3 of cards that you were only playing 2 of in a 30 HP version or a ECL version. So I don't know.
Well, the argument is like you can have like more top end, and like their top end they were already cheating out on, right? So now you can just fill out the top end. And it's
Jonathan,
like
you might
more
want to stop
natural.
streaming on your end too. It might help.
Hey guys.
Hello.
So we got the CAD council about to break it down. Let's go. All right, where's Carlos? I summoned Carlos.
Do I need to tune in to witness? It looks like the stream went down here.
It's back up now.
Yeah, the video is up.
Oh, just not in this. Oh, sweet. Cool. Oh, yeah. 1 sec.
Got McClunky, got no glory for a panic answer. Are we keeping it? I can't. I think that's Avenger. I don't know.
Yes. Yeah, so Across the Network is where you were watching this, or you were watching it on Late Night, who is a partner of ours, good friend, helping us do the stream at Pastimes. Loopy's there on the ground. He was kind enough to let us co-stream this onto our YouTube page. We have a podcast that we do bi-weekly, sometimes weekly, probably going to be more bi-weekly, which is super fun. The point of the podcast is to help competitive players get better at the game, interview really good players, and have some interesting conversations about various deck strategies and just ways to have an edge in the competitive scene, and talk about results at tournaments and things like that. It's been super fun. We have our 9th episode just came out yesterday, so go check that out. George the Hulk, who is casting here with us, was on that episode. After his amazing run in Richmond, getting the Vader 1 showcase. Well, I guess winning it, but not getting it. He will get it at Galactics. But yeah, we have another episode coming up where we interview one of our European teammates who got top 8 in Lille with Anakin Blue. Super fun. That'll probably come out in a week or 2. And yeah, that's us across the network. Check us out, sub, like, comment, do all the things. And now we have the match again. So looks like Han 1 decided to activate before no pass and just activate, which I think is incorrect against most CADs. Only because of Bane. If you only have 1 3-drop in hand after you activate, and they Bane it out and you don't play anything, you pretty much lose the game.
Did we see he only had 1? Or
I have no idea. I can't really see his hand.
Okay,
I just like to. Even if you have 2, I think it's you have 1 that you're preferring to play. I think you're supposed to just pass, and if you go to the next turn, I think it's fine.
I think that's super unintuitive. I think it's a really important point to hammer home. Is like, you think against the blue-black deck you need to be like super aggro, but like this early game is kind of cursed, like for the Han player.
Yeah. Especially if there's a power of the dark side to like follow up. Like you're then put down a card, maybe got.
Master does it. Like there's
Yeah,
so
yeah.
many ways. Like yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here's the jump master.
Yep.
Chewie's your really only answer here, which eventually is going to get dealt with. I guess Han Pilot actually is the cleanest since you don't take damage back.
Well, that would be really nice for sure.
So for that pass opener, are we also like thinking about not dumping all your cards on the table? Like, because you mentioned earlier you want to start on a 2. Are we thinking about cards in hand?
Yeah, I mean, you need value against this deck because they are going to be able to go long. So he does have the. Looks like it's Chewie or Luke. I can't tell. I don't know why he has a resource up. It didn't matter here.
That could mean it's a Luke.
No, it's just Han. Luke costs 3 and Chewie costs 2.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? It's Poe.
It is Poe. You're right. Yep. He had 2 Poes in his deck.
That's funny. We only think about the
here we
4
go,
version.
Power of the Dark Side.
Yep. But that is the Power of the Dark Side down for the Han Leader flip. So
yeah,
that's a nice part of this part. Nice part about this. It is a silver lining in this sequence.
You may want to.
If there's another 3 here, it's pretty nice. Yeah, he does have a blue leader. I think you just want board presence. You need to be able to insulate yourself from some of these events that the opponent's playing and from the CAD ping.
What is in his hand? He had
It's an Avenger, CAD, and no good.
You might want to scooch up to your mic again, George.
Oh, good catch. Yep, good. Yeah, so he's locking in no glory this turn. So that's happening. This is the flip turn, right? This is the Han flip turn, yeah.
This seems so good for CAD. Like, not much has happened.
Yeah, we haven't seen ramp either game for our Han 1 green villain. So that I think that's Han's ticket, and just hasn't lined up. But like again, I think I don't know if he's drawn them and resourced them, but it's super unintuitive, but it's correct.
Yeah, Kira's great here. I think you just named the no glory, so there's not a real play here, right?
Yeah.
What's the bottom card? Do we know?
I didn't know there was a 4th card in hand, to be honest, and now it's covered in glare.
CAD, Avenger, no glory, and glare card.
Let's see. All right. Get really close to the camera. Nope. Too slow.
I'm assuming whatever it is, though, that he's just claiming.
He's claimed. Yeah.
I think it's no glory then.
Yeah. Those Kira turns are so brutal.
It could be 2 no glories, or it could be like vigilance. No, he wouldn't bring vigilance in this matchup. That'd be silly. Hard to say.
What a great turn, though. Like it looked like not much had happened so far, and then Kira just completely shut down CAD's turn.
I mean, the no glory was killing most likely 3, if it, or you know.
Yeah, it's not doing a lot, but it's doing something. And now he's doing nothing.
Yeah.
No 3-drop for the Han player. He just ruined with tech. That's pretty good in this matchup.
In the tank. McClunky leads to a lot of really nice flip turns, but
yeah, this Kira is doing so much here, just blanking a removal spell that he probably has to resource now, and I don't think he had a clear 6 in hand, so he just has that Avenger and CAD. They're kind of rotting in hand for now. With 3 units on the board, it's a little scary.
Yeah, we got Han presenting 10 damage. And the fastest flip in the West.
And there's no blasters in this deck, so you can't just blast the Kira.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's definitely going to be a Han attack here. He's debating if he wants to blast or Han, I think.
I agree. You want to go ahead and get your attack in, get your resource. Because CAD's proposition is I can trade into your Han. Or clear your Han.
Yep. 4 to base, put him at 10. You're at the magical 7. It looks like there's the outlaw. It's
okay.
interesting playing this card and not Hotshot Blaster, because I feel like that card with Hotshot Blaster goes really hard.
I think the resource curve is super awkward, right? Because like you play Outer Rim Outlaw on 3, and you're just kind of like hoping eventually it works out.
Well, it's also a bounty hunter, so it also works with Relentless Pursuit.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
I think it's just I think this player had identified that they wanted Boba unit on 3 a lot of times, and this is like their second copy of it. It does different things, but it can basically attack for 6 into a unit, right? Because of the shield.
I like it. I think it's a super interesting meta call. Yeah.
I like it. Shields combine nicely with pings too. To finish things off, put some damage on without losing your unit.
We will see a hot shot on the Kira, putting him at 15. A lot of damage stacking up now.
For sure.
CAD clearing the Han.
It was interesting firing off your CAD ping before clearing the Han. I wasn't sure what they were thinking about there.
I'm assuming he was giving his opponent the opportunity to make a mistake and put it damage on Kira, but
what if they put it on the Han? Did we have like a daring raid or something?
No, he's yellow blue.
Oh yeah, it's not even red. Like what were we? I don't know.
I think he was worried about McClunky, and that's why he didn't put it on the Han.
Yeah, that's the card I can think of.
So let's see. We have 10 health on Han's board, which lines up perfectly with a CAD Bane unit plus CAD leader ping. So he's gonna slam that super fast.
Yeah. So the thing there is you fire off the ping first, so you can capture really functionally 10 health worth of units instead of 8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the breakpoint doesn't work. He can't do Pilot Falcon plus Kira and kill the blue leader because that is 9.
Right.
If he does the thing first, he just kills off the blue leader, right?
Yeah. Exactly. So if you have a unit with only 1 health remaining, it doesn't work.
It's Han's choice.
No, he just chose wrong, I think.
What? Yeah.
He chose to damage the other guy. I'm so confused.
Wait,
and could he have not taken everything? 5?
It was
7, 8.
Oh no, yeah, he totally could have just taken.
Could have taken everything.
It was
so
10,
they both
10 total health with 2 damage from CAD ping.
Yeah,
100%.
they both
That
messed up. I think the CAD player thought there's no way that he won't kill off this blue leader.
I have made misplays like that.
Oh no.
Yeah, I've gotten tunnel visioned where I'm like, oh, I know what I'm doing here.
CAD math is insane. I don't know if you're so the CAD players out there, like the bizarre things of just like random 2s and 1s and all the action cheating. Like, yeah, that's. He's gonna look back on it and like beat himself up, but like, yeah, that was it's takes a lot of practice to get used to that because it's so unique.
Pretty good play from the Han player.
Oh. Turning up the heat. Let's see if you.
I mean, I don't think he can claim this early, right?
No, the
you can claim now.
Yeah, you just have to know glory. Gross. Yeah, I think we're seeing the ramifications of that.
Of not stealing the blue leader, yeah.
Oh, that was huge.
Well, that was that cost him 5 health, and now is adding pressure he shouldn't be having to deal with. But also like that Kira was like MVP.
Yeah, just made him not have a turn essentially.
Yep.
Skip the 5 resource turn.
Yeah, and let him start to build up his board.
See if he has a good smuggle for tech here before the tech dies.
It's gonna be a surprise strike, or it's usually how the story goes.
Prize Strike would put the X-Wing into lethal range. I believe Han has 8 resources, so he could smuggle out a 6 or lower.
Oh, we still have the CAD ping, right? Well, okay, it would be lethal. They wouldn't have time for that.
No, there's no CAD ping from a Relentless Pursuit.
No, I'm thinking about... I guess you could have an ambush and attack and then CAD ping to kill the X-Wing. If you had a 5... Sure. Enfys. Enfys is in the deck. How many resources do we have? 3... Do we have 5?
He CAD made last turn, so he has 5 up, yeah. Not enough for Enfys.
Yeah, so that's not out.
We're in the tank. He's looking at a smuggle row. Okay, so not quite check. But we're gonna have to probably no glory here if I had to guess. Maybe do a little McClunky action. You're gonna McClunky, okay.
There's 5 resources left.
Now we have our CAD hero has 4 resources up, and the Han has 3. I'm pretty sure. After a hot shot and oh no,
what do you do besides hot shot?
Was it just hot shot? He attacked with. Oh, just hot shot. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's 5.
He should. Maybe he didn't resource this turn.
Oh, maybe.
Looks like he had 4 resources and not 5, so
CAD ping has not been triggered yet. Oh, you
do have power.
Oh, he should have. That's fine. The playing Outer Rim Outlaw would have done the same thing. Pretty sure CAD ping was not used that turn cycle. Because he had the McClunky. No, he did. He McClunkied, killed the token, 2 damage onto the tech. That's what it was. Nope.
Yep. We're now in Avenger territory.
I
think we're gonna need a Ewing here or something.
But we got both of these units are in danger.
It's like we're getting Han pilot on the ground. It looks like the Han player is just not resourcing, which
I mean, it is nice when your opponent can't afford to attack with their CAD too. That's a good place to be.
Yes, because as soon as he attacks with CAD, he gets a Falcon and dies.
There's a Luke on the ground, 2 units.
Yeah, just
I think
like
this is GG.
The CAD can't afford to clear ground.
He has to claim and somehow find an answer.
He has to play him. He has to play another CAD. Yeah, no.
Super close.
Just not stealing that blue leader snowball like cost him, and then the fortunate bulk of his hand going into that Kira turn was too much on the back foot.
I think when the Ahsoka unit came out, there were conversations about comparing Kira to Ahsoka. Like, oh, they actually lose a card versus Kira just kind of shutting them down momentarily. But when you see plays like that, you see why Kira is so important. Just completely shutting down the line that they need to be taking.
I think Ahsoka's only better in the context of you care about her traits. Like if you need force units because you're playing force throw, I could see Ahsoka being better than Kira.
I mean, the exhaust is not like the most reliable thing, but it's strategically different and valuable.
I think it's the stack of hand hate cards that kind of gives it.
Yeah, that too. If you're playing a bunch of other hand disruption cards, it's a lot better.
Like the Quinnland deck, it makes more sense. There is like a world where the CAD unit with things captured, if you have enough resources up and you know like they're gonna claim, your out is
you know, you have to attack that ground unit or not. Maybe you have enough to top deck a blast and you can just go to base and you know, okay, maybe I top deck blast, get the 7 in or something. Like,
So
there are times where you actually have to lean into that draw too.
We got Loopy in chat here. Let's hear from Loopy a bit. What's up, Loopy?
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? Thanks everybody for joining us. Did somebody put up the CAD blue symbol and summon George?
Well,
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, he sent me a message in Discord that I did not see, but then I saw him chatting in chat, and I was like, "What are you doing? Get in here!" So yes.
All right, so they're going over the mulligan decisions. They can hear me, so I can't do commentary right now. But you guys are killing it. Thanks to everybody for watching online, and glad that we're doing this. I think it's well over 300 people watching right now, so that's pretty cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, no, it's super awesome. Thanks for letting us stream and cast and co-host. It's been a big pleasure.
Yep, and thank you guys. So take us home.
This is
Roger, Roger, as my favorite battle droid would say.
It's all tied up.
So we had pass claim into claim takedown. So we are sitting chill on the or are we doing Poe again? Get a little power.
Which I was kind of surprised he did that because he put a Bazine down and he also had the McClunky, so he could have pinged like if it was a X4, he could have pinged and then McClunkied and saved his takedown, but
yeah, I don't think he's gotten like a super clean read on like if he could get away. Like he passed and like wanted his opponent to do like the Han thing, right? So he could like scam with the Bazine. So
Sidon seems like a dead card.
He's not playing X4 either.
Yeah, no, he was very quick to resource it in game 1, which I think he's correct, but he's holding on to it for now.
It's always risky piloting up your own only ship.
Yeah, the nice thing is that you can. He might have wanted to just make sure that he could not have to pay for Falcon and keep it out. That way he can get to 7 resources still this turn. So at that point, if you're just activating, you might as well play the Han pilot. Looks like we're getting a Zuckuss with ping here.
Oh,
It's
wow.
a little slow. This gets super blown out by Han unit.
This is an open door.
It might be
All
game
systems
if
go for
he
Han.
has everything.
Yeah, it's very scary. We're gonna see 9 pressure at the very least.
Now I have a Frozen song stuck in my head.
Let it go, let it go.
Now I have a different Frozen song stuck in my head.
It's the only one I know because I don't have children.
This love is an open door. Come on, man.
I'm sorry.
Disney, I don't even know what you're talking about. What did I say something about love? Huh? So have I internalized? I can't even think about it. What did I quote?
I said this is an open door, and it put Frozen.
Oh
in my
yes,
head.
yes. Oh okay, excellent.
Well, we are playing a Disney IP card game.
That's right. What are we doing? Oh,
right.
We're not
no
playing
Han
a 7.
unit, so not as backbreaking, but the blaster is good protection against the Zuckuss because at least it will trade.
And let's see what we do with this forest.
Probably
Kira here.
Relentless Pursuit running into Han, so
Looks like it's a Poe just going wide. I actually kind of would have liked keeping the Poe out.
That's my question. This Han player, hasn't they piloted with it every time?
I think so.
I think so, yeah. I mean, I think the other time it was on a raid unit, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, for sure.
It might just be because, like, the math, you know, knowing CAD units coming out, he might be able to swallow, like, a 3/3 pretty easy and then deal the 2 if he couldn't clear some of these other units. So, just putting a lot of health on the opposite end.
We're at the 6 resource turn, not the 7.
I don't know. I mean, like, CAD leader comes out and he's gonna kill something, and Zuck is probably gonna trade with the Han. So like a 3/3 Poe in the ground is kind of weak to like all the ambushers, all the things. But yeah, it gets blown out here by this Relentless Pursuit, and now he can kill Han.
He is gonna get 6 damage, and if there's no So he attacks with Han here, right? And
He goes
then
7. Yeah.
oh, Waylay.
That's really rough.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the Sentinel's kind of nice.
Yeah,
Because
not
that means that CAD can clean up the Han. But you are getting another 5 damage to base here. So you have second Waylay.
We've had Waylay. What about second Waylay?
Whoa.
Jeff Creasy would appreciate that.
I think he has an L3 in
I appreciate
resources, and he might have a tech as well. Looks like it's a Kira.
Or yeah.
Dryden Voss, McClunky, Enfys, Zuckus, and a Takedown. I think you just named Takedown, as that's the only thing that kills the pilot, right?
I think we prioritize speed.
Oh no,
here,
that's there's 6 health, so it doesn't.
Like something that makes board impact immediately, like Takedown.
So maybe the Enfys.
Or Enfys.
Is it Jump Master? That's probably too cute.
But did he name Zuckus?
No, there's no Jump Master in hand.
Yeah, but like you can call it just because like he's in check.
Could name No Glory then, right?
A surprise strike, right? He's dead to the surprise strike from the Falcon.
He just touched that.
He doesn't have any cards in hand
though.
though.
This is Kira's. This is the Han one's. Kira.
Yeah.
I touched the second card, but I couldn't tell what it was.
The second card was the Enfys.
Was it?
Looked like another Falcon in the Han player's hand. One of the things he drew.
I think the other one was a blaster.
Okay. Han Pike's not gonna do it.
I'm assuming this Kira is just gonna immediately die. It's the only thing he can kill. So I don't think he drew No Glory.
Can he kill it?
Take down on Kira.
Yeah, it would take down. Yeah.
I think you just attack for 5, and he has to claim.
Mm-hmm.
He has 3. He could have power.
Oh, that's right. It's 5.
Power or
relentless. You could bluff an answer, but all you can do with that is attack. You can't use resources if you're not killing the Falcon.
Yeah, I mean if he actually has it. I didn't mean bluff. Let's see.
Oh, okay.
Well, he has 4 resources, right? This is the 8 resource turn.
Yeah, he can't deal 6 damage with 4 resources.
Yeah, so if you know that the only thing would be the Jump Master to just protect for a turn, and it looks like there was a verbal claim, as the Han player played another ship, which was the perfect ship to play here, and I think Han is going to take it.
Yep,
there it is. There's the handshake.
Well played.
Yep, very well played from both. Han 1 green, taking down CAD blue. Very fun match. Well played by both.
Let me see if I can get Loopy back in here to sign us off for the day.
He's probably in his car on the way home already.
Yeah, those Kiras can be so rough, especially because CAD likes to curve out. So if he doesn't have an alternate play, and one of those plays up the curve gets blocked, it's really hard to catch up.
Yeah.
Well, while we're waiting, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I'm Jonathan Fisher. I was here with Lego Pizza. We create Across the Network. George here has been on the show twice, our only guest that's been there twice. Go check it out. The last one was about him hunting Vader and our experience in Richmond. This is our first time streaming a tournament and calling the whole tournament and doing production and just doing everything as a team. Both myself and Ian as a team from Across the Network, and then all of the Bothans that jump in throughout the day and provide some additional commentary. Reach out, let us know what you think, and maybe we'll do more of this. Ian?
Yeah, it was super fun. First event that we've casted together on the stream. Doing the full 10 rounds was super fun. it kind of went in the blink of an eye, to be honest. I had a blast. Like, this was super fun. I love this game so much. So to me, it was just like, ooh, what do I get to do next? Ooh, what game will we get to watch next? So that was super awesome. Really impressed with that Han 4 Lake Country deck. I'm gonna be testing the heck out of that deck. It was so cool. But yeah, I mean, this was a really awesome tournament. Really awesome plays. Healthy meta here. There was 3 Sabines in top 8. Only one made it to top 4. Didn't make it to the finals. So you know, it's not Sabine's world, and we're just living in it. There's a lot of other decks here. Cad Blue, a deck that kind of comes in and out of the meta. And then everything else, there was also, you know, a bunch of other decks that were just like the one appearance, like one Quinnland, one Han Green, one Kira Data Vault, and one Han 4 Lake Country. So yeah, super fun. Loved the event. Appreciate all the Bothans who came and helped us do coverage. George and Phenom at the end there. The Cad Blue Masters coming in and having some fun with us.
Absolutely. Thanks for holding up the rest of the day. You guys crushed it, doing us proud.
Yep. Go check us out on YouTube, Spotify. It's across the network, and we'll see you around. If you're still with us, you're my hero.
Aw, I love that. Shout out Loopy.
Shout out Loopy.
Thank you, Loopy. Late Night Gaming. I'm gonna click the button that ends the stream.
Loopy's my hero.